Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday. Um, it is Tuesday, December 23rd, 2 days before Christmas, and I am here to do a live stream. In particular, this is the Game of the Year Refresher 2025 edition. To sort of talk about what this is exactly, I have done streams like this since I started streaming, pretty much. I'm not sure if I did it the first year, but the second year and on, for sure. But basically, during December, I like to revisit my favorite games of the year so as to put them into perspective, put them all right next to each other, and help me figure out my top 10 list, the order of it specifically, which ones make the cut and which ones don't. I find it is much easier to make these decisions when I have touched them recently in the last, couple days, the weeks before the decision needs to be made. So that's what this stream is going to be. Me going through as many of this year's best games, according to me, that I can, according to me, that I played, that I did not miss, that I wanted to do, etc., etc. Let me say I didn't play Death Stranding 2, I didn't play, what's that other one? Kingdom Come 2? Deliverance that the Keeleys liked? Didn't play that one neither. I'm sure there's a lot of other favorites I didn't play, and even some that I played and I went like, oh, I don't like this. Like that superhero game with the Telltale stuff. That wasn't for me. So, you're not going to see those games. You're also not going to see Metroid Prime 4. You're not going to see any game that I thought was kind of dookie. Let's just, get that out there. Maybe there are some games that you might like that I played, and I went, no, it doesn't make the cut. But I will say, I do have a big long list here on my phone of games to look at, games that I want to get to tonight, with the exception of two in particular, which we'll talk about. Let me show on my phone right here. This is my list right now, and you can see it sort of roughly sorted into a few tiers. The top two, that's pretty much locked in, and I'll say the plan tonight is not to do the top two. I'm going to do a separate stream next week, a week from now, just for the top two, so they can have 5 hours each, hopefully, ideally. We'll see. So that we have all the time in the world to really get a good feel of them and really compare the two of them, and I can figure out which one really I want on top. I'll be honest, I'm not sure which way it goes. I could go either way. Do not take the order here as any sort of actual order. It is all up in the air within these tiers. For the ones that I'm super for sure about, I have 4, Hades 2, Deltarune, Blue, Prince, and Mario Kart World. Those 4 I'm absolutely sure about, and they'll probably be, from number 3 to number 7, or number 6 on the list. Yeah, number 3 to number 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there we go. But the order of them will depend, and we'll definitely be playing a good amount of them to really get the idea of, okay, where in there is Hades, Deltarune, Blueprints. This might be the order, I'll admit, but we're going to actually play them and rally our thoughts together and really compare them one to the next to the next to the next before we make any sort of decision. And I got some that I feel like are obvious ones that I definitely want to hit. And I'll say, for the ones that are obvious versus if there's time, I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure about which 4 will make the list. If you do the math, there's 4 slots left for these obvious or if there's time games. So, I do think that, Shinobi could make the list. I do think that, I'll say I didn't hate Welcome Tour and actually quite liked it. And I think it would be very funny if there was room. But I feel like there's not. But we'll make that determination at, midnight tonight. If there's time to see it, and if there's not, well, maybe everything else was so good, there was no time for anything. Here's the list. The obvious ones are Clair Obscur, which we will be starting with, Windswept, which is a really good DKC type indie platformer. I have a weakness for such things. Avowed, Megabonk, Doom the Dark Ages, Baby Steps, and Lego Party. Those are the ones I for sure know that I want to hit tonight. If there's time, Shinobi, Pipistrello, Ball X Pit, Skate Story, Welcome Tour, and Sonic CrossRoads Racing, I think would be at least worth a stop in, worth a look, worth a consideration. But, you know, I'll say I do not plan to go longer than, say, around 10, 11 hours. So, like, if every one of these games takes an hour to look at, well, we'll be, it might be very quick to go over, and we won't have time for any of the down ticket items, but it is what it is. Let's just see where the afternoon to evening to night takes us, and just sort of go with the flow. Does that sum up what we're doing? Does that explain what the plan is? Do you understand? Do you get it? I'll say I've been doing this since before I was a streamer, really. Like, the year that, for like probably most of a decade at this point, I've been doing it. I remember the year that, like, Persona 5 came out. I spent most of December replaying Persona 5, and things like Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, everything else that came out in that year, Nier Automata, that was a hell of a month. And this will be a hell of a day by comparison. You know, I'm not gonna necessarily replay all these games or even finish all these games within this week, but we are going to play a tasting of them, like a level each, a run each, whatever the case may be, whatever feels right. We're gonna play it by ear. Yeah. Let's start out with, we're starting out now with Clair Obscur, and I'll say, with Clair Obscur, spoilers, by the way, there's spoiler warning for the games we're gonna play. Spoiler warning for Clair Obscur, I have just gotten to the end of Act 1 when I last played this game. It was on Game Pass, so I will say I did buy one of those $20 cards that had the Game Pass on it. You know, that gets around the $30 price point that they now have. Just for this month, I don't plan on doing it long term, just so that I could revisit some of these games like Blueprints and Clair Obscur and etc. that are on Game Pass. Is that enough warning? Do you know? Act 2. So, I wasn't able to finish this because I got off Game Pass, and as a result, this is as far as I got. But I'll say I was really, really damn impressed by Clair Obscur. I am forgetting the buttons. It's A, I guess, to do an attack. What's the gimmick of Mortal Hits? It's been too long. Yeah, this is a thing that just got introduced, the whole Immortal Hit gimmick. Excuse me if I've forgotten my whole game plan here. Again, it's been a minute. How's the audio? I can give it a little more. All right, let's go. Let's do this. I think this is right. Yeah. So I think with her, I want to set them on fire. And then I want to... I'll say, I'm kind of bad at the dodging of attacks in this game. Like, that's one of the things that, for me, I really love all the, like, storytelling and lore and atmosphere in this game. I find it to be very fascinating, interesting, etc. Right, this guy's whole deal is, this guy's new at this point in the game. I want to use... There's a lot about this game that's kind of hard, for me especially. Like, how...
evade.
Fuck me. The dodging, especially. I just don't have a knack for it. The parrying, even more so. I just don't have the timing in my bones. You know, I think this might be a case where, like, my... Wasn't it right trigger or something? Get like a tutorial thing? You do the fucking... Do the fucking... Okay.
I'm ready.
I don't have the knack of, no, just game over me. Not right now, no. Let me go back to a menu and look. How do you counter the mortal attacks? It was new when I, was last playing. So I've entirely forgotten how you do that. It's been too long. Yes, give me the basics. What's up with the, Esky merchants, curator weapons, break bar. No. This doesn't have anything about the lethal attacks. That's kind of crap garbage. That's kind of poo-poo. I could use better signals, better visual cues of like when it is time to hit the button. Maybe some sort of more audible, you know, thing. You know, I think about Nier Automata, right? Where it goes like whang every time you have to dodge. And like, to me, that is I can do that. Like, I've never played the Dark Souls games, never played a Soulsian type game where it's like, oh, you know, you gotta watch their animation, and you gotta know when they start to swing, that's when you hit the button. You know, like Paper Mario, like, that's something I know very well, but that's more of a thing where it's like, okay, you can see the guys moving at you. You can sort of tell, like, when it's gonna hit, because it's just like an object. You know, it's just like a little paper guy, and when it lands here, that's when you have to hit the button. Whereas, like, sword, different. That's like 3D space I have to deal with, rather than 2D space. I find it a lot more, tricky. They're like... Maybe it is worth noting that you can turn on... I think does not affect the parry. Okay, so you can't make it so that, like, the parrying is automatic. Is there, like... Nor is there any sort of, like, I guess you can turn it down to story mode. I'll say, like, I always play on a default difficulty, and if your default difficulty is too hard, well, that's your fault then. You fucked up, and I'm just going to judge you heavily for it. I am not going to, do any sort of anything. I'm just gonna try to struggle through. That's, damn it! So I'll say, you know, like I said, I think there's a lot about this game I appreciate, but there is also a lot that's like... Now? 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 Damn it! There's a lot about this game I for sure definitely appreciate, but like the fact that I can't do the dodging very well makes a lot of it kind of a struggle for me, and I feel like every single time I've played this game, like getting through every area feels like a struggle, you know? Whenever I go into battle, it's just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, come on. It is right trigger, right? Here. Now, with her, I do the swift stride on burning guy. I'll also say something I feel like might be a thing an issue I have with it, as far as like a reason why I'm struggling with it additionally is that I don't... It's the way that these movesets are so customizable. I think it is really interesting how like, you know, the idea of the game basically is to, I'm at C. Guess, sure, give more AP to everyone. We killed one. Hell yeah. I think Electrify to get... The thing about this is that all these guys have, like, really customizable move systems that have, like, a really complicated amount of synergy. Or, like, oh, you know, you can build these guys to set up, like, really overpowered combos between each other. Really overpowered combos within themselves. I think, like, with this character, what I like to do is just build up towards a mayhem by doing things like, I think electricity will generate, two... Yeah, will generate two, things for me. Okay, there we go. We have to hit it with the right timing and do a gradient counter. Yes, yes, okay. It's easy once you know the proper timing and know what button to press. Hit if in virtuose stance. Stay in virtuose stance. Do that. With her, it's all about, like, getting into virtuose stance and then doing your business from there. Would like to heal my buddy. My young girl character. I forget all the names. It's been a minute. It's been a couple months. Do the mayhem now. This is probably overkill, but there we go. Oh, and we got through a fight. That's one fucking fight. And the thing is, like, you know, to get through an area, which I think we want to do, right? That's like the end goal here. To get through an area, you gotta do, like, a bunch of said fights. I kind of struggle with every fight and find it to be very stressful and harrowing. And maybe if I was better at countering, you know, it'd be like, ooh, I'm just taking no damage and getting AP at the same time, which allows me to really destroy them by like comboing my moves just so. We are at D, so I should pick something with D. Yeah, that's the play here, I guess. Wow! Jesus Christ. I was like, yeah, that hit for like half my health twice. Fuck. I can revive her.
The expedition's not over.
Damn it! Also, that did more health than I had. Okay. So you might be able to tell I do appreciate and enjoy and I would love to see the end of this game. Like, I'm pretty much struggling with just basic fights. And also, like, I don't know, like, if my movesets are optimal. I don't know if my combos are as killer as they could be.
I would have lived. Not impressed. Not impressed.
Now! Damn it! There we go. And that barrier makes it a lot harder to enjoy, I find. You know, I've seen people say that like, this is one of their favorite games of all time. And, you know, as much as I am enjoying it and think it's great and think it's really cool, I just can't quite go that far with it. Especially given how much I'm struggling with it. Pretty much every aspect of it. There we go. Radiant counter. Oh, but it's for nothing. You know, I can't quite go that far. In fact, I would say, personally, if you're asking me, like if compare this to other turn-based RPGs from the last 3 years, it's like, well, it's no Metaphor, my game of last year. It's no Sea of Stars, the RPG from 2 years ago. That was like my number 3 game of that year. And if you ask me, like, this is personally vying for like bottom 5 of my list, you know? It's vying for like maybe like number 7, number 8. You know, like I said, I'm struggling with it. I just, it does not click with me. It does not do it for me. And like getting through it is just such a struggle. I did not manage it. Clearly, maybe will not be. Just getting through this area right now, tonight, might be a bit of a high bar, honestly. Getting through this fight, even, would be a stretch.
You can do better.
You did not click this game either, even if it didn't even make your list. That's fair, you know. Like,
Not giving up.
I think it is really cool, but I also think that I wish I was better at playing it. I wish that the, you know, I'm sure what I would really want, right? Which would be like the parrying to be less essential to winning any fight, because the timing just feels wrong, just doesn't feel good. You know, it's like, I feel like a lot of it is just I've never played any of the Dark Souls games. I don't have that read a 3D character's animation and hit the button with the right time in me. I don't have that dog in me, and as a result, I struggle. Oh, I do have a rebirth. I could use a rebirth right now.
A brilliant light.
I do have enough stuff to do that.
Let's finish this.
Jesus, basically no warning on that one.
Time to hit big.
Anyway, this is sort of where I stand on this. It's just like, yeah, you know. Oh, there we go. You could still win this. Has so much AP. I'm in defensive mode. I need to put on some sparks so I can get into, oh, actually, not that. Got a parry. Radiant counter. And there we go. Oh, boy. We got barely any XP for that. We got some sort of weapon stuff. I'll say also, this game does have a lot of systems in it. Yeah, let me heal my party with the Chroma Elixir. It has a lot of systems in it, especially these, like, Pictos, which give you all sorts of abilities. And I'll say, like, these are kind of overwhelming to me. Like, there's so many of them, and you have to, like, individually do some crap to, like, unlock them. I don't... This is too much for me. This system just overwhelms me and makes me want to stop thinking, basically. You have to think way too much to make any use of all this stuff. I just don't understand what I'm supposed to do with the Pictos, and then when you finish a Picto, you can equip it as a Luma. It's like, okay. Yeah, sure. Energizing jumps. You know, I guess I should put a bunch of whatever on every character. I'm not clear what the deal is, how this is supposed to go. I think you can only... I don't understand, like... Lumas are like passive Pictos, but you have to unlock them. It's confusing to me, and I never saw on YouTube any sort of like, you know, if there are... I imagine there must be, like, tutorials online basically going like, okay, here's what Pictos you want to get, here's what Lumas you want to equip. I didn't see any type of, like, build guide for this game, and honestly, like, that would really help me. Every time I, like, leveled up these dudes, which we can, you know, I don't think I have any points currently, but we can go back to a flag. Again, I really like the... There's a lot I really like, to be clear. You know, the combat is, like, the thing that I just struggle with. I'm just not really clicking with, etc. But the world building is phenomenal. The storytelling is great. The writing, fantastic. The game is beautiful. I especially like the ocean area. That would probably be like the highlight so far, I'd say. Though the area with the weird guys that like to fight was pretty cool. There's been a ton of stuff in this game that's been, like, fantastic, phenomenal. But me playing it has been an exercise of like, oh my god, this is overwhelming, this is scary, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm struggling against just about every enemy I run across. Like, I almost want to just, like, run past them and get to the end, which, let's try to do that, because I don't know. Well, it does say gradients to the... up there in the lower corner. I'm sort of covering it up, but that's fine. I just want to exit this battle. There is, fully, oh, left stick. Playing it again, I remember, why I only did, like, I was only able to proceed, like, partway through an area every time I played. You know, it wasn't like... I really struggled to push through it, in other words. And there's a reason, perhaps, why I only was able to make it midway through the game. You know, if... I'll be honest, you know, if this does make the list, probably be... pretty low. It'll probably be like number 9, number 10, I would say at this point. I just can't deal with it. Also, where the hell am I going? The way that you can kind of tell which way is the right way, I think, if I recall, is if you see a flag, then you know that you're sort of heading in the right direction. You know, a checkpoint, in other words. That's probably the best indicator you can ask for, you know, right direction versus wrong. I really do think this game is really cool. I really do like its setting. I really think, like, it's, like, post-apocalyptic Paris. I want to know what the fucking deal is. I want to know, like, what the hell happened in this world. I want to know, like, why the old man does the thing that he does. I want to know all these things. But playing it is such a barrier to me. And, how many I've only seen 2 fast travel places in this. We can look at the attributes thing. So there's stats for each of the characters, which, oh shit, I got like a bunch of points available for everyone. Did they level up since the start of the stream? They leveled up. I did not notice. Let's see now. 6 to put defense. Just put it all into defense and a little bit into vitality. Three for you. You could also use a bit of defense and a little bit of vitality. I think also, you know, maybe I need to, like, focus more on vitality and defense. I suppose, like, if you're the weird thing is, if you're really good at this game, you can just, like, min-max it and just ignore it entirely. Also, there's something like a weapons-based thing where the more... I think certain weapons or certain characters get, like, better stats based on something or other. I just ignore that. I don't get it. I just put it where it needs to go. Alright, what I do. Here's also the skill tree, which also I'm not really understanding, you know. And I'll say, like, you only have 6 slots for each individual character, so, like, if deal fire damage to each enemy. So if I don't feel like this 5 costing ability is worth much to me, like, should I unlock it anyway? What about Lightning Dance? Should I get that? It deals very high single target lightning damage, 6 hits. I don't know. Like, I don't know which way to build these characters. I don't know which way to take it. And as a result, like... You know, I'm currently floating on points right now. Regen on heals. Is there, like... I already have a revive skill on her. I think Earth Rising... I think I might have respected at some point. I think I had Earth Rising for a bit. And then I ended up, like, specking out in this direction. I don't know why. I don't know that that sounds good. That sounds hard to do. To get that condition, met, you know, to have 3 of the other energy types available to burn. That's a big ask. And like every character has as a skill tree that's as like intricate and like, you know, open to choice as you know that one did. They all have complicated choices to make, and like at this point in the game where I've filled out all of their base 6 moves, like I would have to get rid of some of their abilities to slot in new ones, and I'm just not sure like what the hell would even be good, what the hell is even bad. You know, I know which ones I use, I guess. I could just, you know, let's just say target, yada yada yada. Critical hits generate a thing. That sounds good. That sounds like a way to get... Which one of these do I use the least? I like Electrify, Mayhem, Rebirth is really useful. I probably use Fire more than Ice Lance. Healing Light. I need to heal sometimes. I guess Ice Lance? That feels wrong. Like, Ice Lance seems... a really good one to get rid of, but I don't see another choice there. And like if I had a guide that just told me like, okay, here's the most broken combo, if there was such a resource, or you know, maybe even an in-game suggestion of just like build out towards this dummy, you know, I would be more able to manage. But as is, it's just a total struggle to just do the basics. Just do the basics of the game. Let's do one more sprint. I'm not sure where we're going. I'll be honest, I'm not sure like which direction is the correct direction. Maybe this way is it. It's up after all. This way just seems to be for an item. Wait, this is another fast travel point? Fort Ruins? Whoa. It really does look like an item there, but I guess this is the way forward. This is a new fast travel point, never seen it before. So I'm going to take that to mean that it's correct. All right. Eee. The world building is fantastic. Every NPC is really interesting, and then I'll say, like, I am sold on. I want to see the end. I want to get through it someday, and like, you know, whenever I'll say this, whenever this comes out on. Whenever this comes out on Nintendo Switch 2. Whenever this comes out on Nintendo Switch 2, I'm going to get it.
My turn.
All right, we fled. Very good. Whenever this comes out on Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, get Shell in here. Shell. Whenever this comes out on Nintendo Switch 2, I'm going to get it, and I'm going to try to go through it. You know, like I said, I did lose access to it when I unsubbed the Game Pass, and I only have access to it again briefly for this month, basically just for the purposes of this stream. I do not intend to renew ever again, even if they were to lower the price back to 20, or if I were to do, like, you know, buy a bunch of those fucking cards that are 20 rather than 30. I'm not going to go. I'm done with Undeath for +4 to allies. That's actually not bad for me since I'm always dying. Except insofar that it's bad to die, and I should try to stop that. Where I'm hitting the button. Just a might bit too late. Heyo, 6i. I'm really bad at this game, and that really... it makes it hard for me to see what people are talking about. I mean, I think I understand. Right? Like I said, the world building is great, the writing is so good. If you can get through these combat scenarios without dying every single time, you must be having a hell of a time. You know, and that must be very rewarding to just, like, no-sell all of these dudes. To just, like... I also like how she can fly, you know, her, like, hover run is really cool. If you can just breeze past all these battles... carrying the whole time, taking 0 damage, like it's Mario and Luigi, you're having a great time, I think. And especially if you're parrying, you're getting, like, extra benefits. You're doing damage on the parries or whatever. You're, like, getting extra AP and busting out really strong attacks every time. I can't do that. I don't do that. That's not where I'm at. I don't know where I'm going, and I don't know where the end of the area is so we can get some plot. Which is unfortunate, because I would love to see some fucking plot, because that's like,
Today.
let me do some moderation. Fast, there we go. Moderation done. Flee. I would love to be able to, like, get farther into this game and to be able to see some story right now, but I have no idea where it is, and like I've sort of been saying, every battle is sort of a struggle for me. You got both Ori games, just need to play that after Silksong. Nice. Ori games are fantastic. I suppose, like, you know, speaking of like Silksong, maybe that's like the opposite case for me, where it's like, where people talk about Silksong being too hard. I'm sort of the same way with this, where it's just like, no, I just can't enjoy any single battle. And if I can't enjoy any single battle, like, these areas are just pretty much slogs of battles I can barely beat with concerted effort and, you know, time. Like, if you can get past one of these areas and get into the flow of combat and everything's clicking and the timing is right and you got the strategy down, that's great. Suppose I can hit the button. Does that give me like a, give me like an objective? Does that give me like a map? I need a big heal. Should we move on? Is it time? Is this enough, Clair Obscur? Have my thoughts been made clear? Have I gotten enough of an impression? I'll say, like, I really like this game a lot. I feel like there's a lot that gets in my way. And like I said, I really want to buy it on Switch 2 and replay it on Switch 2 and actually finish it on Switch 2. They just need to, you know, pull that trigger and make that version, and then it'll be the thing. And I'll ideally go through it. Maybe by then they'll have added some sort of like, oh, you know, here's the skill tree that you want to do. Maybe they'll add some assist features. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I know they have a difficulty for like, oh, make the parrying easier. But, I don't know. That it's not that I don't want a hard game. No, I beat Metaphor. I beat, you know, Sea of Stars. Those games get challenging. It's just that I don't have the Dark Souls in me. I don't have that timing that this game asks for. That experience. And as a result, it just feels out of sorts. Let's wander in that direction, and if we find something good, I would love to find a cutscene. I have no idea where I'm going. Etc., etc. I've sort of explained myself, etc. After this, I would like to, after this, I'd like to play another game that is very hard, that has some very hard bits to it, that is not perhaps one that you would see on, like, a Game of the Year bingo. Oh, hang on, this is, how the fuck, there's like a wall over here. How the hell do you get over to the other side of this business? Okay, I think it's time to move on. You can't, like, summon Estelle here, right? I said there was gonna be spoilers, but then there was no cutscenes. I'll say again, you know, this game is really great for its cutscene, story, world building. And unfortunately, for these whole big chunks, the only world building is that it's hard out there to be a human. And, you know, for those who come after all that, let's move on. Paper Mario is never really that hard. Yeah, totally. Totally, for sure. That's true. This is definitely harder than Paper Mario, especially, I feel timing-wise, harder, tighter, even maybe tighter than the parries. Super guards. I don't know. Is it tighter than the super guards? Maybe it's not, and that's just, you know, my inability to read animations speaking, but it feels like if I wanted to do a super guard, that would be more precise than the dodge thing here. I'd be more able to do super guards than dodging in this game. We're switching games. That's enough, Clair Obscur. I've talked my opinion sufficiently enough. Let me switch to the next, which will take a second. Again, this is a Game of the Year stream where I'll be playing a bunch of games. The next one is also very hard, but I think I will be availing myself better. That's right. The next game is Windswept. 1 second, let me change the Twitch category and adjust the volume. How's this? This good? Maybe a little more. That's fine. Give me my creator dashboard. And let me manage and edit. And we're going now to Windswept. Okay, Windswept. Next game, Windswept. It is a 2D platformer that is Donkey Kong Country style, sort of. Spoilers for Windswept. Starts out pretty reasonable, pretty doable, but gets pretty hard pretty quick. We'll play through one of the earlier levels just to give a sort of like primer of like what these guys do. So they're pretty DKC style. You can roll with these guys. The duck has like a Dixie Kong type moves. It can also like do like a spin dash type thing and get some big speed. The turtle can do like a ground pound in midair and then turn it into a side dash that you can, by the way, jump out of. You can jump out of that. You can, like in DKC, you can jump out of rolls and stuff. And also they have tag team attacks like in DKC2, basically giving you a double jump like this that you can chain in other moves, or basically a shell that you can throw at any time and shell jump off of, or do anything. For the most part, the character that you want to play as is the turtle, because the turtle has the you can see, by the way, you can really combo this shit ridiculous. Like, you can do a up throw into a tag up, into the side dash, into the tag up, and then up throw again out of that, which lets you do some ridiculous skips. Ridiculous, like, lets you do some ridiculous skips, lets you do some ridiculous business, and yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, especially when you get into the late game where it more requires a big amount of precision. You know, like DKC is obviously the first comparison I would make when like looking at this game, like DKC 2 especially, but Celeste is also a big obvious inspiration. Like, it kind of at a certain point has the precision required of like Celeste. Oh hey, there's a thing I didn't get before. I'll say I've done like a lot of the game. You know, I spent a lot of time this year playing this game, last month playing this game, and like getting as much of everything as I could, and having a hell of a time there. There's also like DKC 2 style, like do the thing at the end. And you know, I think it is really cool and great. Let's play a level from World 2. Clawbeat Cliffs, or... Also worth noting a couple things about it. One of the things about it is that it has animal buddies, like this one, who is basically your squitter. Like, literally, this crab makes platforms like Squitter and shoots bubbles that can be angled up or down. They have their influences on sleeve for this game. but, you know, with its increased mobility, with its, like, you know, amount of precision required, I would say that it definitely is this more than a Donkey Kong Country wannabe, you know, even if it is definitely a pretty straightforward DKC Ipsy, you know. Like, I would say that this is probably the most juicy of the DKC Ipsies there's been. The one that has the most speedrunning potential, the one that has the most tech and, like, quality game feel. Like, it feels good to play, it's fun, and thrilling. And if you ask me, you know, I would say that there's no way this doesn't make my list. I would say that it's probably going to be pretty in the high part of the bottom half. I would say like somewhere between 6, 7, or 8 if I had to estimate. And playing it again, you know, I'm a sucker for like some good old-fashioned DKC, and this is some good old-fashioned DKC. I'll show you something here. It even has bonus levels, which I again am a sucker for. Oh crap, this is a bad one. Actually, this one took me forever to work out because you have to like, you're being chased by these fuckers, and you sort of have to like clear the way. God, watch me get it in the first, God! You sort of have to... This one... No. Bad example, but it has some classic DKC style, mini-games, bonus games, you know? And they're classic as shit, man. They're good. They nailed it. And I think that's, fantastic. Also, yes, this is just water, so, like, you can just dismount your crab at any time and just swim. I really like the idea of having the crab turn water levels into not water levels. We could get out of the stage. I just wanted to show this on off for the animal buddy factor. Here's another good one. This one was a good one. I feel like if I had to say, the first 2 worlds are the best worlds. You know, I feel like the first 2 worlds are the most traditional in like their like difficulty, etc. And their platforming. And it's only in like the later parts where it starts to get out of control, where it starts to get overly difficult. And we will show off some levels like that and sort of discuss, like, you know, getting lost in the sauce, as it were. Like I would say that, you know, these first 2 worlds are great and like anyone could enjoy them. I do think you need to be like more on board with high level jank for some of the later parts. You know, for some of the later levels, stages, bonuses, etc. And we'll show some of them. I'll say, by the way, if you're wondering about length, this game is long. You know, basically there's 6 worlds to start with, and then like multiple bonus worlds to the point where it's like, yeah, no, this is 8, 9 worlds long, basically. But do keep in mind that like the last half of those, probably like from World 3 on, game starts to get more sadistic and more precision required, and beyond the difficulty of like a DKC. If you think DKC 2 is a hard game, I don't know what to tell you. Like, beware, you know? Like, by the time of World 3, you'll be feeling like, okay, this is getting pretty difficult. and just know, like, you're not even halfway through. You know, World 4 rolls around, and it's like, okay, this is beginning to feel like end game Donkey Kong Country Returns. And even then, you're not. You're just barely halfway. You know, it's kind of ridiculous. Let's go find an example of that and just sort of like talk to it. There's also K levels, which of course are difficult. Goes without saying, those are hard. That was a terrible one. There are some levels I really didn't like this one, where, well, I'll just show it. Where, like, you sort of have to take this bucket all the way down, and then all the way back up again, auto-scroll style. Like, it's kind of really slow and tedious. You know, and obviously you can't just... Well, maybe there is a way using, like, the hover and other such moves, but you can't just, like, shortcut it so easily. Except you actually can by using the tag throw. There's a tip for you. Use the tag throw into a side dash, into another tag throw, and you can skip that whole level. Doesn't help if you need to / want to get all the collectibles and unlock all the later levels. You know, you will have to do it properly at some point, if that's the case, but that will at least let you go through it and see, you know, levels after that. Later bits. Pro tip, pro tip. Pro tip, pro tip. But you know, as much as it was a struggle. Oh wow, I didn't notice I never got the cloud on this one. On Smoky Squeal. Oh, this is like one of those Rayman flying levels with the updraft. This is one of the few levels where you need to use the duck, really. Any other level, it's turtle all the way. I'm basically never duck. Here, let's see a better bonus game. I like the bash the baddies thing. Oh, and here's another animal buddy. What? Huh? Oh, right, you can like no-sell by turning into a painting. They never did the... It's like a camouflage, I guess. It's a camouflage thing. You can instantly retry, which is a quality of life thing that when the DKCs... Bananza has that as well, right? It's quality of life things that any bonus type thing should have, I think. For sure, for sure. The music's alright. I think the music's pretty good. I like the way it looks and how much it wears its influences on its sleeve. You know, like, it's pretty explicit in its theming and its, like, world that, like, yeah, you know, it's, we like Donkey Kong Country. You can see it. It's fairly obvious. And, I like that about it. You know, I'll say, like, I have a number of issues with the game, like I said, as far as I wish it was more traditional in difficulty. I'll also say, like, I basically played as much of this game as I could, you know, I've got to multiple levels of Lost World, you know, beating hard-ass levels. You know, this is World 4, by the way, and this is not even the peak. Here's World 5 we're going into. World 5, pretty difficult. There's also some weird difficulty just insofar as, like, you know, there's, like, bonus things. And, since there's, like, this game maybe isn't the most popular game in the world, there's not, like, guides online that you can find if you want to know, like, okay, where's the hidden exit here? How do I get out of here? I'll be honest, I don't know that I even remember what the gimmick is. Right, I do remember. 06i, who is in chat right now, I think, perhaps, maybe. 06i, hello 06i. 06i is also playing this game, and 06i apparently found it and told me about it in chat. How you get this one. At this point, the levels are pretty difficult, and again, this is like World 5, and there's like a World 6, there's a Secret World 7, and then there's a Secret World 8. So, like, and kind of a Secret World 9 as well, if 2 levels counts as a world. So, like, I played through this level, like, dozens of times, just looking for a secret exit that turned out to be hidden in a mildly unintuitive way, which I'll see if I can illustrate. Hello, Brown Diddley, how you doing? I'm not gonna change the YouTube game, by the way. The YouTube will continue saying Clair Obscur. That's fine. It's too much of a annoyance to change the game on the YouTube side, I find. Sometimes the mobility tools that you have make it cartoonishly easy to shortcut some of these bonuses. Like, it almost makes you wonder, like, are these designs as if you didn't already figure out some of these tricks? But even to get this far in the game, I feel like you would have figured out some of these tricks already. Oh, here's the bonus, by the way. You have to activate that dude, that cam ball, and then that makes a path back this way. And there's the hidden exits. You're looking for the hidden exits of what's this level's name again? If you're looking for the hidden exit of Thrill Hex Thicket, don't spend 10 hours looking for it. Just do exactly what I just did. There's your tip, and that lets you get to a bonus level that is hard as balls, you know. And these levels get hard as balls. Make a tutorial short for that? Man, did you not hear me specifically saying it in a way that would be very explicitly clippable? Absolutely. I will do that, because I would have found it useful. I would have found it useful if there was a short to that effect. Honestly, I'll try to remember to do this sometime soon. I'm really backed up as far as shorts go, and tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I got plans. The day after is Christmas. Also plans. Day after that is a stream. Ooh, also plans. Man, the Christmas season is busy. Huh. I can barely find the time to do anything, I tell ya. Let me play Wing Beat Warp, because I feel like this is the first of the Lost Worlds, by the way. And this level, you know, as much as I really enjoyed and loved the hell out of 90% of this game, there were a few levels that I really did not care for, and this is one of them. And let me show you what the problem was with this level. This is one of the secret levels, by the way. This is, again, secret world levels. All these levels are based around the animal buddies. This part's fine. This part's fine. It's just some Squawks type business. This is a Squawks type a Squawks type duder that plays in a Squawks type way. And you know, as a appreciator of Squawks, I don't have a problem with that, let me say. Shit. It is very difficult, Squawks type stuff. Might be some of the most difficult Squawks type stuff there is. You know, like before that, what would it be? Just Animal Antics? Yeah, I think this is tougher than Animal Antics. Sometimes the level design can be a little clunky, you know. Sometimes it's like, okay, this doesn't necessarily feel good to do. Here's the part I don't like. Here's the part I don't like. You go into an underwater section where you cannot use your attack anymore, and you just can sort of jump at a set height. I'm not sure if it's even like, oh, you can jump high or jump low. Just like a really slow, laggy jump where you have to do things like get over this guy. Let him go past you. Let him go past you again if you don't want to get hit. It's a really tedious, really slow part of this level, full of just like really fucking precise jumps. And like every time I was playing this, first time I was playing this, and I got hit and I died and I had to start this over, it was just like the most rage-inducing thing in the world. I was just like, ah! You know, as you do. I was just like, ah. And especially because like parts like this, you cannot speed this up without taking a hit. You know, you have to jump. You have to sort of deal with the guy and deal with his like bullshit. And my general impatience gets in the way of that. Oh, I just realized how you get here. I got here once accidentally. I guess if you hold up... Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm learning something now. This is the only time that this dude goes underwater, by the way. But I guess there's a bespoke mechanic where you can, you know, sort of hold up. God damn it. You can hold up to slow down your descent. Maybe that would have helped with that section I said was, you can only do one specific way. I do not know. Probably not. There's like guys up above. You can't really do the thing. Oh, I did it in not that many tries. Let's go. There's a part where if you don't hold up, it's more difficult, I'll say. More annoying. But, whatever. We can bail out of here now. Ah! That's like one of the levels I did not like. But most of the levels I thought were alright. Probably edging on too hard oftentimes. And I'll say there are cases like this where I see this level glowing, and I know that means generally secret level. There's a secret exit. Oh, by the way, for like the most intense hard-ass levels, which we're gonna play some of right now, for the most hard-ass levels, you are required to, for the most hard-ass levels, you are required to, you can only take one hit. You don't get a second hit, because you need all the, partner moves to get through, and if you don't have them, you'd be in trouble. You can see there, I got hit, died there. Which I feel like is not optimal. I feel like they could have just done... They could have had them combine heads, but then also just have it so that, like, oh, you have that heart in the corner. Maybe if you lose the heart, then you're, you know, it could be like Animal Betty transformations in DKC 2 and 3, where you are playing as the two of them together and are stuck as the two of them no matter what, but maybe you could have still had a second hit, you know. That would be like one point of feedback I would make. One thing I'd say is like, yeah, you maybe it could have been a little bit more accessible, a little bit more nice, and it would be in line with DKC to be this that way. But whatever, man. These parts do start feeling more like Celeste and less like DKC. And I'll say I do love Celeste, so, you know, I do love Celeste as well, so that's not like a bad thing or nothing. And I'll say like the bonus levels in the previous areas. Should we show one of those previous? We can. At this point in like the bonus world, you can like go back to the previous bonus levels for some reason. Oh yeah, we're gonna end with the EX level. Let me do Tornado real fast. This is like the first of them. And I think now I can do it where I can do it pretty fast. You know, like this was a big chunk of the stream I did where I tried this game for the first time. Just like trying to do this level. And I think I'll be able to do this in like one. Let's see. Can I do this in one go? Now that I've played so much of the game, I'm like good at it. Let's find out. God, that was... Ooh, ooh, ooh. Shit! Close. So you can see, like, this all requires the team-up ability. Good use of the turtle gimmick as well. I think there's a shortcut here you can do. Yeah, if we do this, we can pretty much shortcut right to the end, and then... Shit! The end was right there. That was gonna be the second try. Second try clear. That part's hard. That part's harder than you'd think it would be. I feel like in some of these levels the camera could be better. Like, show me the place I need to go a little clearer than you're doing. Hitting or jumping off enemies can refresh your garbage. Yeah, that's right. This is a Snickerbush Symphony. That's right. Yeah, this is very clearly going for that. This is one of the easier of these levels. Let me be clear. This is one of the easier of these levels, and it's pretty brutal. It also does have, like, clear shortcuts, which I'll say can be tricky to realize, like, first time you're playing it, right? Like, first time you're playing it, it'll be like, oh, what's over there? And you don't realize, like, no, it's just a way to get here that's faster than going the normal way, where you basically skip, like, a good chunk of the level. This took a few tries. This took a few tries. But I still think, like, compared to the... Whoa! I thought I was dead there, and then I was dead. Compared to how long it took during the first stream, you know, this is minutes versus, like, probably a half hour. The last stage, which we will look at to be the last thing here. At a certain point, you ask yourself, is the shortcut worth it? And the answer is yes, of course. It is, of course, it's worth it. Yeah, the background is nice. I like the use of brambles. I like how DKC coded everything is. Like, they influences on sleeve here, this game. Like, they know what they like, they know what's good. They know what their influences are, and I applaud them for it. Here, I think I want to do a team up, and then into the shell. I'm not getting enough height off just the shell alone. It's a subtle thing. I really didn't like the level. You know, speaking of precise levels, there's one in the secret world where you have to do the shell jump and, like, a bunch of shell jump gimmicks. That was really weird. Precise. Did not feel good to me. I, did not care for that one. That one was a struggle, especially because, you know, if I were to say, like, another criticism of this game, it's that the checkpoints work in a DKC style fashion where it's, you know, once you get to one, if you quit the game and come back later, it's gone. Obviously. Because that's how this works. We almost got it the first time. We can stop now. One more try. The checkpoints don't save. You don't, like, get to bank them. You can't return to them later. And I think it'd be way nicer for the purposes of, like, collecting and, like, 100%ing the game if you could just return to any checkpoint at any time. And I'll say I think that something like that is implemented on the Steam side, but it's not on the one more time. It's not on the Switch yet, and that is going to make it so that when we do try the I did get an update, but as far as I can tell, it is not you can't like save your progress. Yeah, I did see that update, and I did test. I did test that. I've heard on their Discord that I went on their Discord and asked, and I heard that that is on the PC on Steam. It's just not on Switch yet, and it still is not on Switch as of this this stream here. Here we go. We got it now. Okay, we're yeah, ending was right. Yeah. That last part is deceptive. It feels like you should just be able to jump that, but it's trickier than it should be. Some of the stuff in this game is trickier than it should be, I'll say. Let's go to one last level, and that'll be the finale. So there's two final levels here, right? One of which I've beaten, Windswept, and there's also Windswept EX. Let me just show you the first one for the record. Are we playing in numbered order? No. We're doing I feel like I wanted to start with Clair Obscur for obviously it's not number one or anything. After this, I think I want to do yes, there's a Dire Ducks. That is a level. So you can see here, this is a pretty hard chunk level where you are just basically required to do all your mobility tricks over and over and over and over. Oh, it's a Super Mario 64 reference? I didn't catch that. I'm not as DK Mario 64 literate as you would think, I guess. It's a really hard level, and then you realize it's not just a really hard level. It actually has like 5 individual components, each of which is individually very, very hard. And I say 5? It's more like 6. It's more like 7 different checkpoints in there. And oh my god, by the end, it's just like, you know, I probably took me like 4 or 5 hours to get through it, and I couldn't quit. And I knew that I had to finish it before I could go back to Mario Maker 2 the next day. And it's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hang on, there's like a, let me find Drop Dash Chaparral. Is this the... Yeah, this is like the biggest Brambles level. Let me play a little bit of this one, actually. This one I saw in, like, trailers. I remember seeing this one in, like, Blue Sky trailers for the game. This is, like, one of the last levels in the game. And it's, like, the most precision it ever asked for, you as far as the drop dash gimmick. Like, it is pretty absurd. Like, the change that it asks from you, the precision it asks from you as well. Like, at this point, we have abandoned, you know, as much as it looks like DKC, visually, we have abandoned the DKC side of things and have gone full over to Celeste. Like, this is a Celeste level in the close of a DKC2 Brambles gimmick. And, I think it's pretty cool. Hard, but cool. Make no mistake, you know, and don't worry, this is like 8 levels in, 8 worlds in, but also it does get, know that it does get this hard, and if you do, you know, you have to work a lot to get to this point, you know, you have to collect a lot of things, you have to basically get every bonus moon. You have to basically get every bonus moon, and, no, it's not free. I have played Mario 64, just, not as much as other N64 games. I don't know the names of every level off the top of my, off the top of the dome. I like the rainbows here. The rainbows are really nice. Wow. Next up, I'll say I would like to hit up the 4 obvious ones that are like locks on my list. I'll say, you know, we've hit up some that are like mid to low, you know, Clair, Obscur, and this game, where they'll probably be on the list. I mean, I don't know about Clair, Obscur, but playing this again, I really appreciate the hell out of this. I really enjoy it. And for all its flaws and all its like... all its flaws, all its difficulty, all its hard assery, I want it on my list. I want it on the top 10. I want it to be up there in maybe around 7th or 8th place, let's say. We'll see. We'll see. But there's a couple games I would like to revisit now that are locks for the list. I'll say again, we're leaving 1st place and 2nd place to next week. Those will get like full game playthroughs basically. Well, no, they'll get like 5 hours each. They'll get a bunch of time. The next couple games are going to be in my 3 to such and such range. Oh god. God. See how hard ass this is? They're gonna be in my 3 to such and such, my 3 to 6 range. And those ones will be Blueprints, Hades 2, Mario Kart World, and what am I forgetting? Deltarune. So those will be our next 4. We will revisit each of them and make sure to knock them out. They are very important because, like, a lot of these games, like, I'm not sure if there's a space for them on the list. You know, I'll be honest, even this one, I would like it to be on the list, but what will happen in the final cut, I'm not entirely sure. There's so many games out. There's so many games vying for not that many slots. But I know those 4 will make it. I am sure about that. Would like to... 2 more tries. 2 more tries here, and then we'll go to the EX. And we'll see if we can get to the 2nd segment of EX. Whatever. Which I have not seen. I have not seen the 2nd segment of the hard as balls level. 1 more try. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Here. Down. Up. What? 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 Huh? Is this good? Is this good? Yes, it's good. Okay. We got a checkpoint. I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics now. Did you skip it? Yeah, I never played any of the Final Fantasy games, nor any of the Tactics games, so that wasn't one that I picked up myself. Hope you enjoy it. Is it cool? There are a number of games that I just skipped or otherwise never was in the quite in the market for, and that's like one of them. You always want to make sure you're doing the bonuses if you have the chance, of course. So you see, by this point, the game is requiring you to do the tag team into, shell into tag team nonsense. Like, it is not like a glitch or anything. It is a, proper mechanic that the game, you know, recognizes. It's... Whew. It's a legitimate thing. Though, even though earlier in the game, like, we were doing some ridiculous stuff where it almost feels like an exploit. Like, it almost feels like, did they account for this in the level design? And it's like, yeah, no, they want you to know about it. They want you to do it. they're okay with you doing some nonsense to get around parts of the game. Here you need to, like, refresh your gimmick. This level is almost over. One more try. You can see that it gets to be a little bit of a sunk cost fallacy here, where, like, you've spent so much time in a level, you want to see it to completion, you don't want to lose your progress. You know, I'm definitely feeling that right now. I definitely think, like, the mechanics here are juicy. It's a very juicy game. It very much feels good to play. And, really has something special going for it. I think this game is great. I think more people should check it out. Though, I also gotta say, like, you know, it gets pretty hard pretty fast. Most of the game is more Celeste than DKC. But, like, hey, people like Celeste. Just know, like, this is late game Celeste type difficulty, not really DKC type difficulty, of which I think there is a clear and meaningful distinction. Precise. One more try. The point here isn't to finish levels or to make meaningful achievements in these games. The point here is just to get a taste. And, I'll say, I think I like this more than, you know, if we're saying things in far as, like, relative, Is this it? Is this it? Yes, that's it. Beautiful. Also, they do a dance when you finish a level. If we're talking relative difficulty-wise, if we're talking, like, relative game quality-wise, I think I like this a lot more than Clair Obscur. I would put this over Clair Obscur on my list. I will put this over Clair Obscur on my list. I do recognize that it has issues, and it definitely is harder than it should be. But, like, I can manage it, and I have pretty much gone the distance. Let's do some attempts on here and see if we can get through this first, chunk of this level. I nearly have. I nearly have. Sunglasses are so old, bro. It's inspired by DKC2's, like, boombox, you know, when you finish a level, Diddy Kong takes on a boombox and starts jamming away. The same idea, basically. So here we need to use our bullshit effectively and get refreshes off the enemies to get through. This would be so much easier if you just had a second hit, you know? I don't need invulnerability. I don't want invulnerability, really. Though I'll say, like, they do offer some like, accessibility settings to, that effect. Should we try that out? No. Do some attempts and then try it out. We'll try out invulnerability, see how we feel about that. Like I said, I would go for an option that was just like... I would really go for something that was just like, give me a second hit, you know, in these levels. Give me like a, you know, the minecart levels in DKCR and Tropical Freeze. Same problem, you know, just like one hit isn't very much. Oh, I might be boned. Now you need to hit that guy high up so that you have the height, or get a refresh off the target. But, like, that is most of this, area, for what it's worth. This part, I don't know, feels a little unintuitive. Feels like the timing is always fucking off. Like that rat is always in the wrong spot. There's some minor things here where I feel like the levels could have flowed a bit better. Like maybe they're like optimized for like the speed run or something. I honestly don't know. You know, maybe if I were taking like a slightly different path, maybe everything would time up better. Who can say? There's an up path, but I think this path is just as good. Here, get that refresh so I can get that, Christ! That's about as far as I've gotten. And I think, like, the, end of the, sequence is, right about there, so I'm almost to the next section. But, you know, like I said, it's not gonna save my progress when when I finish here. I'm going to have to come back some point off stream and actually finish it. Bit of a shame, really. Definitely. You know, like I said, this is one of the more difficult levels. Let's try with invulnerability. Let's just see what the next thing looks like. Does this, like, give me some sort of, mark of shame? Or, if I just put in, like, invulnerability here? Yeah, so there's not, like, an option for give me a second hit. You can only take invincibility, which, yeah, you literally forget sunglasses even exist. I gotta wear sunglasses now outside, according to my eye doctor. So I've been wearing them, a bunch. Not really my preference, but it's alright. I wear them when I drive and when I, go into buildings and stuff. You can also add additional checkpoints, but yeah, you know, here's us with invulnerability. And what the hell, that opens up some weirdo routes. Is that what you're supposed to do? Are you supposed to time it so you go through those saws? I kind of been wondering, like, what the hell is up with that, fucker, but it almost makes sense when you eliminate the damage. Again, this level is like a harder version of a previous level, if you're wondering. Even in invisibility. How's the vision now? I'd say it's pretty damn good. I'm not sure my night vision is really, phenomenal or nothing, but, you know, it's definitely pretty fucking great. I'm able to read and I haven't had an issue with it in some time. You know, like, I think I'm pretty much beyond the point of, like, recovering from LASIK. Now I'm just in the post, living my life mode. So yeah, we were real near to the next area, which you can see. Let's see what's up with this one. Goes through some different biomes. This one's not that bad even. I mean, I'm cheating, but even if I weren't, in this case you have to do like a hover. Even if I weren't, I'd be able to get through it, I think. Are you 2020? I don't know that I've measured it quite, but I think I'm around there. I'm as close as I need to be. I can read chat, I can read when I drive, etc. Watch movies. Yeah, this is very much just like a harder version of a previous level. I do think that first section might be the hardest of the bunch, at least at first. That second section, not really as challenging. I don't know. This is also a pretty difficult bit. Here, originally, I think you're supposed to go up, but I went under. Not like this, obviously. You know, you can't do this because of, Don't collect that. That shouldn't count. I should have to get that legitimately. Come on now. Anyway, continues to get harder. I will absolutely, gameplay, assist class modifiers, turn that off. Did you get your new license with no restrictions? Oh, I haven't done that. I probably should, shouldn't I? Does my license still say that I need glasses? I got LASIK, so I don't need glasses anymore. Yeah, if you're wearing sunglasses, like, how can they tell they're not prescription? Like, it's probably fine. Anyway, Windswept, I really like it. I really appreciate a lot of what it's doing. I think it has a lot of little issues that hold it back and make it something that I cannot fully recommend, but personally, I dug the hell out of it and spent a lot of time, like, pushing this far into the game and getting through, like, you know, Windswept is just nearly as hard as Windswept EX, and I got through that, and it was hell, and I'm very proud of myself for doing so. And also, it was like 6-7 segments long. What should be next after Windswept? Let's do another Switch 2 game, and Hades, Deltarune, or Mario Kart. We'll do Hades. It'll probably be like the longest one of the. We have to do a bit with Hades 2. Where is that? There's Hades. There's Hades 2. Come on, Nintendo. Let me change the game real fast. A minute left. Jesus. Please download all these things before I start. How do I get to the... Hang on, let me change the game. Here we go. As well. Hades 2. Okay, next up, Hades 2. Once this finished downloads, this update finishes downloading, Hades 2 was another game that I devoured with great enthusiasm when it was very new. You know, I played it and played it and played it, and it was almost habit forming and almost a problem just insofar as just the way that Hades 2 is structured and the way that it has, like, two different... We're starting to talk about Hades 2, even though the download isn't completed yet. It's almost done. The way Hades 2 is structured, it has two different... It's not 7 minutes. Come on. Come on. Estimate. 6 minutes? Should we, do another one of the games first, actually? Is Mario Kart World up to date? I bet Deltarune is up to date. Well, I don't know. Is Deltarune up to date? We could switch to Blueprints, if not that. God damn it. We definitely need that because, we definitely need the Mario Kart World one because we need to do some online. So that's fun. Oh. Well, we could do Mario Kart World. Or we could do, what about Deltarune? Deltarune, you need an update? Okay. You know what? Deltarune's probably pretty fast. I'm going to say, of these three, I would really like to do Hades 2 first, but let's do Deltarune. Fuck it. We're actually going to do Deltarune first. Spoilers for Deltarune. I'll say, just like heads up here, we're not going to spend a ton of time here with Deltarune. Like, I'm not sure how much really we could, I'm not going to replay the game in full. We're not going to go all the way, the distance, etc. But I would just like to pop back in and see, like, the very start of Chapter 4, just to remember how good it is as a game, how charming it is as a thing. And, such and so forth. Spoilers for the very start of Chapter 4. I'm thinking let's skip there's a thing you can do, I think, as far as, you can do a thing to skip the very start of the game. By the way, let's calibrate the audio, if it needs to go up or down. I'm gonna take... Well, first, let's just pop in post-game. And we can, see... Well, this music is a little, Pop it up. Yeah. How's that? I think that's good. Hey, Fauntleroy. I'm revisiting my favorite games of the year, and next up is this, Deltarune. I think there's, like, some funny post-game stuff. I'm not sure if I can do that right now from this, post-game clear save, but I think you can just, like, pop out back to the, overworld and, do a thing. I really enjoyed Deltarune. Deltarune is wonderful. I'll say Deltarune chapter... Aw, there's some real good writing in here. And some character work that, you kind of have to go through the whole game to appreciate the whole couple of chapters and all that. How the hell do you get... Go to the grand door, okay. So you can go through the grand door. What was the deal here? I think you could just, I thought there was a way to, like, get out from here. But maybe not. Maybe... I think this is a clear save and all. Oh, okay, you go to the right, and then it's like, oh, God, you can go to Castletown. And then you can do, like, the side stuff, which I believe I've already done, so we can't go fight Mike. But that would be a fun thing to do. And a fun thing to do as far as, like, one final thing. This game has such good music. There's also... What are these minigames again? We'll play a minigame or two. Alright, it's the... This one's the rhythm game thing. Kind of hits different without any of the, writing. I'm bad at rhythm games, honestly. It might be tough for me whenever I, want to go and do the... Don't you have to do, like, S tier on all these minigames to get, like, the, to get to, like, the secret boss? Wait, no. Secret boss in Chapter 3 is just... There is secret content behind doing really well in the minigames, right, though? That's gonna be hard if I want to do that at some point. I do want to play these games, like, 100% like a... full playthrough style whenever the last one comes out. You know, whenever it is a full thing. And I think that's gonna be fun. I think that's gonna be good. That's a ways off. Get out of here. That's a ways off. That's gonna be a while from now. Where's Mike's room? Talk to Mike to play the mouse mini games. Who's Mike? The mouse is ready to play. Play a mouse minigame. Batat. I need to pet the cats, that's right. Ugh. Okay, let's get this was some neat post-game content, but like you know, you don't actually get much of the appeal. Let's do a thing where you just start over chapter 4. Let's just start over chapter 4 and do the gimmick where you lay in bed. That's always a thing, I think, with these Deltarune games, where if you want to, like, speedrun them, I guess, you can just skip right back to... You can skip right back to where it actually starts. And I'll say you shouldn't do that, like, playing it... Well, obviously, I don't think you can the first time. But you shouldn't, because it's really cool and good. It's some real fucking great writing. And like chapter 3 ends in a pretty amazing way. I like the vibes of the borders, you know, like the autumnal vibes of the stuff around this particular area really gives this a cozy vibe. It's a well-written game with great dialogue. I love that sprite! What a good sprite! Mid bites, just looking around going, maybe? Whoa, look at those teeth! I mean, look at those teeth up there. Look at also those teeth over there on the sprite. 2 sets of really good teeth. The volume's good, by the way, right? How's the volume? Could be a little lower. Yeah. Let's put it like right there. But it was fine before, but now it's even more fine. I might have missed the chance to skip story stuff by going and having pancakes. I think you might need to like lay down, skip right to the thing. Sorry, this is happening. Shut up. This is your fault. Well, shall we all walk over together? Yeah, sure. Was the stuff where you hang out with Noelle in Yeah, I think maybe I missed the chance to just skip right to the action. Unless you go back to your own bed. I don't know that I saw that. I don't know that I went over here when I was playing it myself. This is a weird game with some great writing. I like the Noelle bits, going over to Noelle's house. That was really cool whenever that happened. Was that in part... Oh, you know what it is? I think you go over here. There's the whole setup. Hang on. I think I missed the point where I could... 1 second. Let me bounce out. Let me try to do the thing where I go to sleep. I want to just see the start of chapter 4. You know, the combat part. The part where it really kicks up. Not that this part isn't great. This part is absolutely great, and I loved it, but, you know, we don't need to see that much. And I'll say, like... You know, short of, like, fully replaying it, which we're not going to do tonight, it's hard to get, like, the full flavor of it. Here. A, and then we'll... I think you have to decline pancakes. I'm just gonna mash buttons, we're gonna get past this, and then we're gonna decline pancakes. And that's like your speedrunner start. Definitely looking forward to when this game is fully completed, you know. If there's one thing about this game that, like, I don't know, like, what the specifics are of, like, why some people haven't gotten into it yet. But if there's one thing I imagine that it's holding people back, it's the fact that it's not complete yet. You know, the fact that people haven't, Here we go. So yeah, we sleep an incredibly long time and end up in the start of the chapter. There we go. And you basically skip past all the church stuff. This is only on a second playthrough that you can do this, for what it's worth. And also, you would only basically want to do it if you were speedrunning or doing something of that notion. But, you know, it's cool that this option is always, like, available in all these things. Left, down, left. Down, left, right. If there's one issue with it, it's just that, the game isn't done yet, you know? The game isn't complete. There's still 3 chapters left, and every time you finish one, you know, it's a great self-contained adventure in a phenomenal little... a phenomenal little self-contained adventure that is pretty much complete, has original ideas to it, big, huge plot moments, big, huge character developments, lots of amazing character writing, and fun-ass bullshit. But it is true it's not completed yet, and that's, means that a lot of its mysteries are yet to be unraveled, yet to be, like, yet to get to a conclusion, and there's a lot of just, like, what is going on here, you know, which is great for the theory makers. You know, the theory makers are basically having, like, a, can you get through this? Is it possible? I don't know if this is possible to get through. If it is, that would, that's very impressive. It's sort of a boon for the theory makers and the lore video lovers, but, I definitely feel for some people they'd rather just get through the whole plot and not be left with years-long cliffhangers, you know. Though, also worth noting, next year is part 5, is chapter 5, and that's going to be, I'm pretty damn excited about that. You know, I'll say if this was 3, 4, and 5, probably would be higher on my that would probably be more likely to be higher up on my thing. You know, I definitely feel like the place that Chapter 4 leaves me just wishing for a little more. Wishing to see, like, the next thing. You know? Just... I'm really excited about the next thing. I'll say, like, Chapter 3. I think as far as, I love all the mini games and the variety and, like, the final regular boss of Chapter 3. You know, Tenna really is a highlight of this installment. This one, Chapter 4, I do think, if I were to rate the chapters, I would probably go, geez, 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Which is to say that 2 was definitely the best overall. Like, I do think there's gameplay in this that doesn't quite, some of the gameplay ideas of 3 and 4 don't really measure up to the gameplay ideas of 2. Like, I didn't really care for the board game, like the Zelda overworld stuff as much. Definitely was feeling tired of it by the time it was over. I would still say I loved it. I loved all the character work and all the personality therein. And this Chapter 4 also has fantastic personality, etc. And of course, just the basic gameplay of everyone has, you know, every battle is a, you know, the basics of Deltarune are still fantastic. The basics of Undertale are still fantastic, where you have to do actions to get them closer to being spared. Closer and closer to being spared. And then when you do spare them, you actually recruit them, and you're, you know, you need to recruit a certain number of them to get, you know, completion. And that's just pretty damn cool. That's pretty damn cool the way that that works. And that you can, you know... It makes a little mini objective out of every battle. Even if, like, you don't have to do any of them. And, like, running would, in theory, be just as good as, you know, going through the whole regular rigmarole of, like, oh, I'm solving the puzzle, I'm doing the thing. You know, they make going through the effort, every battle, worthwhile. Also, I like how they inject little bits of gameplay moments into the basic running around. Like, suddenly just running around is a... It is a exercise in dodging enemies and, you know, not taking damage. I think, like, the basics of Deltarune are incredibly good. And, you know, 3 and 4 both have a lot of that. 4 definitely has more of it, you know. 3, like, takes an untraditional track to it and, spends, like, half of the game is, half of this pair of chapters is, less traditional, you know, less of the RPG and more of the thing. Also, by the way, if we're comparing RPGs, yes, yes, this would be higher than Clair Obscur for me, without a doubt. God, yes, no, for sure. So, yeah, you want to use your R actions and see what that does. Well, we gotta do like a... I think that guy's ready to spare. Also, I love the quick time events dodging thing. Way better than, you know, what's, way better than, I just think it's way better than the more Dark Soulsian dodge system in... This is way more my speed as far as a dodge parry type system goes. I love how every one of the dodge minigames is basically a little WarioWare situation. That's just perfect. That's just beautiful. And continues to be as brilliant as it ever was years after they introduced it in like you know, Undertale. So yeah, story-wise, we're finding out that the prophecy is real. I forgot. Why is someone destroying the prophecies? I remember what happened after this part, but for the life of me, I'm not sure like who actually would be tossing axes and causing trouble in that way. I think Tenna is a highlight, and I definitely want to get like a shirt with Tenna on it at some point. I saw that they had like a TV Time shirt. Tenna was not the focus so much of that shirt. Everyone was on it. It was like more of an ensemble shirt. I want a shirt just with Tenna being real cool and stuff. That's more what I'm looking for. I'll also say like this chapter, its main character. Wait, what happens if you don't? Oh, you take damage, okay. I thought this might be a case where, maybe it's fine. Because I know, plot-wise, what's going on. And there's the old man, who is the main NPC dude of this chapter, who I love. He's so funny. This guy is so good. I love him. Not as much as I love Tenna, of course. Tenna is more of a ridiculous character, is more absurd, over the top, but like old man here has his share of amazing moments. I forget how fast his first amazing moments comes, but like let's see through old man's gimmick, and then we'll head over to what the fuck are you? Not enough space. Hang on. The fuck? Okay, let's delete something. There, is that enough? I'll also delete the plucky squire. I didn't know I was that close to, full up, honestly. It's a surprise to me. There it goes. Okay, it's going now. Okay. I like the funny text that happens every time you do a save. He goes fast when everyone else goes fast. It's a good bit. It's a good bit. What's all this now? Hey, we're fighting. Get out of here. I see. Well, you kids have fun. Oh, it's a good bit. Hang on, hang on. Old man, I'm old! Man, it's so funny. There's such good shit here. You used old man. Hey, hey! How's it going? You winning, kids? You go easy on them. You hear? We got halfway to spare from that old man. I didn't mean to attack with her, with him, with Relsi. With either of them, really. Do old man again, and then spare. Will that be enough? Will old man do the same? Do 50-50 each time? Yeah! Now they're ready to be spared. We've spared them. I got an idea. Climbable stool. Green book. And, not now, I'm solving the door. That's always a good bit. That's a joke from previous episodes. Previous chapters. Yes, I think I still need your help. Man, this game is so good. I feel like, you know, this chapter, like, the old man is like the highlight, and the lore building and the teases. Since like, you know, the rest of the game isn't here, and I don't know where it goes yet, it's just like feels like a, you know, a teaser for something that will be years and years in the making. I kind of feel the same way about the prophecy, the way I feel about a cliffhanger in general. Just like, you know, I want to have things explained. I want to have answers. Questions on their own, they're fine and good. Hey, we saw him a little bit earlier. There's a whole gimmick. There's like a two-side gimmick here. I think it was to annoy Susie. I think this guy doesn't have a strong feeling against prophecies. Well, what's up? Nothing. What's right? A locked door. Yeah, gotta be left. Let's try up. Okay, it's not left. Up, up, down, down. Gotta be to the right, but we gotta learn the combination, I think. Up, up, down, down, left, left, right, up. Increase amount of trouble. Left, left, right, up. Up, up, down, down. There might be a third. Take one. Nah, I think it's up, up, down, down. Let me check this again. Left, left, right, up. You can do a screenshot if you want. Oh, it just, okay, it makes it easy. This is the way. Well, we had to find the combination. Hey, that's an enemy! Old man, you Get in on it. Go on in there. I'm counting on you, old man. Get out of here. These guys are tough. Susie told a ghost story. Relsale quoted a holy book. Wait. Come on. How good. Did I get it? I think I got it. I think that guy should be near enough to sparing. You called it a battle, but you don't. There's not much fighting. We don't hurt the enemies. We spare them. Spare like this. Recruited by old man. Hey, it works. That's a moment. I guess if you don't, the old man received dark dollars. I guess if you don't use the old man twice, you don't get to do that. I feel like that's like you know, a moment you don't want to miss, but I guess it's optional. But like, who's not gonna use the old man during the one part of the game where they have old man hanging out with him and doing the business? And now these two are just in his study hanging out. How long did we spend here? Like 20 minutes? That's enough. That's enough. That's really more than enough. I feel like we've gotten enough funny moments. Seen like what the big part of chapter 4 was. Big part of chapter 3 obviously is the part where you meet you know, Tenna. That whole thing, which I did myself. I did stream already that part. The first time I saw Tenna was streamed the night I got the Switch 2. So that's already, I've already done that myself on stream and all that. We don't need to do that again or anything. That's enough Deltarune. Chapter 4 specifically. Chapter 3 is also good. You know, final thoughts on Deltarune. These were a great pair of chapters. I do think that the chapter 3 is better for its story and writing and Tenna specifically. And like, I really love the WarioWare random minigame boss thing at the end of that. Chapter 4 is more standard, and I think better overall, just like gameplay-wise as a result, but Old Man is definitely a step down from Tenna, but is also still phenomenal. It's also still really cool. That'll definitely be up there on my list. Probably not, definitely not as high as Deltarune 2, Chapter 2 was, but it'll definitely be like probably top half, maybe like number 5, maybe number 6, I don't know. Let's, it's finally time to do Hades, now that it updated and stuff. Hades 2. Let me adjust the audio. Hello, hello. How's this? That should be good. Hades 2. So Hades 2 is a sequel to Hades 1. One of my favorite, let me undo Night. Get out of here. This isn't, I don't want to start, I don't want to start in the, going up necessarily. Hades 2 is
All right, time to put Grandfather's theories to the test. Only question is where to begin.
Hades 2 is a fantastic roguelike with a really addicting cycle where you go through runs, get as far as you can, and then between runs come back and mess around with unlocking a business, doing concoctions, unlocking more and more progression options. As I understand it, they did change up how the ending works since the last time I played it. I basically got the original ending and then was like, oh, okay, I'm kind of done now. I've seen enough. Let me say, spoilers, I didn't care for the original ending all that much. So maybe I should just, fuck it, pop that in there. Undo the ending. Give us a new ending. Oh, ye spirits.
Through dreams and time, the past reveals itself.
I found that the ending, I felt like it was a little bit unearned, a little bit all of a sudden. A little bit like, oh, really?
Two sides forming a whole, a newfound.
Lord Hephaestus must have crafted.
There are no second chances in this world.
Thank you for playing Hades 2. Congratulations on your victory. You may turn back the time to before the thing was finally vanquished. Or it lets you re-experience key events. Most of your progress will be restored. If you have not fulfilled the fated list prophecy Melody, help us. Bear in mind it can only be refilled after end credits. Only key events in the story will be. Sure, why not? Yeah, sure. Undo the ending. Give me the better ending that you have concocted.
Few tales are told of Hades, especially whilst he is bound in
Does this go back to the very start? Hang on, it doesn't go back to the very start, right? I can still go either direction, correct? This just affects, like, basically the end game. And... okay, yeah, it's saying that. It's saying it. Yeah, I've gone up and I've gone down. And I've defeated both of them plenty of times.
It hurts. Death to Kronos.
A moment, goddess.
What's up, dude?
Typhon to contend with on that mountaintop, goddess. Our shades.
Well,
Yeah, he's tough, but I've beaten him.
By my estimation, he's at...
He'll take his measure yet, I reckon. That's what you...
No.
Good.
So now...
This has to be.
Let's see. Okay, so V-Sand and Entropy. Both of those are back to 0, huh? That's... And also, I do believe you require more victories now. Post patch. So you need to have, like, 7 down victories and, like, 5 up victories or something. Okay. Probably makes more sense. Forgot whatever that is. I guess that improves, makes it so I can plant more things. Between runs, you run around and you talk to everyone, and it's alright. I don't think the writing quite is as... I remember it being, like, more interesting, generally, in, like, the first game. But it's always good.
No, but there's a first time for everything, and I'm not interested in hearing...
You know that isn't how it works.
I do what I want, Moros.
It is a bit much between every run to pop around and talk to everyone and listen to a little bit of dialogue. And I think tonight we're just going to focus on just doing 2 runs and having that be it. Again, you know, I've... let me look at my settings here. So I have 2 settings that I have here. One... Both of them kind of prioritizing, like, activating as many cards as possible. Activating as many as I possibly can. As many that I really want, etc. To the point where, like, oh, if I activate a...
I've reached my limit.
Oh, I'm at my limit as well. Apparently. I could extend if I had more Shadow and Psych, but whatever. I also have this set, which is basically set up such that I can use Judgment, which randomly activates 5 cards every time I beat a boss, every time I move from one area to the next. And you can see that, if you do the math, that almost activates everything except for 2 cards by the end. but you can also just like equip something that randomly activates like a card or two. I think you might have to upgrade it to like really get you to everything. But, you know, I do think that this is a fun way to do sometimes when, and also allows you to do something like start with a item that requires you not to have any death defy, and then later just get your death defy randomly, which is pretty useful. I think we're just gonna go with this tried and true that I have, where, again, I'm prioritizing getting as much activated as possible as far as the free 0 ones. I really like this system where all these 0 ones have conditions like, you know, use costs of 1 through 5 for that one. Only have 2 cards that have the same amount of blah. No 3 card sets. Activate any surrounding card. Like, figuring out how to effectively activate these while also getting everything that you want is a neat meta challenge, and I really enjoy it. Which weapon should we take out? I believe this one is the one that's is the challenge for today. When you start with Skyfall, a Hex.
Selene.
I'd rather have faster attacks, I think. Of these, I think my favorite is actually the fire wand thing. But let's take these out as we go down. We're gonna go down first, and then we'll go up, and that'll be Hades 2's chunk of the stream. I think that Hades 2, I sort of stopped playing immediately after beating it for the first time, but when I was playing it, I was definitely like constantly getting in like 2 runs a night, right? Like doing 1 run down and then another run up. You know, I couldn't help myself. Just I wanted to see. A session did not feel complete unless I went both directions, unless I had a up path and a down path.
Next.
And of course, like as you keep going and you get more cards and you get better at the game, it becomes more trivial to get, you know, go the distance every time, practically. Especially as like, oh, you know, now when I get some of these things that are just for resources, now they also give like stuff. The casting and magic system in this game,
Into the purse.
resource collecting is always important and always good. The resource collecting in this game, the magic system I find a little bit weird, and I'm not always remembering to cast things. Not every cast is worth doing, honestly, and in a lot of places, in a lot of builds, you end up floating some amount, and a lot of weapons, you end up floating magic. Like in this case, for this build, go with the Demeter.
That gloom. A shadow spinner.
I think in this case, the best answer is to use your special to do the missile thing. That's the best use of magic for this particular build. Name is the Master DS. Is the DS your favorite console? DS is pretty good. I originally came up with the name when the DS was about to come out back in 2004. So it's not quite a matter of like favorite or you know, such and such, but you know, I can't claim that I knew it would be my favorite when it was November of 2004 and I was coming up with the name. But specials inflict freeze. Yeah, get that. That sounds good. Hammer. The DS is cool, and you know, the name stuck. I guess, you know, I wouldn't like ascribe. I could always switch to Master 3DS. The Master Switch would have a much different connotation to it. Or Master Switch 2. It's fine. I like DS. I like it's a good naming convention. I am running low on health. I am being not careful enough as I need to be. Yeah, you got it. Whenever your attack strikes foes, chance to get an automatic special. That's interesting. I've never done that one before, so that one's brand new. I'm running low on health, so let me get some health. Yes, there's another meaning to Switch, other than Nintendo Switch.
Should have enough.
I'll buy this and I'll buy this before she can buy it for me. Weapon may spill bleh. While you have less than 40. Oh, I want that. I'm less than 40 right now, so that'll be great.
Death to Kronos.
Do I not have any resource to tip this guy with? Not have any resource to tip this guy with? The Master AYN Thor is the one you should technically use. I do have an AYN Thor right here. It is lovely, and I like it a lot. Really enjoying it. Let me say, AYN Thor is fantastic. I don't know I'd name myself after it. You know, I don't know. There's, well, the older consoles, they were like, I do think they meant something. Or rather, in 10 years, we're still going to be thinking about the DS. Are we going to be thinking about the AYN Thor in 10 years? Well, it's a retro handheld. It's not a console. It doesn't have a exclusive library. And also, probably by then, there'll be an AYN Thor 3. And, you know, if I would hazard a guess that that still might be the premier retro handheld in the two-screen space. Master DS Lite. I never had a DS Lite, actually. I only had a DS Fat. I did get multiple models of the later DSs, you know, the 3DS. I had an XL and a new XL. Did I get both? I forget. I might have just had the new. Who remembers? You know, it was the thing of like when you're a kid, when you're 14, 15, and they come out with a new second model of DS. It's like, well, crap, that's, I can't go upgrading that. That's $100. That's like a lot of money, you know? Whereas when you're an adult, it's like, you know, when the 3DS XL comes out and you're like gainfully employed, it's like, sure, I'll get that. Wish it could run Linux. I mean, I think you can put Linux on the AYN Thor. I just think that they don't have like a custom two-screened version of Linux yet that really uses the two screens as well as the base software does. I'm really hoping for SteamOS. You know, I have high hopes for SteamOS, let me say. Gold. Do I want more gold or do I want more sprint? Hits blocked for encounter 3. That's pretty good. I do have, like, the ability to heal. Just give me money. Let's give me money. And I can use that money to heal, even. Excellent.
Steady yourself. To the abyss of the
subconscious.
Yeah.
Potent prayer.
The dialogue that bosses give you every time is cool and good, and I appreciate it. But let's keep things moving. We got a lot of games to look at tonight, so we need to get through this. I'll say if I die, maybe it's a factor of being a little bit a little bit rusty, you know? So I should be the slightest bit careful to make sure that I don't.
I think not.
And all that. That would be ideal. This is a great game. Every area is fun and cool and, you know, unique in cool ways. They did a great job with it. And, like, honestly, it's pretty much everything I could ask for in a Hades 2. My only, like, real critique is that I didn't like the ending that much, and they did change it post-release, so, you know, arguably they've kind of addressed that. Maybe. Possibly. You don't understand the lore of the game? It's just Greek mythology. I didn't read all that message. I'm too preoccupied with survival right now to read. Okay, that's her. I do have Death Defies. Worth remembering. You finished Hades 1, but you don't understand where Zagreus, Hades, everyone went. They're at the bottom. They're like in prison in time or something. It's a good premise, and gives you an excuse to, like, you know, basically undertake the journey you took in the first game, but in reverse, downwards rather than upwards. You wanna start with this one or one of the other ones that's similar, and then switch to what do I want? After the next Guardian, activate 2. Yeah, take this. I'll take this. I think if I activate the experimental hammer after the second world, it'll be pretty much on for the rest of the game. And then I could switch to the tooth for the final. Unless I can get permanent stuff on those, I don't usually go with the temporary boons, temporary buffs.
That's cold.
With the way that there's 2 paths here, this game tends to take a while. You know, every time I played it back before I finished it, I would want to do like 2 whole runs. A run of top side and a run of bottom side. And that's a bit time consuming, but also, like, you know, I think this is like a new high point for roguelikes insofar as, like, yeah, man, this has 2 really well fleshed out, perfectly fun, replayable routes, both of which are worth repeating, worth going through, worth mastering, you know? I guess, like, Spelunky and Spelunky 2 have similar amounts of, like, areas to go through, and that's sort of like Spelunky 2's one claim to fame, right? Is that, like, oh, you know, you have, like, dozens of areas, but I like it better here, where you can either go one way or the other way. Dead Souls also has, like, a lot of biomes, admittedly. I like it this way, where each of them is just four different things, and relatively quick to go through. You know, like an hour tops, half hour, maybe more on average, maybe 40 minutes per. I like this one.
You have it. Tucked away.
I'm getting more money this time, so it might be worth buying things from the dude, but I'm just going to go with this route. I feel like I haven't gotten anything particularly overpowered yet. Hopefully will do by the end.
Spouts are up.
I'll say it is Christmas break right now, Christmas vacation, the Christmas time, the Christmas season. And I hope y'all are enjoying your holidays. What am I building to here? I like that one. That one's also really good, so I think just build out in this direction without thinking much about it. Just go for that. The meter or the queen? I'm gonna go with the queen.
You and me.
Blinded, that's never good. Gotta watch out for his bullshit. And get some heals off these guys. Man, I wish you could heal higher than 40. Like, that would be a lot more breathing room, but it's probably more balanced to keep it at 40.
Until we meet again.
You finished Hades on the shield? Gotcha. That's a good handheld PC. I would like to get a handheld PC one day. Proper upbringing is good. Hitch. Which is pretty good as well. This would give me something to spend my my crap on. Yeah, that's I'm barely using magic as it is, and I have regenerating magic, so I might as well get that. And now when I do missiles, it'll do like a big burst damage. Which is pretty good.
Let me show you the way.
Some of these mini games are just kind of whatever. I like that every animal buddy lets you skip one of them. I wish you could just skip all of them, honestly. We're just gonna keep on trucking. Let's just prioritize moving fast. Again, there's a lot of games to look at tonight. I don't know, like, quite what pace we're on. But, you know, Hades 2 might be one of the longer ones to look at just because there's the 2 routes, and we need to see both of them. Shade and Molly. Apparently I've never done this, so I'll do that. I mean, actually, it's not what I need. I don't really need more magic. It's like kind of the last thing I need. But, whatever. We're about at the end of this area. Do you have a #1 game of the year yet? No. Here's the thing. Fauntleroy. And I've said this before, I've said this up top. Next week, I'm doing another Game of the Year stream, and I'm doing my top 2. Bananza and Silksong. And I don't know which one of them is going to come up on top. And I'll say, like, replaying them, doing a 5-hour chunk of each of them, is going to help me decide. You know, whether Bonanza wins or the other one does. Give me a Ice Flourish. Which one was that? Was that a good one to get? Ice Flourish. Your specials do okay. That's a lot of special damage. I think that's good then. So yeah, this I'll say streaming and playing these games is an important part of the process. Like, a question and it's important for answering questions that I have, like, okay, which one is better here? Hades 2 or Silksong? Or well, obviously I know the answer there, because I've already said, and I know in my heart of heart, it's Silksong. And Bonanza, both of them are better. But, like, I need to figure out, like, which is better, Deltarune or this. And if I had to say right now, I think this does have the nose over Deltarune. It being a complete game, rather than, like, you know, a half of game, I think that does help a lot, you know? Honestly, one of the big feelings I had playing through Silksong originally was like, oh my god, it's so nice that this is all ready to go. You know, that it's not just like you finish Act 1 and it's like, okay, come back in 3 years. You know, it was such a... It's so nice that that massive game is just done all at once and we just waited rather than getting it before it was done, like with Deltarune, let's say. I think that's a thought that definitely holds Deltarune back for me and also benefits the other games on offer that aren't Deltarune, like this one, which is all done. And I was able to spend, like, I don't know how many hours just really getting hell of time out of. You know, run after run after run after run after run. Silksong was down in 2021, but didn't have a Act 3. Yeah, it being all the way completed, Act 2, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, whole 9, I think does like count a lot for like how much I enjoyed the hell out of it, you know? How this compares to Blueprints and Mario, though, that's yet to be determined, and you know, we'll be going to those games next. I do feel like once I was done with this game, I was done with this game, like hard stop. You know, when I was in the midst of playing it, I was very much just like, oh my god, man, like this is up there with Silksong. This is like in that ballpark with Bananza, top of the year. But then the fall off was so hard that I'm honestly not 100% sure. Like, is it still better than Mario Kart? Is it better than Blueprints? Like, what is the roguelite of the year? And I think that should be the next thing we answer, by the way. The roguelite of the year. To the point where the next game... Let's make the next game Blueprints. We'll make the next game Blueprints. And then, you know what, we can do... I'll say Ball X Pit is also on my list. Though that's one of those games where, you know, if we have time for it, we'll do it. I am not sure if, like, it's really, like, I'm not really sure if it's, like, top 10 material, you know? I think it's really cool, but I didn't get very far into it. And, you know, I think it's worth a look and worth a consideration. But my feeling is, that sounds really good, even though it's only common. Yeah, Ball X Pit is cool. Maybe we can just do a little bit of it. Maybe we can just do like a run or two, and that'll take 5-10 minutes, and we can, you know, finish the thought as far as roguelikes. It is important to remember that we should be trying to compare these games, so if as many comparable games go like back to back as possible, that'll help me like put my thoughts in order and put them next to each other and compare them more directly. There any other roguelikes this year? There was the Lost Prince, I guess. The not Lost Prince, Prince of Persia, the Rogue Prince of Persia. That's it. I tried that. I didn't really get into it. Didn't really get into that. What else was there? I think pretty much for me, it's just Blueprints and Hades and Ball Pit, maybe. Ball Pit was definitely the one I spent the most time with other than those two, I think. And I'm pretty sure the only other one on my list. You're not sure if it got out of early access? You know, I'm not sure either. But I probably wouldn't, not that interested in it either way, truth be told. Oh, this guy's sucking me. I gotta avoid being sucked. This guy, if you're not careful, you know, he refills his health based on hitting you, so if you're not careful, he'll just take forever. Fortunately, we are careful, and hell yeah.
No blood where you're going. Possible
Frigid
exchange.
Rush, that Frigid Rush is pretty good, honestly. Attacks more damage and do freeze. Yes. I want to be able to have freeze on my basic attacks. We're too far in not to have anything on our basic attack. Let me see what. Oh, Megabonk. Megabonk. That's. Do you think that counts as a roguelite? Is a Vampire Survivor type game a roguelike? Do you think? We could check out Megabonk as well. That's definitely in the same ballpark of roguishness. Where's the NPC here? Where's Echo? There's Echo. No. Maybe. Which level is higher than the rest? Rank 4. And that's on my aspect of Malone. Does that count? I don't think that counts. Level 4 on Ice Flourish. That's my special. It's not bad. Yeah, Prince of Persia. There's the Rogue Prince of Persia. The Rogue Prince of Persia 06i is what we were talking about. Didn't care for it. I did like Lost Crown. Lost Crown, I think, was on my list last year. Was one of the best games of last year. But let's go with that. That'll get us up to like level 8. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hammer, you can never say no to Hammer. Pro tip: never, ever pass up on Hammer. I'll say, by the way.
Choose your path.
Just one? Okay. Not that many, but okay, whatever. I'll say, by the way, regarding, like... I have never... I talk about sometimes how I have, like, you know, I go back and clip old streams up for content.
Don't pull your weight.
I'll say... I have never actually gotten around to doing any of the last 3 years of Game of the Year streams, actually. The one from 2 years ago and the one from a year ago, neither of them ever got clipped up. So, like, you know, I guess don't hold up horse hopes for, like, some real good clips from this anytime, from this particular stream anytime soon, but also, who cares? You can make them, if you want, on the Twitch end. I think Twitch clips are weird right now. They're harder... They're not as accurate as they should be. I don't know why, but they're all weird and fucked up. We have specials right now that are pretty much powered up. So if we have specials that bounce, that's pretty good. We'll do extra damage then. And, yeah. Twitch clips are kind of weird right now. When you do them, they, it doesn't, like, accurately do timestamps anymore. And also, previously, like, when that first started, the way to get around it was to do an edit. And, like, that would give you accurate timestamps. So you would overshoot and then edit down. But now, it seems like it takes you back to the original time selection page with all its inaccuracy. So, I don't know. I don't think it's really, working right now, and it's gonna be hard to, like, put a end and a start of a clip exactly where you want it. You know, words might get cut off, in other words, or extra words may be added at the end. Very annoying. I wish Twitch would fucking fix that, because otherwise I feel like I need to find a process that doesn't involve Twitch for, like, the creation of short-form content. Maybe start... Instead of doing the clipping in Twitch and then editing elsewhere, just just do the whole process elsewhere, and just no more Twitch clips. I don't know. Twitch clips seem like a dead end to me anyway. No one looks at them. They get literally 100th of the activity of even a single YouTube short. There's no discovery involved with them. So fuck it. The only thing that's really missing there would be, you know, clip shoutouts, which not everyone does anyway. Or the thing where you have a break and it plays random clips, which I don't do. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. Maybe that'd be a way to get usage out of all that business. We're at the end of the third world now. Excellent. I do have enough elements for this. Bonus effect damage per goddess. It's not bad. Yeah, sure, give me epic. I don't know, like, how many things would really benefit from upgrade in that way.
Not going to hurt you, Cerberus.
Anyway, we're gonna hurt Cerberus here. I don't know, like, how overpowered our build is. You know, this game is great insofar as, like, you know, it's one of those roguelites where you put together a really overpowered build, and whenever you do, it's like, you feel like a god, you know? You feel like, oh my god, this is just synergizing really well. This is just destroying what the hell with all of this. But, that's not... You know, you don't always get that, and sometimes it's just like, alright, this is just an okay build. There's some synergy with, my, hammers, I guess. But, like, having your powerful stuff be on your, side move isn't necessarily, like, the, you know, the greatest state of affairs. You know, you're not always... I'm not always doing a special here, so... Maybe I should be. I mean, that said, my attack does give me extra specials, but, like, you know, even my attack is giving me extra specials. If my attack isn't that good, then, you know, I should just be focusing on specials and, churning out a bunch of them. Suppose overpowered is just a state of mind. It's just like having the right strategy. We have not died yet. We have all of our things. We could get spicy and get a keepsake that lets us do... Lets us beat our guardian dude heart better. But I think let's just go with the standard. I'm just gonna tooth it up. And I could get Chaos. It's too late for Chaos. We're just gonna mainline to the end. I want to keep my hammer. My, no, I got my, my hammer right now. For rapid attack. Okay, well, that's not exactly the most well, it kind of synergizes with the other hammer we got, where we get a certain amount of specials every such and such attacks. That's not bad.
Shifting chambers, realign.
We're gonna, like, mainline to the end here. We're just gonna take the express routes and
Granddaughter, how kind of you to visit us again.
Yeah. The volume has been good this whole time, right? I know I tend to set it a little bit lower than it maybe needs to be. I'm always afraid of it being of it being lower than or higher than it should be. I just checked. It sounds fine. You can. No big deal. No problem. I feel like I had like one stream in the past where the audio was just way too loud, and I've been afraid of doing that again ever since. And as a result, tend to be a little bit on the conservative side. But I'll admit that, like, you know, sometimes having the volume too low isn't good either. You know, that's definitely true. This game's damn good. And definitely is like top half of the list. I could use a moon. I could use a moon to get the automatic moon junk going. Always take your dad. Always get your dad's boons.
It hurts my heart to see you like this.
Hey, daddy.
Enough to keep the distance from me.
That's
I undid time so that you would be back here again. Sorry about that. Hope it's cool. Soul urns are pretty good. Take damage, deal more damage for the duration. Okay. I do have the ability to heal up from 40, so that's not bad. Your cast, I'm not going to use that. Damage, yeah. Yeah. I am using a good amount of magic by, like, spamming my crap. So soul urns could just be doing... Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with soul urns. I'll say, I think... Oh yeah, let's get some moon. Let's get some moon. I think this game might be top 3. I think this game might be number 3. If not this, then... Blueprints. I think Mario Kart maybe could be up there as well. But I don't think this Mario Kart beats this. You know, we could stop right now, I guess, now that I've said that. Because, like, yeah, no, I figured it out. I know where this goes. Ow, ow, ow. Thank you, Fauntleroy, for throwing things at me. Deals damage at the end and a point. I can't get up to there, can I? Unless I get a... Let's just take a chance. Maybe I can get, maybe I can get some more moon stuff from the store. 50-50. That's not what the odds are. Okay, there's some urns. They did their Ernie stuff. I almost wish my moves used more magic, because right now that's like what I need to get more mileage out of my that passive thing with the urns, that boon. A tougher question, I feel like, with this one would be Hades 1 versus Hades 2. You know, especially as, like, the decade closes, you know, in 5 years or so. Like, what do you think? Does this just, you know, replace Hades on the top 10 of all time for the last 10 years thing? You know, Hades was like a landmark game, and I think it was definitely like the first really fantastic all-timer, you know, top 10 of the decade in this decade. but also this one sort of does everything it does, but better and more and larger, and, you know, it gives you 2 different realms to switch between to make it even more unlikely to get boring and, wear out its welcome. This one's pretty good when there's only the final boss and he's all alone. So yeah, let's go with that. And let's go beat Kronos. You know, you could do the one route and then the other route and basically spend like an hour, 2 hours doing both.
Now what is that?
Oh, this is the black coat.
Yes, have you not seen the black coat?
You're right in that you won't be able to keep up.
Such confidence in your abilities.
He sort of has wings. They're very similar to the coat. Not that dissimilar, really. I don't remember these things being in the middle of the boss arena, the plants to gather. I wonder if some of these were added post-release. This was in early access for a while. I'm glad I waited until it was all done. No, I would be sad just like going through it a little at a time and having to wait in between content releases. We are doing wonderfully well. And also the urns have done more for us considering that we are like barely taking any damage.
Unbelievable.
I should use my thing because it is free. My moon gimmick. Not using my moon, I'm leaving damage on the table. Really satisfying in this game, you know, going the distance, getting it down, and then eventually, you know, you're strong enough, you know enough, you have good enough stats, good enough bonuses, such that you can do it every time, basically. And it's pretty much ding-dang reliable. You know, that was true of the first game, true of the second game as well. If there's a failure in this game, I do think the cast system isn't always as cool as it should be. Oh, you know what's also cool? I do like the fact that you run around now. The run system feels pretty good. I like how you get like a big burst of speed. When you do your dash, you run fast after that. I like that it's kind of automatic as well. There's tons of things to like about this game. Oh shit. Oh well, we got him.
You'll get no answers from me.
Yep. Give me your stuff.
I expect so. And you'll be
Even if
our family.
Yeah. Every time you do this, it's really interesting to go like, oh, what's the little bit of plot nugget you'll get? And they'll sort of like bicker at each other for a second. And then you'll get a nice scene. You know, maybe the first couple times you do this, you'll be like, oh, you know, I owe it all to this stuff and this and that, and you know, and you'll screenshot and you'll do like that, and it'll feel pretty good. Feel like we don't really need to spend the time. We know what happened. It's all documented.
Nothing but sound.
Let me just get my rewards, and we'll be on our way.
The prince's chambers. The mirror. So many dreams upon this very spot. Then one more. To the abyss. Of
I
the
assume.
subconscious
I assume.
I descend.
I'm not sure like how it works when you undo the ending. Does it just leave you where you were in the progression, or is like Zagreus gonna be like, "Hello, how you doing? We're meeting for the first time," even though we've met like as many times as it previously took to beat the game.
Down, blast you. I've tried water, oil, nectar, ambrosia, but no. Wait, what? Is my hair
Okay, yeah, it goes back to the first one of these. That's kind of a shame. You know, I'd kind of rather just be like, okay, put me right before the ending, and then like as many more runs as I need to do, much more plot as you want to give me. That's fine. Now is the time, but
It's chronic.
But you just got.
I found you.
you know, yeah.
Right, I can't even.
From mists of memory.
Let's go up now. How was the? I didn't look. How was the time there on that? According to the in-game clock, that was 23 minutes and 23 minutes. Really? That felt more like a half hour.
I found it.
Maybe like with loads it was. Feels like we've been playing Hades 2 for longer than that. Of course, it is all good every time you return to talk to everyone, say hello, and do all your business. Don't.
Before I go.
And soon.
I'm not going to do all that right now. I got places to be. We got other games to check out, so let's just plant some stuff. You know what we will do? We'll do the difference. We'll do a different loadout this time. I should talk to Headmistress. Oh, because the first time.
I reached the edge.
Yeah. I've seen this before, all of it. I undid the plot. I undid the ending because they said they fixed it. Let's do the other loadout this time. We're going for our second run of Hades 2. Hades 2 is a special case. We need to go down, and also we need to go up. For our second run, I'm going to do this build where I start with only these 5, but also every time I beat a Guardian, I get 5 more. So, you know, this is sort of a fun way to play it, I think. And we'll see if it works out for us. Because I'm starting with no Death Defy, I can get, well, I need to get rid of my cat, for what it's worth, but I can use the Gorgon amulets while I have no Death Defy, which means that I have to, bring the dog. I never did get the other 2 companions. I never did notice them on my path up or down. Never got enough chances to say hello. We're gonna go with the wands. Which ones do I want? Your attacks lingers, and nah. Just go with the good old-fashioned basic ones. Also make sure we're not we don't have any condition. Yes, okay. Here we go. We're going up now, and that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna get Athena to give us something. Then at the second one, we're going to get 2 extra boons to make sure that by the time we're up to the top, we have everything. And yeah, I'll just go with I'm not a big a fan of like all the weapons in this game, I'll say. Like, I think most of them are just pretty solid. This one's my favorite. My least favorite would be the skull. The skull is just kind of awkward. I think a lot more awkward even than the gun, the adamant rail was in the first game. It is clunky in a way that I'm just not a big fan of. I like this one though because you just sort of cast your spell and strafe, and I just think that's rad. I really like the basic gameplay here. This is my favorite. Your attacks do blitz.
Shocking every time.
I also like, you know, worth noting that each of these worlds has like a different structure to it. This one is sort of open insofar as you can do any of these in any order you choose, and you only do a certain number of them. But like you pick and choose like the best ones. In this case, I think it's Hammer. We gotta do the NPC. We gotta do her. We gotta do. Here comes Divine Intervention. We gotta get 2 hearts.
Cousin, is it true that
Why do I have 30 health?
Your father's underworld and vanquished the Titan Kronos there. His forces unexpected.
I did prevail.
That's
against
true. Yes, that did happen last night. Not for the first time. I've done it a bunch of times, but you know, first time as far as you guys in the story are concerned. Yes. Your casts, no. Your specials, no. Your dash deflects, yes.
How did I know? Yes. No mercy out there.
How did we? Why are we at 30 at 30 health? Is that usually what you start as? Is one of these things like give me? Not sure why I have 30. Is that what you start the game at usually? Thought it was like 100 to start. Oh well. Let's try to be good at it. When you channel your attacks, you move and fire 20% faster. Ooh. Your attacks do 20% farther and 30% more damage. Ooh. Yeah, that's it. I want more powerful attacks because I'm going to be attacking a lot. Be strafing a lot too, but you know, that's not as much of the priority. I like how when enemies who are not armored or attacked, they stagger. That's just good design right there. That just makes it so that you can you know, hold them down, such and so forth. I should be making sure to mix some specials in there because... Well, actually, no. My blitz is on my attack, but...
Well done there, Hekiba.
Always good to mix in specials as well. So we can pick 4 more. Start out with the... Something's changed. What's changed? Oh, you mean the pylons. Probably just means the pylons she does.
Just a pinch. Sulfurous ash.
You work so tirelessly at your craft.
It's very much straightforward.
Have you been wronged?
My lists are based on
Okay, that's pretty good. Foes. I'm gonna go with corrosion on sight. Fuck armor. I mean, I think between the two of those, one of them might be better on bosses that have no armor and will take 1 to 999 damage. But in any case, I feel like bosses probably have more health than they need for such things. Let's get the moon. Let's get Poseidon, and I don't know. I'll think about that in a minute. Think about what the last one should be. I'm down for whatever. Maybe also because I don't have the card that usually gives you health. There's probably like a couple cards that give you health to start with. I don't got them.
Which suits you?
The polymorph is pretty good. Just get the beam again. This time it has a Daddy Olympus effect on it. Morph is useless against bosses, so I don't like it. This is slow. Yeah, fuck it. Just get the lunar ray again. I'll say I wish that there were a few more. There a lot of the hexes I just don't care for. Like, you know, like I said, the polymorph is just
Where else?
not that useful. Like, it's only useful against grunts, where you don't typically need the help anyway. And then, it's only useful against grunts anyway, so...
The Trident Sigil.
Not useful against bosses, and I feel like I mostly need my stuff for bosses. And also that's another thing that's not only useful for regular dudes, not so much for bosses. Definitely prioritize bosses. And like thinking about your moves, briefly restore any you use, repeatable after 8 seconds. Well, I think I still have perfectly good mana regen already. I don't know I need to go into that. But I am, you know, liable to run out if I just continue spamming it all the time. Okay, let's see. There's the fan one, and there's the fires on its own. And, fire a bigger solar array with 500 plus power. 500 plus power the first time it deals damage. Kind of interested in doing that path, actually. Just like getting the laser really high up in power. And that would be really good against bosses and stuff. We can see about that. One pylon remaining. Let's see now. Hermes, Ares. Are those the two? How many choices do I have? Demeter or Magic? I'm gonna go with Demeter. Feel like that's the best choice here. Demeter, I guess. I don't know.
And slew that wretched Titan.
It is true, and I've done it before. You all just forgot. I don't want that. I could prime some crap, but one safety. Nah, I don't think so. I'll say, by the way, I'm gonna try to go the distance here. If I die, you know, that's just what it is. And with going with this risky build, you know, I don't have my Death Defies yet. I'm not going to until later, so we'll see what happens. Demeter is wrong? Okay. I said it right the first time. I like C-Star a lot. C-Star is actually... Whenever I've done C-Star before, I've really enjoyed it, and just, you know, you get so much crap. Oh, we're cooking. Look at it. We're getting this health bar down fast. To the point where the beam kind of slower. Beam might be slower, honestly, right now, where we're at. I never did do like the advanced forms of the bosses. You know, I never did like honestly, I didn't mess around with like the Fury stuff as much. Once I was pretty much done with the game, I felt like I was pretty much done with the game. D-meter? Gotcha. Yes. There we go. Demeter, maybe.
Fast asleep again.
Longer E on the second E than the first E, perhaps. Alright, I got Sorceress, Huntress, Enchanter, and okay, there's, I'll say, like, when those pop up, I don't necessarily remember what they are. So, like, what exactly I, got that I didn't have before, who can say? Where's my keepsake that unlocks Arcana cards? Here it is. Crystal figurine, this'll get us... This'll mean by the end of the game we'll have everything. And we'll have all the cards, literally all the cards, activated. Which is pretty cool. Usually you can't get those. Small e. Demeter. I like how each of these areas has like a different feel to it. I like how each of these areas, like gameplay-wise, is distinct. You know, all 4 areas have... All 8 areas in the game have like a different, slightly different take on like what it means to how an area can and should be structured. And I just think that's neat. And again, just like, you know, you do one run, that doesn't really satisfy you anymore. You gotta do a second one, you know? And the second one will be entirely different because completely different biomes to the point. I wonder if they ever consider doing like a split paths type situation. Ooh. Sprint creates a watery globe behind you. Okay.
A wave of power.
Interesting. Never seen that one before. I do wonder if they consider doing like a hidden, like an alternate path situation where there's multiple ways up to the surface or down to the bottom. But I think this is more correct, you know. I feel like if there was like more long-term choices every run, where like, oh, do I go to the forest or to the ocean or to the thing, to the this or the that? It's like, you don't need to get that complicated with it. Just up or down, and then the decisions from there are very much just like split-second decisions, right? Like, oh, should you get a heart or a boon? And the answer is a heart, unless you have enough health. You know, you want to get a certain number of them, and then you're good. I love getting a second heart. That feels so good. The audio is perfect, right? More hearts. Not really a big palm person. I say as if I'm talking about the Palm Pilot or other you know, pre-smartphones.
Not much, you?
Why is... Oh, you gotta like retrieve your beach ball? That's weird.
Since the last these ships, one after another, they all sank.
Did I reach Kronos in my father?
I always knew you'd get it.
Let's see now. Extra health and some palms, or temporary shielding. Definitely more health and palms. That's like the long-term decision. I think that's
Yes.
that's right. Can I get something other than these? Nah, it has to be the same tier. Which means, nectar. I do have it, so I get something, I think, for the nectars and for everything. But I forget what gets what. With a nectar, I get a palm. Okay, that's pretty good. I like a palm. That was worth doing. That was fine. I'm not really a big switcher of boons. I don't really use that enough to, like, re-roll and, you know... such. Was there like an armor over my head that looked like it broke? What was that about? Not entirely sure what that was about, but whatever. You know, I think you can upgrade all the animals. I couldn't figure out how to do that when I was playing. Your attack uses more damage. Yeah, that's what I want. Woo! That's just my regular attack, basically. Though, now I do have to worry about, mana recharge. I need to get some sort of, mana recovery thing. Right, because I don't have the mana card equipped right now. So, I need to be concerned with that. An Aether front appears every 8 seconds to restore my stuff. Your freeze attacks. What freeze stuff do I have? A ring. I'm not really using the ring that much. Not bad, that, but, you know, I'm not really using it that much. I don't think I have any lightning attacks. Yeah, okay, let's go with the mana restoring thing. With my current loadout, I think that's the thing I'm actually lacking. I think I'm actually needing.
Dig here, girl.
Oh boy. I did just talk to Zeus. We'll talk to Apollo next. Whenever you take damage, restore some health. I think it's pretty good. Shows with days if you hit them from behind. Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's do backburner. I am literally basically just
Let's take it easy now.
with some bonus health like randomly if they're looking the wrong way, which sometimes they are.
Can't go full blast.
Okay. I run out of mana like pretty damn fast. It's a good thing I got that boon, honestly. This is very well timed. I mean, I think I would prefer another like one, but whatever. I don't really like to aim my cast. That's too much work. So, yeah, sure, that's fine.
The might of the heavens.
I don't have any money, but the only choice is to go to the shop. At least this means that we're basically done with the area. And, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Chrono. That's right. We beat Chronox finally after one attempt here tonight.
Always ready. I'm about to blow your mind. You ready?
It would have been a shame if it had reset more than just like the amount of times you beat a boss. Oh god. This might be it. This might be it for this run. We don't have any Death Defy. We're having to just like constantly refresh our stuff. This is gonna be close, y'all. I think I'll take the tooth. I think I'll take the tooth next time. Oh, Jesus. Hide, hide, hide. Come on, come on.
Now it's on.
Come on, come on, come on. Yes, okay, good.
Go back to hell without a
Whew. Okay. This is why you probably just want to stick with the regular build that has Death Defies on it. Oh boy, also good. Our Death Defies came online just now, along with a bunch of other crap. Do we have mana regeneration now, by the way? Yeah, we do. Okay, good. We also have mana regeneration. That is also a sight for sore eyes. Okay. Oh boy. You know, maybe we take another chance here. Maybe we go with the hammer again. Just upgrade our crap. And
Should I change things up?
yeah, I'm gonna hammer, and we'll do tooth on the final stretch. Yes, let's keep it rolling. What do we get? When you channel your blah attack 50% faster, and it uses -1. Oh wow, that's pretty good. That's really good with our build. Also, I'm just realizing that it only uses the thing like every couple
Now
of
for the climb.
every second, only every other costs mana. That's a pretty good get. Really does synergize with our build. I'm gonna prioritize money.
There we are.
Hopefully we'll get double money too, because you know the thing that doubles our things. We don't have enough where we can just spam non-stop without using the thing. But fortunately, we do have the thing to recharge our crap up the fill. Honestly, it's not a bad one. Hey. I don't feel like this guy has the best boons. I feel like his boons are kind of substandard, but we should get one of them. Why not? I'm feeling pretty good right now. This card build is so risky. So, you know, I remember one of the times when I was first beating Typhon for the first time and was just barely able to do it. I did this build, got through all the areas, and I didn't have the thing that gave you 2 extra cards. So every card was activated but 2, and Death was one of the ones that wasn't activated, one of the 2. And I got to the end, and then I died, and I so could have killed him if I had had Death on that run. Big regrets there, but, you know, eventually you do it. It's fine. Nimble limbs, I think, right? Yeah, let's go nimble limbs. Just more attacks, more attacks, more attacks. Yeah, let's get some moon. We haven't gotten any moon for a bit. We can get our God-sent moon situation. We can get that upgraded. I wouldn't mind getting enough moon where it can be automatic again. Or maybe a tri-beam situation. Tri-beam situation is also good. Okay, yeah, let's go for, oh, geez, it's not enough to get to the... It's not enough to get there, but with the double, I can get the God Sense, and also I can get extra God Scent on encounters. Excellent. I love that fucking thing. Let's go for Tri-Beam. Go for Tri-Beam, why not? I don't know if we'll get enough to actually get there, but we'll goddamn see. Go this way. Get some more health. Gonna remember to use these god statues to pile on some extra damage and all that. Alright, we got a boss here.
Coinage.
I like Zeus. Let's re-roll this. I'll go with Demeter. Nice that the mini-bosses are all, you know, affected by the shield thing. Like, that does make the shield thing more worthwhile. You know, I know I can basically take on the bosses, the main bosses already. You know, from having fought them like every single time. I need
How is Kronos
mana back. Freeze effects also cause lightning bolts. Again, I don't have that many freeze effects, I don't think. Not really my main move. Your boons. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's it. That's the one we're going with. Do have a lot in my basic attack basket. So yeah, that makes sense.
I have this.
If there's one thing I wish, I do feel like Mount Olympus versus the actual last level, they're a little similar in terms of like the vibes, aesthetic, and all that. I feel like they could be a little more distinct, but it's like fine, not that big of a deal. It's you know, pretty. They're different enough, honestly. Just feel like it could be better. You know, they're both mountain Greek ruins, basically. Snowy as well. One is more ruinous. One is slightly more ruinous. Slightly. And with enemies that are slightly more monster-coded. Because their dad is there, you know. Their monster dad. Nice, nice, nice. I like that a lot. I will not go fish. I will go hammer. Always go hammer. I think we got this, I say, as I take damage. It's been a somewhat scary run, I'll say. Definitely some moments where I wasn't sure, you know, like fighting that last boss. And, you know, we still have to fight, what's his fuck? Fireboy. Your attacks will split in two. Ooh. No. Linger. That's too much work. Just split in two. That's pretty good. Are we at the end? Is this the end? Have we gotten to the peak? We definitely go for the shop when we can. We have so much money, we should just shop. Jeez, they really want to give me that. How much attack damage do I have right now? What's damage to 200 and something? I don't know what's better, but that is heroic. I am defending a lot of my ice on my regular attack. Sure, why not? Give me a shield as well. You know what? Give me some magic. I got cash. I'm strapped, and that'll help me run out a little slower.
You who condemn me.
My own
Yep. It's good writing, but we have places to be. Oh, I'm standing in poop. That was poop I was standing in. Fire, really. You know.
Suffer as I did.
Alright. Middle. Up, middle. Up. Up, middle. Up. Up. Okay, that last one was up. Okay. That damage. We might use our Death Defy. Yeesh. Up, middle, middle, up, middle, up, middle, middle, up, middle. There is a pattern. It's kind of obvious, actually. You do telegraph it before you do it. That's just a lie. That's just such a bald-faced lie. It's kind of blatant, my guy, Prometheus. He just lied to us. He didn't have to do that. My magic thing is in the fire. There it goes.
Time for a dazzling display.
Shit. There we go. Okay. We used up one of our Death Defies. We do have money, so maybe we could buy another. Get it back, you know. We could absolutely
See you later.
get a Death Defy back.
Eagle's feather.
No big deal. And I believe now we have all the Arcana online. Wait, isn't there one missing from the grid here? What's up with that? I thought the math would be... Shouldn't all of them be on right now? Not entirely sure what the deal is with that. But whatever. Is a different grid? Let me see. It's a 5x5 grid, just like the original. But shouldn't everything be on? I'm kind of confused by that. Do you need like 3 activated by the artifact to get all to 100, all of them up? Okay, maybe we have one that's not activated. But basically, we're as powerful as we're ever going to be. I'm going to take a tooth. I'll take one of those. Got money. Give it to me now. I'll take a centaur heart as well. And yeah. No. Nope. What am I using now? It's like days. I think Gust is better. Let's finish this. And then we'll move on to other games.
Hecuba, go fetch. The fortress of the gods.
Ooh. How long we been going? Around 4 hours? Okay. Do need to keep in mind that the whole stream will need to be under 12 because that's how I don't ever want to do a stream where I have to split the VOD into two, so on YouTube. So we'll definitely be keeping that in mind. Also, I do have Christmas stuff to attend to tomorrow, so I can't just stay up all night revisiting as many of these games as possible. But I think we are through like a lot of the ones I really... We've done a couple. We've done a bunch. And that's good.
There's my order.
We should play it by ear. And, you know, have a good time.
Closer to the
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the...
These two again.
Please focus on the guy. Sometimes the auto-aim can be a little dumb. As far as, like, dude, just...
Not now.
Could you just target fire the actual bosses? But, it's fine, you know, it's... I don't really have a problem with that. I can manage. Alright. One more mini-boss and a couple more rooms and we'll be done and we'll move on from this game. We'll go to, yeah, more attack damage, I think. Yeah. And more attack damage. Yeah. Hell fucking yeah. We're almost through. We're almost done. I feel like this game is as fun as ever. If there are criticisms, I feel like the biggest criticism is the ending, which they have, like, changed, so I should probably really go back and see that and go the distance further. I don't know. I will say... Oh, shit, there's, like, mines or something. I will say, like, after I beat this game, I was kind of just done and checked out and all that. Didn't really feel like going any further. But it's still a lot of fun to play it. And, like, no, I think this game is more than an equal to the original. You know, it's more than a match for... You know, you could say it's double the original, really, because it has double the contents. A lot more depth to it. You know, if there's systems that don't work, there's some systems that I don't really love. Like I said, casting is hit and miss. Or, not casting, but, you know, like, the Omega moves are, like, hit and miss, right? Like, there's some ones where, some weapons where I'm not even making use of it all the time. And that's kind of a shame when it's like one of the major mechanics of the game. This is going to be a tight... We're almost out of death defies. I do not like going into Typhon with no death defies here. Coming up with a really strong build that's overpowered is as good as ever, and there's plenty of opportunities and ways to build it where it always feels fresh and good. And the fact that there's 2 routes now means that, you know, you're often doing different things. You know, you're doing one route and then it's like, okay, completely fresh now, going the other way. And it's kind of completely fresh and different, and that's just exciting every time. A double. Let's go. Just short of being able to get automatic, though. That's too bad, really. I wonder if I can buy one in the shop here. Let's hope. I think I have money. I think I have... Yeah, I have 500. I probably should get a heal or a death defy back.
All right, Em, I don't want to hold you up.
Still in one piece.
Oh, that is...
Yeah, okay, let's see. I don't know what the hell is this? I don't know what that is. It's like a consumable item or like a quest item more than anything useful. I'm gonna restore Death Defy. Get some of this. Boon or 25 health. Boon or 25 health. Boon is better. I don't have enough fire to do the self-healing on. Damn. That's not bad. I guess that. If we get hit, we're fucked, and it's all fucked up, but, you know, that's true in general. Let's finish this. However however it goes, that's what we're going out on. You know, obviously, we've seen it all. I've given thoughts aplenty. I feel like this might be one of the longer games to do, because there's the two routes, and, you know, even at the time, I feel like, as much as I enjoyed going through both ways, I did find it like, oh, you know, it's taken up so much time to... I have a compulsion to do not just one run, but 2 a night. And then, you know, it's so good. Honestly, I'll be honest, I'm not just doing 1. I'm doing like 2 or 3 of each when it was at its height. Anyway. Does he have new moves? Did they add new moves to him? I feel like I don't remember some of these moves here.
Through, but
no hiding from this light.
Does that hit 3 times when it's a tri-beam? I hope it does, or else we wasted our time going for tri-beam rather than automatic business. I need to grab some magic so that I can recharge and stuff. And probably what I want to do is wait until we go to the dark phase again, and then do my second God sent Omega. I don't want to waste it. I don't want to do it when it's only going to be partial damage. I feel like that's new. I don't remember that, like, at all. Probably bad to take that damage, but it's fine. We have plenty of death defies. We have 1 death defy. That's not plenty. But he's nearly dead. I think we got this. Come on. Come on. Push for it. I need to get my magic back. Okay, we're on our last death defy now, or rather, we're on our last leg. Shit, Ah! There we go. That was damn close. Oh, the fact that you don't know what health Typhon has sure makes that a lot more harrowing than Kronos. Good solid victory. Okay, 2 victories tonight with Hades 2. Fuck yeah. Oh, gotta grab the eye. And then now we'll just go through this scene real fast, which I do think is really cool. I think it's really cool that you get to see Olympus. Just rad. It's just rad. Oh, it's making me walk all slow also, I think, maybe. Because this is the first time. Because we did the thing where we undid the ending. It's now on our first clear situation. And we're gonna get the first clear dialogue. We did good. That was good. Very fun. Definitely when you get here the first time, look at all the places where you can get some text. Look at all the statues. Talk to all the people. But, I'm just gonna say hello.
Welcome, young lady.
We defeated the thing. And we're gonna head on home. And, that's gonna do it for this, game.
He was quite
Ooh.
Oh, anything to...
That felt like one of the longer ones we've done so far.
I'm unaccustomed. I have to go now.
All the plot stuff is really good, though the ending it's not so much, maybe. Plot stuff is as good as ever. The writing is good as ever. Hades 2 is excellent, and I think that it is a strong frontrunner for number 3 on my list. You know, we're gonna have to have a hell of a good time with Mario Kart World or Blueprints for it to be surpassed. Meanwhile, that's right, folks. It's time for another game. Finally, jeez, that was a long one. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that time is still on our side here and that we still have time to get through everything and check out all these games on my list. Let me see. Let's go to the list real fast. Let me pull up my phone. Why is it flashing? Okay, it's just being weird. The Xbox is. So we've done Hades. We've done Deltarune. Let's just check them off. I'll put them back where they need to go later. We've done Clair, Obscur, and Windswept. We've done 4 games over like 4 hours. Okay, that's like basically good pace, almost good pace. We'll probably be going faster on some of these later games, though. You know, we've been doing the real ones, the ones that are most likely to appear on my final list, and well, also ones where it takes a lot of time to do them any justice at all. You know, some later ones we'll just like pop in there, fart around for a bit, and then pop on out. You know, play a level or two. We won't need to necessarily do as much as we did here. But folks, it is time now for the next game. It is time now for Blueprints, another roguelike, and one of the several roguelikes that happened to be on my list. This is the other one that I'm sure will definitely make the final list because it's fucking really great and cool. And it's also entirely different from Hades 2 in like what it is, how it do, etc. And my plan here is to do like one really good run, but we'll see what happens. You know, this game is a game of strategy and of like drafting and of like puzzles. Basically, this is like a puzzle roguelike. If you don't know, Blueprints is sort of like a halfway between Myst and like a really good puzzle drafting game where basically you go into this manor day by day and like every day you go into the manor and you have a certain number of steps, right? You have a certain number of steps to use as you, I have beaten it, by the way. I have beaten the game. I have done a lot of, like, some of the post-game stuff. I will say, of Blueprints, for me, there was a limit as far as how far I could go, right? Where after a certain point, getting farther, let's do Schoolhouse. Do Schoolhouse, get some classroom stuff going. Maybe we could get all classrooms. I don't think I've gotten all classrooms before, honestly. It is a drafting game where you're trying to get, you know, if I show the map here, you are trying to get to the antechamber at the end, and also you're trying to do something or other to unlock the antechamber, and also to unlock the final room at the end, and that's all a process. It's all a learning thing. You know, you have to figure out each step of the puzzle, of like the overall meta puzzle, and also you have to figure out like best drafting rules of thumb. Like for here, for instance, every time you do a draft, you can choose between a room, and you can see that the rooms have different entrances and exits, and will let you go out different ways. Like each of these rooms has one exit and one entrance, and you want to sort of fill out as many of these rooms as you can, especially in the early ranks where it is actually it is less difficult in the early ranks, right? Like you are less likely to get locked doors, you are less likely to get screwed, basically. So you want to like you know, use your space judiciously, and also use your footsteps judiciously, because you can only change from room to room so many times. That said, like I've gotten pretty good at this. I've done many runs. I've solved many late game puzzles, and it's pretty damn addicting. I'll say that, you know. I'll say like this game really is one of those games that when you start playing it and you get really into it, you're gonna be there for a bit. As you like figure out the strategy, figure out the best way to do. And figure out like how to avoid being screwed over and penned into a corner such that you cannot continue and you're just like done for the count. Here, I'll get a shovel, and that's going to let us dig. We have a room that makes it so that doors unlock when we dig, so that's going to be really good for the later ranks, especially if we draft things that have holes in them to dig in. Sleep mask, do I want that? Saltsaker is always good, gives you extra steps for the food that you get. I have tons of money. I have so much money to start with because I've done some crap to give me a incredible allowance. So I'll just grab a bunch there. And you know this is going to cost some steps to go back and forth here, but I think it is worth it to go back to the workshop now and to build the shovel. There's the shovel, there's the, isn't there like no, I guess shovel, metal detector, get the detector shovel. A really cool puzzle roguelike. I really think just the basic puzzle of, you know, advancing through the ranks, figuring out like, okay, you know, I'm going to do a classroom here and have it fork over to the left because the commissary already has doors that goes out on the right-hand side. Oh, I should move a little bit when I'm here. I'm sort of blocking the map. What's a good camera position? Am I below? I think I'm below the money stuff. Okay, this'll do. I'm gonna go with classroom. And there's like a meta goal. There's so many meta goals in this game. You know, like the basic goal of getting to the antechamber is fun and good enough. Honestly, like it's a really good basic goal for each run to just get as far as you can do. But also, and the classroom lets you redraft, which is good because those choices kind of sucked. I don't want to use that yet. That one is a dead end. Redraw again. Another classroom. It is a dead end. They're all dead ends. Shit. Sometimes you can get penned in, you can get bad luck, and then, you know, you're fucked. But also, by the way, like these classrooms teach you stuff about like you You know, there's like a gimmick here where they use color coding to indicate addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So later, when you see puzzles with colors involved, you can, you know, if you haven't figured that out already, this classroom stuff will give you a hint. I don't think I've seen some of the later classrooms. I've never drafted like 8 of them in a run before, for what it's worth. Broken lever is very important to get. That is not very important to get. Blueprints is really cool. I'll say there are parts of blueprints that I would note are trouble. I think I want to do another classroom here. And if we are unable to get something that hooks into the foundation there, that turns the corner here, we're boned. But we have so many drafts. I don't want to use my library. Library is so good for getting uncommon crap. I think hallway is what we do here. Yeah. Get a hallway, get a key. Okay, that works. That's good. That's not true, by the way. The thing that card said, you can ignore that. There is a whole meta aspect to the thing, and also, like, some, Here, I'll just go underneath the foundation and take care of something real fast. While we have time, you know. This is something you get real late in the game, to be clear. You get the access to the underground and this whole like mist ass area. But basically, this is how you complete the game. This is how you do your stuff. I might throw to a break and switch out my batteries in my controller. You go this way, then out here, and it's just a matter of throwing a switch to get that all nice and done. And I'll say, like, this isn't... You know, if I had one criticism, I would say, like, I wish that getting the basic clear, you know, basic, like, antechamber of room 56 thing, I wish it was more like in Hades, where, like, every time you did it, you get, like, some sort of meaningful clue. But you don't. And, it's more just for the fun of it. It's more just for the, oh, I did it. Also, like, a lot of the time, you're trying to solve, like, bigger meta puzzles at this point, where it's like, okay, I need to draft the pump room really close to an electrical generator. I solved all these rooms, by the way. Don't get too impressed. I looked up the answers because I couldn't figure it out on my own. Just natural style. A lot of it comes down to, like, drafting the right rooms, which... You might be able to tell drafting rooms is random, so I'll say there is a little bit of a frustration sometimes, just insofar as, like, you know, you're doing a run and just being like, okay, I'm looking for a pump room, and I'm looking for a source of power, and I need to draft them connected to each other, and you just go through a whole damn run, and that circumstance just doesn't come up. You just don't get it. It just doesn't happen, and then you're just like, ah, fuck me. You know what I mean? You're just like, damn it! And you have to, like, start over and do it again and hope for the best. And for some of the more obscure, some of the weirder combinations, it can take, like, dozens of runs. And that it can be frustrating as all hell. And like, you know, if there's anything that puts it below Hades 2 for me, it's the frustration level of just... fucking another run wasted, you know. That said, like, you do, especially early on, tend to have, like, 2, 3, 4, 5 different goals to pursue at any one time. You know, different combinations of rooms. You know, you might want to rent different books to tell you, like, okay, I got here again, so let me get the history of Ardania. That will help me figure something out in the world. I don't have the things that I need to open up doors in the closed exhibit yet. I also don't have gems. This is a dead end for now. But eventually it could turn into not a dead end if I find a card key or if I find the security room and the power room as well. Dormitory or closed exhibit. I'm gonna double back, and I'm probably gonna be able to get the security room. I'm gonna leave that for now. Try to get the security room or a card key, and that'll at least give me the option of going over there eventually. It's a pretty addicting thing. Jesus Christ, I have one choice that doesn't dead end me here. And it's a room that we've already had, so it's not that good, truth be told. Do I have anything new that I can do? If I combine... Oh, you need like a power thing to do the power hammer thing. I think I already did everything I need for that, so it's not really that good. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, I'm... Another... Tell me... Okay, this doesn't help me. This doesn't help me. There's meta puzzles to be solved. Like, you know, there's like pictures in every room, and you sort of have to figure out what the puzzle is there. And there's like a clue, by the way, that R in the workshop. You can look at those things, a tie and a tier, and there's an R right there. Like a tier cake situation, and try to figure out what exactly it's asking. And also take note that if you look in the previous one, it's an A, and it's there's a tree and a fishing rod. Road and rod. There we go. And there's an A. Wow, interesting. And you can see it's a different square of the map. So, you know, every room has those pictures. Go figure it out. Go map that out. Go get some pen and paper. Oh, thank God, a West Wing Hall. Go get a pen and paper and take some elaborate notes. I personally just took a bunch of screenshots, and that was like what I did. And, you know, let me say, I really enjoyed all my time with this. Each time you enter a dormitory, always draft. That's useless. I need gems really badly. Here's a reroll thing, so I can at least reroll twice. This is I'm getting penned to a corner here pretty awkwardly. There's something nearby I should grab. Ah, 1 money. Not worth that much. Okay, garage is all fucked up. Corridor is all we can do. Courtyard. Ooh, I need the den. I need the den right here. And also that opens up 2 different paths, which really helps us to diversify a little bit. Gems are also good, so funeral parlor it is. I only have 1 red room right now, but like the alternative, I only have 2 red rooms, so it's only this is a thing where like I changed that into the funeral parlor because I thought it would be the spiciest choice for that, but you know, it is what it is. While drafting in the classroom, you may draw 4 plans. I don't think I want to use that now. I'll use this. Kind of awkward that it's both going to the same room. So, like, it is still down to, we have to pick a good one for this one. Armory is pretty good. I have so much money. I can get something that breaks locks. Discover less common floor plans. Library is also always good. Yeah, it's armory time. Also, Oh, that doesn't give me a path back, but, you know, whatever. I want the Morning Star. Shield the effect of a red room. Okay, yeah, sure. I have so much money, I might as well just buy the torch, even though I don't think I need it. The lighting torches thing is just for, like, specific puzzle rooms. So it's not really relevant a lot of the time. I want to draft another red room before I use my, before I go and use my, parlor. Free greens versus keys and gems. I'm gonna go with free greens. We currently don't have a greenhouse or anything for the other side of the house. It's just money. So we currently don't have a way into the final part. Remember that steps are limited, so I don't necessarily want to use all my... Shit, fuck, ass, ah! Okay, this is bad. This is very bad. I have to re-roll here and get lucky because there's no other paths currently that I can access. Or I need to get... Shit. Or I need to find a key card in here. No. No key card. We have lost this round. There's nothing more we could have done. Should have gotten the gems earlier. That was a bonehead move to try to wait and game it. We weren't able to draft any more red rooms. And that's it for this day. Let's do one more. That was a quick one. That was a... Was it a quick one? I don't know. Feels quick to me. You know, that's sort of the thing about this game is that you get, like, halfway in, and you fail, and you go, like... Or you don't get your main objective, you don't do what you're trying to do, and you just go, like, one more. One more. This is very much a game where it is very easy to go one more time. And it's such a cool... Like, the drafting mechanic of the house is just so good. I think that Hades 2 has a beat relative, but like playing it again, even with all the mystery stuff that I could not penetrate, even with me hitting a brick wall as far as like, oh, I don't even understand what this is asking for or what the puzzle is, even reading an FAQ, even reading a guide, I'm just lost here. Okay. I'm gonna get a shovel and a lockpick to start with. Very good. Even reading a guide, I'm lost as far as like what comes after the country puzzle. Even with all that I completely cannot penetrate, I had a great time with this game. It was so fun to like penetrate its layers, go day by day. Like I think I can show like my house history. You know, and you can see, like, all the different runs I've done over the, all the different runs I've done over time. And you could see ones that ended, like, within the first 2 ranks. You could see others that, like, penetrated real deep before petering out. And there's ones where, you know, I sort of did a more balanced thing of trying to complete everything before I moved on. You know, many different approaches. Some of them, you know, work better than others. How many days do you think I've done? I would say like 80? I would guess like over 100. I'm going to say over 100. Let's see. How many does this go up to? Look at that one. Jesus, that's fucked up. What? I must have just been looking for something specific because I didn't use the other doors in the entrance hall. I must have just like, oh, I froze all my crap when I shouldn't have done, and now I'm fucked. So I just reset. That's why that one was so small. That one was not a natural death. That one just you know, had to do. I think one of these. Let's see. Can I spot the one that I did the pool on? That I did the pump room on? I was trying to get the pump room for a while. Yeah, well over 100 runs I've done. What was the one that I got the pump room on finally connected to the electricity? Look at that. I filled out every square there. There's a good one. That's an achievement. Literally an achievement, you know. You gotta do that. This one I just said, fuck this, I'm done immediately, I guess. I think I got bad lost and found items. So I was just like, fuck this, nope. Try again tomorrow. And I had some gimmick where I could do it. Okay, 156 runs. Jeez, just by the number of runs. I bet that's way more than... I don't know... we should have checked like how many nights I did of Hades 2, but I don't think I did 100 nights of Hades 2. Just on a per run basis, Blue Prince is just like right up there. Which one had the pump room situation? Looking for the one where I got the pump room finally. That was my white whale, the pump room. That was the one I was looking to get together for a while, and only managed after so much effort. Looking. Where the fuck is the... It's hard to tell. The pump room only appears after you have the pool, so I know it was a run where I had the pool. But, where exactly was it? Did I already miss it? Probably in the back half because it's a pretty rare room. I don't know which one it was. Maybe it wasn't that late. Maybe it was like a couple dozen before I stopped playing it and, you know, sort of put it to bed. Because the pump room, when I got that, I was able to go back down to the bottom more conveniently. That was like a huge important step in like, in terms of like solving the game or whatnot. Suffice to say, it took a lot of trial and error and a lot of runs to get just the right draws. I do find that frustrating. I'll admit I found it frustrating. And just like, it could be cheap sometimes, you know? Just like, oh, I just have to do how many runs to get out the right RNG? Okay. But whatever. It's at a basic level, just an excellent puzzle game. You know, even before you factor in the ongoing mysteries, even before you factor in, like, you know, the missness of it. Definitely want to start with a good commiss. We'll have this be the final run. And we'll go to, we'll knock out the other two roguelikes, right here, right now, after this. Starting with, let's do, what the hell is that game called? Megabonk? Megabonk. Let's do Megabonk next, and then we'll do, Ball X Pit, and, then we'll go back to Mario Kart. That'll be the order of things. It is getting a little late in the evening. I would say we have 5 hours left before I start feeling like, oh, you know, we gotta wrap up. But, you know, eventually I'll start feeling like we gotta wrap up. This is gonna be a long stream. We got a lot of games to look at, and a lot of games to think about. For you know, this powers up this room, right? That's what that was suggesting. Sure, like, what exactly that does. Sledgehammer, no. I can't do anything right now. Oh, hang on. Battery. Battery pack plus shovel plus something equals something. I forget. Like the power jackhammer situation. Let's do a storeroom. The strategy of each run is satisfying and good. Also, I can run. I just remembered. I should be running everywhere. I think just because this room provides power, it lights up the names of all the other rooms. It's not saying that there's necessarily something powering, something that it can use it for. Let's do a breaker box here. Here you want to turn off the key card system. You want to turn off the gym. That doesn't make a difference. On the garage. And I never did get whatever the switch is for the last thing there. You know, I'll say there are still mysteries that I have yet to see the end of in this game. But, you know, they're just kind of beyond me at this point. I'm going to get keys right now. I'm going to go for the keys. I'm going to dead end myself here. I think that is a fine thing to do. Especially since, like, wait, I thought you unlocked... Oh, you need, like, a special key to unlock that. Right, yes. It's not like it stays unlocked after the first time you, get here. I'm gonna dead end there, but we still have another side of the, thing. We get a dead end over on this corner where this run is done and cooked, and damn it. But we'll see what we can do and get a good experiment going as well. Experiment set up. New experiment. One key for the hallways. I never did spread enough dirt on the hallway. There's also a thing, I think there's a thing where you can, like, remove boxes from a tunnel. Never did that either. There's a lot of parts of this game that are, like, beyond me, and really I should just go look up a video about, like, so what the fuck was the deal with that? If you put in, like, 1,000 runs, 1,000 nights to get through, what exactly do you get for like, clearing out the boxes in the basement? Like, does that just unlock a shortcut or something? Let's get dice every time we get a red room. I think that's fine. How you doing, Storm Trippin'? Keyboard showed up today and it's lovely. Thanks again for the suggestion. Oh, you're welcome. You got a dark room. I'm gonna go dark room, which the thing about the dark room is it turns off the lights in there, but I do have the breaker room, so if I can just spend my steps to go back, I can turn on the lights, which will be very helpful, because if I draft wrong, the run is over, so I should, you know, be very careful here. How's your Christmas Eve going? Oh, also, if the power to the garage is on, you can open the garage door. We've already been outside there, though, so there's kind of no point to it. It's not like it does anything for us other than it lets us get back to the start another way. I mean, I think it's possible we can get to, like, the foundation from the underground. So maybe if we get dead-ended here, it's not a problem. Still, I'd rather not get dead-ended here, regardless. Furnace is such a fucker. You don't want to pick the furnace. Okay, we're a little bit dead-ended, but I think we can go through the underground and get a, I think we can go through the underground and get, to the foundation and save this run. If not, I think this is a perfectly fine look at blueprints. Oh, here's a good one. The gems are not in this box. The gems are not in the white box. So the thing is that one of these is lying, one of these is truthful, one of these could be either. So it's a logic puzzle. Not in this box, not in the white box. So this one, blue is saying that it's in the black. The gems are not in this box. The gems are in the blue box. So the white is saying it's in the blue box. The gems are not in this box. The gems are in the blue box. So if this is true, okay, here's how we work through it. If the blue is true, then it's in the black. And this is false. And this is false as well. If the gems are in the blue box, then this is false. Oh, my controller powered down. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna throw to a break and switch out the batteries. Alright. Oh, also I can move back to the extra right top here. It's probably the place to be for this game, considering that you know, if we pull up this, you want to be able to see the whole schematic. If the gems are in the blue box, then this is false. This is true. And this is true. What the fuck? I don't see any case where... I don't get it. One of them has to be true, one of them has to be false, and in either case, one of them is true, and one of them is false. Gems are in the blue box. Not in this box, not in the white box. So it's true if they're in the black box. Is this a 50-50? I'm sort of not understanding this. Are not in this box. Not in the white box. And this also basically says not in the white box. So white box is impossible. It's either blue or black. Gems are not in this box. They're in the blue box. This one says it's not in this box, nor the white box, which means that they are in black box. This one says they're in the blue box. I don't know. It's either blue or black. I'm just gonna choose blue. Ah! That ends my day because the way it works is if you fail the parlor, you lose. If you fail the funeral parlor, which is a fucked up version of the parlor that I got, you just lose the day entirely. Shit. That one I didn't get. I think those are the two runs. I really enjoy this game, and it is definitely one of those roguelikes where it's very easy to just do one more run, one more run, one more run, etc., etc. And I think that is lovely, good fun. I do think that if I'm to compare it to Hades 2, it is below that, but I do think it might be my number 4. I do think it might be better than Mario Kart. You know, I have a number of frustration with it, right? Like the puzzles that I just couldn't get the knack of, the fact that some puzzles are just like RNG and you just have to get very, very, very lucky when drafting. There are definite issues with this game. Do those put it behind Mario Kart or Deltarune? Maybe. Deltarune is an immaculate game. The only problem with it is it's not complete, and I wasn't able to complete this game either for what it's worth, so, you know, maybe I'll factor that in, consider that. I'm gonna throw to a break and get Megabonk up and stuff. So we'll come back once that's ready to go, and they'll give me a minute, you know, to do that and get it all nice and set up and crap. Are there any other Xbox games we need to check in on? I think no. I think not tonight. Silksong will be next week. And then other than that, I think it's all Switch and PC from here on out. Is there any PlayStation game? Baby steps. Baby steps. Yeah. So yeah, we can put aside the old Xbox now and you know, move on to other pastures. Okay, break time. All right. Megabonk. Megabonk is up next. Let's do it. Let's go. I not only switched the games, I also took, you know, did some break stuff. It's been we're about 4.5 hours into the VOD apparently. I checked the VOD timing, which means that we still have a lot of games to check out, but at the current pace, we could definitely check at least 10 very easily, and probably fit in a few more if we're just like dropping into them pretty quickly. Case in point, I'm not sure how many runs we'll do of Megabonk, but I think Megabonk is pretty cool and good. It is like a roguelike type, it's a roguelike type, it's a vampire survivor, basically, if you don't know what it is. And, let's see, do I want to go as Calcium, the skateboarding skeleton, or do I want to go as Clank, the robot, sheriff? I don't know how to pronounce his name, says the description. It has some humor in it. Some internet-type humor in it. You don't have to worry about it. What it is a vampire survivor. So it has a lot of the same appeal as that. I think... I think I just unlocked, like, relatively recently this, ninja, so I've done, like, run 1 with him, and, several runs with Clank. Yeah, Clank's my, if I have a main, there's the main one. Let's go with a tier 2 desert, or a tier 2 forest, and we'll also do a, we'll do a desert run as well. Excuse me while I check the audio. This sounds good, right? Yeah, let's go with it. So this is a vampire survivor, like, where the attacking is automated, and sometimes, in some cases, determined by like what direction you're facing, based on the let's get the katana, relatively new there. Based on like the weapon, like the sword, and some of the other weapons are positional based, but a lot of them are just like automatic, and you have to more worry about positioning and running around and getting all sorts of buffs and stuff. Every run has a maximum timer of like 10 minutes, so you know it's not going to be that long. And indeed, we'll do 2 runs here, so they'll last. We'll spend like 20 minutes with this game and be done. I do really enjoy this game, and I think just on a basic level, I feel like this game, size or luck or skip or banish. I'm gonna go with size doesn't affect my current stuff. Refresh. I do think this game has some real damn potential. You know, if I had to say like the game I believe in the most, I feel like this game might be a grower, not a shower, is what I'm sort of reaching for. Because right now, I would say that it's kind of hard to get into right now, right? Like, when you first start the game, you can only get up to 2 weapons and 2 buffs each run. So, like, once you choose Thorns, or Axe, or the Flame Walker, I don't think I want any of these, so let's banish, banish the Flame Walker. Once you get one of them, it's like, once you get 3, you're done. Your run is pretty much set as far as like what items you can get, how you can build it, You know, you can get like more powered up versions of it and like, you know, upgrade your gun and your katana, etc. in pretty cool and exciting ways, for sure, for sure. Attack speed is I'll take the cooldown tome. But like once you've chosen your loadout, it's pretty much set in stone. And at first you only get 2 per slot, and it takes like dozens of runs and so much work to get even 3, let alone 4. And I kind of wish it was more similar to like how many you get in Vampire Survivors, which is like damn near infinite. You know, feels like infinite. You know, maybe it's not actually. Maybe actual Vampire Survivor people would tell me, who have like gone the distance, etc., would tell me like, no, actually there is a hard limit of like 6, but it is like 6 or something, right? It's like such that it's kind of hard to get even to that level where you're out of options, you know? I think like if you made the progression twice as fast, 3 times as fast, let's say, and also, you know, made rebalanced a little bit some of the boss encounters and stuff. I think the bosses, especially like the second one and the and such, can be a little bit on the tough side, to the point where you can be like mowing down dudes the rest of the 10 minutes and then get to the boss and you're just it's not even close. Not even it's not even equivalent. It's not even good enough. All that to say, if you're asking me where I fall in this game, I'll say, like, I believe in it. I think it has huge potential. I think that, you know, as it continues to grow and presumably gets patched and expanded and so forth, and hopefully gets sped up a good deal as far as progression goes, I think it'll really get, like, incredibly good, equally good with, like, Vampire Survivors and all that. But if I were also to say, I would say that it's not there yet, and what is there is pretty damn fun, but has issues, I think. And mainly just like the fact that once you get your 6 items, you're locked in there. And as far as I know, there's not like advanced version of the items to collect. It's not like you can combine them and make like a, oh, you know, I got a gun katana now, and that frees up a slot. As far as I know, like, once you're pretty much set in your ways with Aura's good. That's my... Once you've picked your 3rd, which we have now done, you're pretty much set for the rest of the thing. We have no more attacks we can get. You know, there might be some special exceptions, like the first time you get a banana, which is a pretty good weapon, by the way. The first time you get a banana, that's one the first time you get a banana, that will, the first time you get a banana, that will add an extra one to your lineup, but that's just one. That's just a banana. Everything else, no, not so much. A co-op mode like Vampire Survivors added would be cool. I bet that would be cool, yeah. I like lifesteal. I'm gonna go with lifesteal for my second book. I would like the thing that lets you pick up things from farther away. That would be my pick for the last book. There is also a bunch of like random items that you get worth noting, like and they're pretty cool and good, but I do feel like they are those choices are less meaningful than the book, the thing, the whatever. Like the most meaningful items are definitely your attacks and your books, and everything else just feels like second banana, you know? Especially since, like, you spend all the upgrades are for upgrading your attacks and your mobility, you know? I just think they need to flesh out, you know, Vampire Survivors has that great thing where the weapons, like, once you get them to a certain point, they, like, do fusion weapons. If that could be in this game, parentheses, oh, I'll take projectile count. That's what I'll take for my last one. That's always good. If they could add... damage to elites, that's what I want. If they could add, like, fusion weapons and really make it so that the progression after you fill up on all your slots was a little less rote, I think they got something that I would like to play even more than Vampire Survivors, honestly. Also, put it on Switch. I need to get, like, a retro handheld that can run this. Or, like, a Steam Deck. I bet this would be fantastic on a Steam Deck. And it'd be great on Switch too. I'll say that as well. Yeah, give me 20% lifesteal. I do think things like the win condition, you know, like, the win condition here isn't to, like, wander around and gain levels. You're supposed to be finding a boss portal, which, you know, I don't know where is. And if we get to the end of the timer and we haven't gotten it yet, a bunch of hordes will come at us and it'll be pretty hard to survive, making it hard to, like, finish the thing. Do wish that was... I mean, I guess I can look at this map. I don't know that I've ever looked at that map before. Let me say. That boombox. There's some sort of statue down there. In this run, we don't have that much in the way of AoE, other than our aura, which worries me a little bit, because these hordes are, getting pretty damn thick. That said, aura is really good. Aura's like your garlic. "3D Vampire Survivors" is such a no-brainer idea, and I think this is just so close to just nailing it. And I don't know, I'll say, I don't know if this makes my list. Like, I feel like there are issues with the progression, like I said. I feel like it's just so close to getting it 100% right. I feel like the goal at the end of each map could be a little less, you know, oh, you really gotta wander and randomly get it, or else, you know, randomly find your way, or else you're screwed. You know, it could be a little less random. There could be more things that, like, point you towards... What's that key? More things that, like, point you towards the thing. The progression could be a little less scale, but, like, for a 10-minute brainless good time, I guess that's the thing, right? Like, the ultimate goal of each level is to find a thing, so you really shouldn't be brainlessly in brainless mode if you want to finish the level and actually make your progress lock in. And I also feel like a lot of the objectives that you have to, like, unlock additional gear and stuff also can be pretty demanding as well. So, you know, you can focus on some of that if you want. Let's kill this stone golem. We can at least do that. And for our troubles, we get basically the same thing as we've gotten in basically every other chest. Just a normal random weapon. Or a normal random buff of some sort. Let's up the attack speed further. Like, the kind of thing that we could just, you know, if we kill a boss or just pay a bit of money to unlock these two. And it's all kind of the same. This is definitely not where the exit is. We're almost out of time, which means that there's going to be like a bunch of toughies that spawn, which is just as well. I'll say I don't think we necessarily would be able to take out the final boss. Here's a good bit. Ooh, epic. This draws all the gems to us, so any gem that we missed over the last time just, like, hops right to us. And now we can just get level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. It's pretty good. That said, we're out of time and we didn't do the boss, so we're losing this one. Wait, is that the boss? No, that's just a random shrine. Now there's a bunch of like real tough guys that come at us. These guys, they're easy. They're swarming, but like my attacks can kill them. The guys that follow in those that come after, you know, in couple seconds here, they're gonna be more difficult. The ones that are more gray, darker in color. With some extra movement speed, maybe we can get to a boss. But we're probably gonna die before we could take them down. And indeed, now guys are getting through our defenses. That's not good. Like the bigger ghost guys, they are giving us a hard time, especially when we're walking into them versus walking away. I need to keep moving if I want to find like a thing. Oh, here come the ones that are like gonna kill us dead. I can take more life. I can take more life steal, and that'll help me maintain for a second. But no. There we go. This game is very fun. I think it's cool. I could see it at the bottom of my list. I could see it at number 9, based on that world. Let me, though, lay in like a thing that I don't like as much. Well, actually, maybe they've changed it by now. Let's do the desert. And I'll say, in my experience, I don't think I like the desert as much. I mean, that said, I'm looking around it now. I think they've changed it a lot since the last time I played. Okay, you know what? The desert looks like 40% more detailed now. Last I played, it was just like completely flat. Just like nothing. And kind of low-key boring. Now there's at least elevation changes and buildings. Okay, this is good. You know what? I think they also have a 3rd level, question mark. Now, I'll say I think this one is a grower, not a shower, and certainly it seems like it's gotten better. I think the slutty rocket is what I want. I want a slutty rocket. I want a slutty rocket, and I want some projectiles. I want more projectiles than we have now. I think this could be at the bottom of my list. You know, this is definitely vying for like one of the bottom slots, just barely making it on. I think it's a pretty damn cool game, and I do think like the more we'll go with lightning for the last one here. Just get that all squared away like immediately. Sure, why not? Yeah, they've improved the desert. Okay, you know what? This was gonna be one of my bigger concerns and one of my bigger critiques, and they fixed it since the last time I played. So, alright then. I think also I don't remember epic upgrades being a thing before. That's pretty cool. I like seeing red epic. That makes my brain happy to pick out the epic choice. That makes my brain happy. There's some good numbers go up type malarkey to be had here, and the basic running around, exploring, etc. is pretty good. Go with damage, and also make my bone bouncy. Make my bone bounce. Really like extra projectiles again. That would be my pick for another book. because we have all things that just have a single hit. And if they could be like double hit, you know, or like 5 rockets rather than 1, that would make a huge difference. Yeah, this guy moves a lot faster, and that's really damn cool. After this, we'll do a little bit of ball pits. I don't know how much ball pit will do. I'll say ball pit is one that I liked. I feel like it is, you know, maybe just more of a, let's just look at it real fast. And was that the right choice? I think I just impulse chose something that I really don't need, considering that I already go pretty damn fast. Whatever. Oh well. No time to think. Just go. Just play the game. Just slutty rockets. Really, I could have used something that had some AoE. Like right now, we have a bunch of things that do single target damage, which is fine right now. It might be an issue if like there's some big fucking hordes. I mean, I think the rockets might have an AoE splash on them. I am not sure though. And no cactuses hurt me, but that makes sense. Break a tumbleweed. Talk to Shady Guy to buy... Sure, an electric plug. I'll buy that. Knockback, evasion, HP regen. I guess HP regen. Always good to have some sort of recovery. Now we're pretty much done. Shit, I should have maybe held out for projectiles. Oh, whatever. Like I said, you know, this game, once you make your choice, it's pretty much locked in. We're pretty much locked in here till the end. Ball pit up next. Go lightning staff there. I think at a certain point, just whatever's the highest is going to be good. Yeah, this is trouble. We don't have, honestly, like the revenge we do, just like when we take a hit, is clearing out more of this horde than like our attacks are. That's not good. That's not good at all. I think this run might be boned. This run might be, we might have drafted poorly, honestly. Need some AoE. In addition to, like, all I can hope is that the Thunder Strike eventually does hit, like, nearby fellers. Yeah, just by buffing up the size, maybe the Thunder Strike can be more of an AoE solution. We already know where the boss is, so we can trigger that at any point. And I'll say I think the boss is gonna kick our damn ass. I think it's gonna be not exactly pretty. I'll say I feel like the bosses could be a little bit more in line with the rest of the dudes here. Like, you definitely start dying to the boss a lot. You know, you can mow down as many of these dudes as you can, just be like basically unstoppable. And still, like, the boss will come out and it'll kick your ass. Like, there's totally a gulf in there in between, like, how tough he is versus, like, anything else you'll face along the way. Maybe the mini-bosses, the guardians, the whatever they are. Also, sometimes, you know, you get something like that, and I don't know, like, all the rewards that you can get by scanning in the shrines are particularly good. You know, like, I don't know that having a double jump really helps my chances. It's cool. Like, make no mistake, this is cool. This game's cool as hell. I'm a skeleton. I kickflip when I jump. Rad. Like, make no mistake, this game is cool. Slutty rockets. We're at the 3-minute point. What time is best to really start hitting the boss and trying to bring it to a close? Maybe like 2 minutes. Get more damage. More damage increased. Sure, crit damage. That'll help with a boss. Oh right, that's like a mini boss there. That you, I think if you kill this guy and don't get killed by him immediately, you can unlock him. That guy just wasted us. Jesus Christ. So yeah, you do runs. There's quests that you can do. Apparently I'm about to, wait, a weapon slot 2? Wait, I already got no, I got weapon slot 1. Apparently I'm 1 quest away from weapon slot 2. Okay, there we go. That's I was thinking for a second, wait, did they slow it down? Did they make it so that, but no, that's the 4th weapon. So if I could just do 1 more quest, I could have the option to do more, but you know, haven't been able to do any of these. And I'll say, like, as the further in you get, the more difficult these get to nail. Maybe they've added more. Maybe some of these are like less difficult. Like, I'm looking through these now. It does look like they've added a bunch. And every time you do one of these, it adds an item. So I guess I'll say, like, you know, they can only add so many because they're tied to items they have to design. So, you know, it can't just be so free and fancy free. They can't just give you, oh, here's an easy one. No, you gotta kill like thousands of enemies with the slutty rocket, and you have bust open 20 tumbleweeds maybe to get this gun here. What is anything else down here that's interesting? Graveyard. I guess the 3rd level is called Graveyard. Very cool. I think that's gonna do it for for Megabonk. Those 2 runs sort of tell the whole story. I hope that was a story that I told. I think the game is very fun. I think that the builds can be a little inflexible and like are pretty much decided like pretty early on, you know, and at which point it's pretty brainless. Just move around and shoot and wait for the boss timing to be right. And you know, level up your stuff accordingly. But that is pretty satisfying and fun. I do believe in this game. I do think that Megabonk, like in 2 years' time, will be a easy recommendation. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I hope that they speed up the progression track. Maybe make some of these achievements a little bit easier to do. Maybe make the bosses a little bit softer so that you can unlock more of it sooner. I don't know. I feel like there's not that much in the way of like Metroid or roguelite-ness as far as like, you know, there is some amount of like where's the shop? Yes, you can unlock like permanent things, but it's stuff like carry more tombs and more options to refresh, skip, etc. Which I'll say I don't think those are super useful. You know, it's not like you get more health. You know, it's not like you get more damage. This is a very much a game where what you see is what you get. The difficulty you see is what you get. You're not going to make it softer on yourself. You're just going to unlock more crap, and I kind of wish it did get a little easier as it went. I wish it was a little faster. I believe in this game. I don't know if there's room on the list, but maybe. This is a big firm maybe for the back half. We'll see. You know, we got other games to check out tonight. Okay, let's go back to the Switch. And yeah. I'm gonna hit exit, and when I do so, the Switch that's behind the Switch behind this will be revealed, and we'll go over there real fast. Excellent. Wow, that was real fast, huh? Anyway, let me change the game again on Twitch. We're gonna do a little Ball X Pit. Just a little. This will be a quick one. Because I do want to complete the set of like Rogue Lights, and Ball X Pit is one of those, and I really did enjoy my time with Ball X Pit. I'll say I did not go the distance, like not even a little bit. I got to the second level and have been unable to clear it the requisite number of times to move on from there. It's at the top, is it? Where the fuck is Ball X Pit? There it is. Ball X Pit. We're doing Ball X Pit. I'll say, I have not done... God damn you! Shit. Come on, Ball X Pit. Come on, Ball X Pit. I said I would be playing you immediately. Don't make me a liar here. It's almost done. It's going fast. Okay. Ball X Pit, those who don't know, it's sort of like a roguelite Arkanoid type game, where the whole gimmick is that you're playing as several characters. That's not the gimmick. The gimmick is that you're throwing balls, and the balls bounce around in an Arkanoid type way, and the more times they bounce off and hit dudes, the more damage and the more efficient your ball usage is, and you want to sort of like be throwing the balls efficiently such that you're like knocking out the dudes and making good firm progress. And there's a bunch of different characters who play out a bunch of different fun ways, as well as a base management component, which I'll say, just for the record, let me just say, I kind of don't care for the base management component. Here's the base management component. Between runs, how's the audio? How's that? That sounds good to me. About here. Yeah. Okay. So between runs, you can go in and you can invest in the resources that you got into like buildings. I don't think that's worth getting. That some of them unlock like new characters and stuff, and new dudes. I don't have access to anything like that right now, so jot that down. And all the dudes that you do got, sort of like run around for a bit, banging into everything, and harvesting resources for you. And you sort of want to send them in such a way that they hit as many of the stuff as you can. I don't see any purpose to having them have such a big area other than, like, you know, I figure, like, even if I expand, I'll, like, pen them in so that they only are, like, harvesting resources in this particular zone. And it's kind of a brainless thing, and it kind of is awkward, too, because, like, after you finish a run, you're like, okay, let me harvest. But if you quit at that point, the harvesting doesn't get saved. So it's kind of weird, you know? You'll come back and you'll harvest again. Let's just go with the... I'll say the two most interesting guys here that I've unlocked so far, again, I'm pretty early into the game, is the Cogitator, who chooses your upgrades for you, and the Cohabitants, who are two different, or who are like a pair that throw balls in opposite directions. Balls of half power, basically, which is interesting to manage. We'll play as the one that the game is telling us to do, and I'll say, like, I have to beat the Snowy Shores twice to unlock the following level, so I haven't done that. So let's see if I can do that. Why not? I've not gotten that far, but I have done a good number of attempts, let me say. It's just that the second level has been proven to be pretty difficult. So yeah, you throw the balls. Well, I guess the Cognator is a bad example of some of the gameplay here, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Cognator's balls go through enemies. Most of the balls, they just bounce off enemies. Or actually, you know what, if you bounce it off a wall, then it can bounce off enemies. So you can see there's like gameplay built around just like, you know, getting your balls into just the right spot to just like bounce around a bunch, do a bunch of damage before coming back. Also, you know, you get special balls that are really good. That, like this one that creates a big vertical laser. It's pretty cool. I think this is a pretty great roguelike with some pretty good, solid-ass gameplay that's, pretty damn satisfying. You know, if I have any note, it's just like, I just didn't go the distance. You know, I didn't go the distance. I didn't get as far as I would want to for, like, Game of the Year consideration. And, you know, when it does come to, like, Game of the Year, I do think that, did you finish the game? Did you burn out? That is a consideration. That is a factor. That means something. You know, the fact that like, I found it hard enough where I didn't quite go the distance, etc., etc. That doesn't mean nothing. So you can see here, everything slowly advances downwards, and going pretty well. But the difficult part about this level is that the enemies have like shields on their fronts, so you have to get in on their sides. So does my ability to pass through things, does that count for the... There's also there's a little bit of like weird gameplay here, I'll say, like gameplay mechanics. I currently have it set to like automatically throw balls, but if you're not throwing balls, technically you can go faster. So, you know, you can like manually choose to throw balls or not. And also, like, when you do have automatic ball throwing, if you run out of balls and you're just like, you know, ball free for a bit, I guess I'll take that because I'm doing poison. I'm doing a lot of poison damage. If you have a lot of balls in play and you know, you run out of balls to throw, you'll just randomly speed up a little bit, which can be a little bit disconcerting. A little bit like, oh wow, okay, I'm just suddenly moving at a different speed. And honestly, I wouldn't mind just like moving at the same speed consistently. You know what I mean? Moving at one set speed. I always want to do an evolution. I feel like an evolution is always good. Wait, is that a good one? Well, one, you know, this is a great thing about this game. You know, speaking of Megabonk, the previous game, in Megabonk, when you fill up... This game is similar, where you can only have 4 major balls and, like, 4 equipment things. But unlike in Megabonk, when you fully upgrade your crap, you can do, like, a merger, where you combine 2 of your balls to consolidate your balls, and then you can get some new ones in the rotation. Okay, this is doing, like, diagonals now. That's, that poison laser ball. That's just a really smart thing that keeps, things interesting and makes it so that you continue making interesting decisions even after you have, like, chosen 4 balls. You know, you still have the opportunity to merge them in, and certain combinations become, like, special. Like, you can just do, like, any fusion, but there's some that become, like, special boutique balls, you know? Like, this one with the thing. Sometimes it's just like, yeah, it's like a fire effect on your laser. Okay, it's just the same as it was before, pretty much, but... Now let's go iron. Also, if these guys hit the bottom, they will, they will, fuck you up good. With the way I can't hit him multiple times. I can only hit him once per ball because I can't bounce it as easily. And now it's too late. Let's make it bleed. It's doing damage to me. That's not good. Please die. Oh, thank God. Yeah, mostly this has been going pretty well, but the God University, I don't know what the stats system does here, so that doesn't really interest me that much. I'll say, like, some of the metagame aspect kind of... Like, if I have any criticism of this game, really, it's probably not really that I couldn't get through it, or that I found... make a burn radiation beam. Make a burning radiation beam, sure. If I have any criticism, it's not that I couldn't get through it, right? It's just stuff that, like, the stat system is weird and needless, and the inter-game progression, I feel like, is more complicated than it needs to be, right? Like, if it was just like, oh, you unlocked a new guy, go wild, use, your stats increased, isn't that nice, but you have to play weird, a weird management sim just for the privilege of, you know, doing a thing. Like with the last game, I could see this at the bottom of the list. But, I don't know. You know, like I said, I don't like the management parts, and that's a big part. That's really the only thing that like, holds it off. Right? Like, otherwise, I think it's fun. I had a great time with it when I had time to play it, when I gave it the time of day. Now that I don't give it as much time of day, you know, it's kind of, you know, it's been a while since I was doing runs and trying to make it work. I think there are a couple weird things that hold it back, but I just also think it is just some real good lizard brain type fun. And the gimmick of, you know, thinking about bouncing balls and the arcanoidness of it is really good. Getting another vertical laser ball. I like the vertical and the horizontal laser. I feel like my favorite fusion is the one that's vertical and horizontal. That's just killer. That's just so good. I think it's like a cross ball or something. We're like 2/3 to like a final boss. Again, I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it, considering that, you know, our one weakness here with this particular character. Our one weakness with this character is that bosses doing a bunch of bouncy bullshit off them is gonna be difficult. To like do more than one damage per toss. And again, like right now, if I go through at least the vertical balls, if I go right through, the vertical balls are gonna hit on dude a bunch of times. That's pretty good. I love my vertical balls. I really do. Okay, now I can move at full speed while shooting, and you can see it's a pretty, well, also plus 30%. I can fuse any of those. I'm gonna do a evolution. Again, I'm always going to prioritize the evolutions versus the fusions. Hemorrhage. Heat. And also, this is gonna help gather up all this experience, all this tasty experience, etc. Just like basic design-wise, like I said, the way that the fusions work, and the way that, like, this all develops over the course of a single round that's pretty damn quick when you get down to it. I do think there's something to be said. I do think that's kind of better low-key than Megabonk on that particular front, right? Like, the way it proceeds, etc. But if I had to choose, like, basic gameplay and one that I am more of a believer in, probably Megabonk. They're close, honestly. And picking one of the two of them, I think would make perfect sense for the list. But which one, though? Which one, though? One that might get there eventually and is more of a grower than a shower? Or one where I think it's pretty much there right now, except for the parts I don't like as much. You know? I would say that I do like more parts of Megabonk, but just like as far as basics go, this got it. You know? If I had gotten through more than 2 levels, which, hey, you know, we're doing pretty well right now. Maybe we'll be able to clear this and check out the 3rd level. I would love to do that. We'll do that if we can. If we could get through this, see the 3rd level, that would help me. That would be pretty convincing. I don't know. Maybe that's unfair. Maybe if I die here and it's just back to square one, that's just what it is. It's a roguelike after all. Maybe also like the fact that it's so stat driven and that there's a bunch of stuff in menus about like, oh, you know, increase this stat or that stat of your character. That part's kind of makes it seem like if I want to get better, I gotta actually like pay attention and know what's going on with that. I don't like that. It's very close. And again, the fact that we're continuing to get new balls, just like puts it a shoulder above, just like gives it a slight boost over the last game, over Megabonk. But I also think that Megabonk has more going for it otherwise, more potential. Damn close, damn close. This is what, I hope you're enjoying this, this like, feisty amount of, like, consideration. This is sort of what I like to do in my Game of the Year style stream, my Game of the Year refreshers. I like to really put the games next to each other and go like, seriously though, which one did I like better? And it's easier to do when you played them both, like, within minutes of each other, I think. But still, at the same time, kinda hard. Still kinda hard. For sure, for sure. We can beat this boss, which, by the way, I believe the way the bosses work is that, it's no longer a matter of, like, being pushed out, but instead, like, the map will now go backwards, and, if you run out of, like, real estate, you know, if you get back to the start of the pit, you're fucked. Also, there's gonna be attacks and stuff to avoid. This is sort of a bullet hell situation. I've mostly played this as like a podcast, you know, as like a passive type game. So it's funny now hearing this. I haven't really been hearing that much music in this game. I didn't know this game had that much music. I think I almost entirely played it like in portable mode, which, hey, might be a you know, a thing that helps. It looks like we're doing pretty damn well, by the way. I think I did beat this dude on my first run, with my first character that I tried, and then like every other character has had just tremendously bad luck, you know, over like a half dozen to a dozen attempts. Maybe we just were very unlucky before, and it's now time to finish this. It's looking like. Maybe I was also just like struggling already when I got to the boss. And, you know, well, there we go. Now we can actually see like a little bit of like what the progression is like, because we got like 3 blueprints. and the way forward. You know, where I was at, my feeling was like, well, I've been stuck at this thing for a while, and I've been unable to make any progress for like a while, and that kind of blows. That kind of sucks, but it's nice now that I have the opportunity to get some stuff that, you know, now I can build. And let's see, what do they got? Don't care about that. I don't care about that. Housing, give me a new character. Single family home. Okay, let's put that down. And, I don't know what intelligence gets. Related stats like AoE power. Okay, fine. I'll put it somewhere. Let me just move some crap out the way. Then you have to like bang your guys into a building to unlock it. But I believe, hopefully, we'll be able to do it in one and see a new character if I just do it at a steep enough angle such that, actually, that's not a very steep maybe it'll be fine. It's gonna be a close thing. Looks like we got it. Looks like we got, I can't tell, actually. Okay, you know what? The house we didn't get, but we did get the university. Gotta bang, like, dudes 15 times into that. And, how do I... Pit, let me, upgrade the pit. Yes, there we go. I unlocked a new level. That's great. Now I can, let me just show off the cohabitants, and then we'll just, like, fail. We'll just fail real fast, because I think some of these guys are really cool. Yes. We'll just lose really quickly. We'll just, like, bomb out or quit out or something, and then we'll be able to do our bouncing thing again. These guys are cool. They got, like, 2 different sets of balls. It gets pretty chaotic. Probably the smart thing to do is just, like, to set them on, like, focus fire, and then, like, on, like, diagonally inward, and then just, like, position yourself to handle it. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. So you can die, it's a whole thing. This is more like what it is typically, by the way, with the... We bouncing balls. I mean, we have more balls than usual, but it's more about bouncing balls than, not bouncing balls. Also, when a guy hits the bottom, they just sort of zoom over to you and kill you. Because we did that real quick, like, we now can do another harvest, and we can unlock the new character. Okay. Just, pen all these dudes into here, and then let's harvest this shit. Let's do this. I kind of find the harvest gimmick to be a little annoying. Like, that's the one thing I really just don't like at all. Don't care for it. Think it's kind of tedious and, annoying. The empty nester. Okay. Let's check out the new character and check out the new area. No special gameplay perks? Oh, that's the warrior. Okay, empty nester. Here we go. Finally, there's some peace and quiet. No baby balls. Each shot shoots multiple instances of one equipped special ball. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty powerful right there. That means that they're just going to fire out the ones that, it's kind of weird that the selected level is actually the one that's dimmer. That's another thing that's weird. This one is just gonna fire off, like, all of our actual balls multiple times. That's cool. But that does mean that, like, we only start with 2 balls. As you do, generally. That's, phrasing. Anyway, we're starting here with 2 balls. Don't worry, though. Unlike in life, we will get many more soon enough. We'll get a bunch. Don't y'all worry. Once we are able to get an upgrade. Yeah, let's get a vampire ball. How many balls can we throw? I'm only seeing 1 vampire ball out at a time. Can you only throw 2 balls at once? Oh, wow. Or maybe 1 copy of each ball once you have 2? That doesn't make sense. The thing said it would be copies of balls. So how does that work? This is not going tremendously well. This level seems pretty difficult. We'll try this level again if we fail, which is looking pretty likely at this point. We'll give it a second try with a more familiar character. One that I've played more often. I'll show you one of the other weirdo ones that maybe is not the most ideal, truth be told, but I'd like to show you them anyway, just because it's sort of an interesting idea. You know, I think this game does great work insofar as, like, its characters, you know, with the twins, with the... You know, they all have a lot of them have neat ideas that are different to play. Enemies explode on death? That seems pretty good. Their explosions seem like they're doing some work. We're holding in there, we're holding in. I'm gonna get extra whatever. So there's guys right there. Oh, it occurs to me, I'm blocking my health meter. I'll move. Now this is interesting because in this case we are combining and consolidating, but also because we are losing some of our balls now because we don't have the baby balls to throw in between the major balls, so now we just have 3 balls. That's fewer balls than we had. Curious. Really wish I had laser. Laser's always good for, you know, attacking the front line while still starting to, like, get some progress, some traction on, like, the farther down boys. You know, you can you know, start softening them up while you're working on the guys who are more of an immediate threat. Here, let's throw them into you know, you sort of want to throw them into the holes. Sideways laser. I like sideways laser. Sideways laser. Pretty good for, like, you know, defending the immediate row. That's good for, you know, you can't so much soften up, like, everything ahead. This is not looking good. Ah! I can put on a breastplate. This is bad, though. Dude's working me good. He's attacking me. Oh, Just barely got through that boss. Good that we revisited this one, you know, I'll say. I feel like this is better than my memory was of it. And, you know, we were able to get farther in and see something new, which is always exciting, you know. I do feel like the ways in which you can progress in this game as far as, like, you know, in a roguelite fashion, they're a little confusing to me. I don't really get it. All the stats and stuff, like investing in like a Mage's Academy or something. I don't know what even that'll do. And it feels a little bit much. Feels like a little bit too much effort. But, you know, at least there is a way to progress, roguelite style. And at least, like, if you're struggling, you can just know, like, okay, well, just build the buildings you can do, and if you're still struggling, well, sorry. You know, if you're still having trouble, then I guess you just have to get good, or get a good build, or, you know, whatever. You know, there's not that many options. There are more, though, than in the case of Megabonk. I guess also, like, it's worth asking, is Megabonk a roguelite, or is what a Vampire Survivor is something different? I mean, I might say that this is more like a Vampire Survivor than, like, most roguelites. You know, considering it's, like, 30-minute runs, 15-minute runs, considering it's, like, you know, considering all the things about it that is true, that are true. Roguelike block is almost over. We almost have gotten through, seen all the roguelites. Might as well do another block right here. There is a second racing game other than Mario Kart, which we can just also throw into it as sort of like a block type situation. There's not like a third that's like worth considering, right? Worth looking at. I mean, I'll say I got the Sonic racing thing. It's okay. It's pretty good. I think that it has a really cool thing. Really cool, like, I like the way it handles tracks. I don't know I like the way it feels. Maybe it's a matter of just like, you just gotta get used to it. And, you know, you're too used to Mario Kart. I'm probably just too used to Mario Kart and the way that handles. Like, I feel like that's my ideal as far as, racing games go. Anything else, like, I don't know. Never been much of a, like, a Forza guy, you know, or any other sorts of racing games. I liked Blur on the Xbox 360. Blur was really good. What the hell? You just get... Let's make a virus fire. And I'm kind of hoping to get a vertical, and then hoping to fuse the horizontal and the vertical together. I'll re-roll. I got money. I'll just re-roll and re-roll and re-roll. Okay, vertical it is. Yes. I suppose I also could be re-rolling more often. I don't know what else you would use your money for. I guess like the progression outside of the thing. That's weird. You can get a little herky-jerky with the movement sometimes as you're throwing balls, and like the balls slow you down a itch. It's a little weird, but it's not a big deal, I think. Not that big a deal, all told. I think we might be able to beat this one as well. Let's see. And we've also gotten to the point where we need another fission, apparently, because it can give us no more upgrades. We need a fuse or something, our current balls. Get anything more interesting. It's just monkey brain. This is just some good monkey brain ass shit. And like, you know, if you have like a color strategy of like, oh, you know, I'm gonna throw into this gap here. Oh crap, what are you doing here, dude? I'm gonna throw into this gap here and like make it bounce around the crevice for a while. You know, that feels pretty good when you pull it off. This dude's trouble. Holy laser, that's the one. That's the good one. This one's so good. This one does, you know, 4 directions. It's very similar to the other ones that we have. Let's get lightning. It's tight. I think it's tight between this and Megabonk. I would like one of them on the list. I'll say that much. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be fair. I bet there's a room for at least one. There are a lot of games we can look at, check out, etc. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So after this, we'll do Mario Kart. We'll check out Sonic for a second as well while we're in the neighborhood, but that'll be a brief thing. I think we'll do like one race of that, basically. I think it's pretty alright. I'll say I was playing Sonic. I got Sonic Racing the other night. People in chat on Sunday 2 nights ago told me I should check it out, and it was as good as Racing Transformed. And I played a Grand Prix, and I played a few online matches. And the first one I played, someone in a Discord I was in just like posted a picture of the results and was like, "Take that, asshole," you know? And then asked like, "Wait, was that your first match?" I said, "Yeah." Like, what the fuck? I mean, what are the odds, right? And also keep in mind, like, I was like, I don't see you like online on my Switch. And he's like, they were like, you know, I was playing on PC, so it wasn't even a friends list situation where it said like, oh, you know, let's get you in with a match with your friends. Just total goddamn coincidence. Maybe it's like beginner's luck here. I mean, I'll say like we're not gonna unlock another one. We have to finish this thing like 3 times or 2 times or something. You know, get years to proceed. So like it's not like we would have more we could show off after this. You know, honestly, I'm surprised this went as well as it did, considering like how long I was stuck at level 2. Like, shit, man. Like I should maybe go back in and continue on, because once I got through that roadblock, it's been the sailing is pretty smooth, actually, and the variety, you know, this new level introduces a lot of pretty cool and exciting things to dodge, challenges to balance while you're also just like aiming your balls around. This game's pretty fucking good. As I keep playing it and getting farther and farther, I feel like I'm talking myself into Ball Pit above Megabonk. I feel like I'm talking myself into Ball Pit over Megabonk here. Yeah, that feels right. I do think Megabonk has the potential to get there eventually and be the better game in the long term. But right now, yeah, Megabonk got it. Or, sorry, Ball X Pit got it. Ball Pit, as it's called. You don't pronounce the X. It's like the cross. It's like Ball Cross Pit. But you don't pronounce it. right, we're almost done here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I noticed this one isn't progressing like backwards either. So I guess maybe it's not always a race against time to kill the boss before you run out of pits. Maybe that was just like the first one, or like the first two. Weird that like mechanic like that, which seems like it would make it harder to beat these guys, would be just on like one of the first ones, but this guy does have a lot of attacks going, a lot of like different summons. It's like some seriously good, just like, you know, maybe as this goes on, it becomes more an active game as far as like, oh, you know, you not only have to worry about where your balls are going and throwing your balls out there, but also you gotta worry about dodging more of the time, more actively, etc., etc. Also, it might be a thing where I was playing on handheld mode, like while watching stuff. Maybe when the game has your full attention, it's easier. Very possible. We did it! We're not gonna do any sort of like post stuff here. We're just gonna move on. These upgrades aren't really interesting to me. It's just resource stuff. I'd rather have stronger attacks or something. We're not gonna do any of the base stuff because, like I said, it wouldn't save anyway when you came back to the thing. Let it be said that I find the base stuff to be very confusing, but the game as a whole, I do think it's got it. It's really compelling, and like if I hadn't gotten stuck at the second level for a while, I probably would have gone a lot farther. And really, maybe I should play some more and keep going, and etc. I think it's time for Mario Kart. Mario Kart World. All right, Mario Kart World. Where is that? There it is. I do believe that we updated it earlier. Excellent. Mario Kart World has been receiving some updates throughout the year, but I'm pretty sure it's basically the same as it ever was, but with some minor quality of life differences. We need some audio. We need some audio right now. Crank it. Crank it. Keep cranking. I think I need to keep cranking. Phrasing. How's this? Do you like this? Maybe a little bit down. Maybe can make the... I could just increase the volume of the HDMI audio. I think this is good. Let's go here. Yeah, right here, right here, right here. Okay. Is this about where it was previously? Would you say? I'll say, for my part, there's two modes in particular I want to revisit. There's two modes that I particularly enjoyed. That is the free roam and the knockout tour. I'll say, I do think like the cups, I do think just like playing the cups normal style isn't quite as good as like the cups. There is the main gimmicks, right? Like if you look, you know, in the menu, right? There's a bunch of modes. One of the modes here, for instance, is you know, a bunch of these single player modes, right? Grand Prix, where you go course to course to course to course, and you do the in-betweens as well. I think that's pretty cool. I also think that, like, you know, you play that once and you're done. Knockout Tour, I will say that playing Knockout Tour single player is kind of not great, because like when you play it, it's like, okay, well, it's Mario Kart, so it's random, so you're not always going to go the distance, and trying to get that gold cup that you need to get for completion's sake is going to be difficult. But I do not see it as a single player mode. The Knockout Tour mode, to me, Grand Prix is alright as a single-player mode for what it's worth, as it always often is. But Knockout Tour is a multiplayer mode, and to me it is just like the same experience, the same thrill, the same feeling of like doing a Fortnite. You know, doing a Battle Royale, where, you know, you don't know you're gonna go the distance, but sometimes you are. And occasionally you'll win, and it feels really good every time. I'll also say, I really did love the free roam, wandering around the world. Let's see, I think they patched some stuff here with the free roam, right? Didn't they make like a... I thought, yes, okay, they made it so that they now mark off like the P-switches you've done before. That's pretty nice, that's pretty good. So now we can tell, like, yeah, I've explored a ton. I've done so many P challenges, and let me just say, like, the P challenges are fan-fucking-tastic. I really enjoyed the hell. I'm seeing a gap here in between some of these P challenges, so I reckon if we go over here. I really like all these P challenges and all the different variety they bring. Let's just show a couple real fast. It's also really cool that you can play as the cow, as various NPCs. I think this game is more my speed, and I like it more than, I'll be honest, I like it more than 8, personally, even though, like, you know, I think there's a good argument that, like, obviously 8 is a lot more fully featured right now, has a lot more, material to it, has a lot more stuff, courses, etc. And, like, I'm really looking forward to seeing, like, how they expand that. By the way, let me be clear, I'm sure that they will, and, like, I hope sometime next year, they're like, yo, check it out, we got, new courses and all that. Okay, I think in this case you're supposed to, oh, there's a pipe behind us. That's how you do that one. I think a lot of these challenges are really fun and cool. And, these challenges are really fun. And I really appreciate the variety of it. I think it is basically the best mission mode they've ever had in the franchise. The wall riding crap really comes into its own in these missions where sometimes, you know, it is literally called upon you to do it. Even though, like, in a lot of courses and a lot of routes, it's not strictly speaking necessary. This mode is great. And, like, as far as, like, a podcast game goes, if I'm being honest, if I'm thinking about it plainly, I think this is probably my favorite podcast game of the year. My favorite game to play just idly. Well, I can do Bonanza and just, like, go after bananas idly. I don't have to think that much for that, to be sure. But, like, this is just some great podcast fodder. And yeah, how the fuck do you get to the... There's the rewind. The rewind isn't that important. Why? Why is the thing? Let's see if there's something in this area. Or perhaps over here. Isn't that, like, the run-up to that one stage? I would think there'd be something here. And most of what I played was when they didn't have this like, marking of the map where stuff is left. So I had no way of knowing, like, you know, I right now have... You can't see, it's behind me. But I have 290 missions done, and I think there's what, like 300 something of them. So like there's not that many left, and I was able to like scour the land. I spent a lot of time exploring and getting them all. I fucking adore this game, honestly. I think it's so cool. I you know, didn't really mind the multiplayer stuff. I mean, like I said, you know, for the multiplayer stuff, I wasn't really doing the verses as much. I was doing more of the Knockout Tour. Knockout Tour was my mode. The rail grind gimmick is pretty fun and good. There's some real good, like, traversal here. This is a goddamn good game. The question is, how do I feel about this? Here's the question that I have to also. Does this show all of them or just the ones you've done? I think it's just the ones you've done, right? Right? Unclear. I mean, I've done so many. It's hard to see, like, the ones I haven't done. Though, then again, like, if we're looking at it this way, like, there's some pretty big gaps here, like, Dino Domain over here. What's up with that? There's nothing over there. Let's go over there and, have a look-see. Also, let's switch to, Pokey. No, actually, what I like the Bitty Bopper, the Bitty Bud in the Bitty Bud car. That's perfect. Okay, I want to head. I like the mini map a lot. I think the mini map is pretty cool and very cool. I just like the way that looks, and it like tells you, you know, what's coming up in the near vicinity. I wouldn't mind if, like, it looked like that during races rather than just having, like, a whole full everything. But for this open world mode, it's, like, really key. Man, I'll say, like, with this mode, bearing some sort of, like, GPS, guide me to the things I haven't done yet, which I don't think is in there yet, right? You'd have to go to a guide and, you know, go from there to figure out, like, where the ones you're missing are. Is there anything here? There'd be one over here. Here's one. Okay, here's one we didn't do. Here's one I haven't done. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. I'll say that is definitely a you know, a thing that limits the amount of fun I can have going back in here and doing some more. You know, the fact that I can't so easily just find ones I haven't done before. Missions I haven't done before. But the exploration is just so chill, so nice. I like it a lot. It's not necessarily a problem for me, and really playing this again, I couldn't be more happy. Oh, there's another one! Trust their backs to get you there. Hell fucking yeah. We'll do a little bit more of this. Maybe explore another corner of the world. See if I could find another corner of the world with some, damn it. Find another corner of the world without that I haven't done before. That there are clear gaps in. And then we'll go do a knockout tour or two. We'll do some until I'm like, we get a really good one. You know? Nice, nice, that's fun. These missions are so good. Is this anything? Is there anything over here? If not, we'll bounce and we'll go somewhere else. I honestly love this game to the point where it's not just on my list. It's guaranteed a pretty high spot. And playing it right here, right now, I am feeling such, like, positive joy. This... I'm gonna say this right here, right now. I think this is higher than Blueprints. I think this is at least number 4. Is it better than Hades 2? That's the question I'm trying to answer right now in my head. Like, honestly, the joy I feel right now just, like, wandering around, trying to get up a cliff or some stupid shit. just like wandering around is so fun on its own. What about this little island? That looks so suspicious. That's what the kids call sus. That island's gotta have something. I appreciate them adding this so that you could tell where you're going and start figuring out like what you missed. When I was playing this, a lot of the times I would try to do them in groups of 5. You know, get like 5 missions, and that was becoming really difficult by the end, let me tell you. But still I was managing, still I was doing it. Sometimes I was finding an extra one and going like, oh god damn it, I'm gonna have to go to 10 now. And there's another one. Let's try to get 5. Let's try to get 5 more. Or go up to 5, so 2 more after this one. Join in a race around the deserted island? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This one, if we fail, we should switch to the, switch to a water one. Switch to, like, the, switch to, like, the, a crab in the... There's certain vehicles that are clearly, like, get speed, get, like, bonuses on water. We should switch to one of them, if we, can't do this. I like the retro courses a lot that are hidden in the map. It's such a fun little thing that they're just out there, and I like the missions a lot where it's like, yo, do a retro course right now. I think it's rad every time. And just like, no, I don't even love SNES, I was never even a big, like, fan. It was one of my, you know, I'll say, like, it was one of my first 10 games that I played, but I was unable to steer really good in the, in Mario Kart, SNES. I mean, shit, I think that, Mario Kart 64 was one of my first 10, and even that I didn't get into too terribly. For me, Mario Kart really came alive as of, like, I would say, DS in particular. DS was, I loved DS. And, Wii was pretty alright. And, Wii was pretty alright, and then after that there was, geez, it's right down to it. Right down to it. 7 and 8, those are the ones to beat. 8 especially how much they expanded it over time. You cannot go wrong with 8. It is a phenomenal game. Pretty much the one to beat, really. Especially in terms of, like, content, expansion, and so forth. Yeah! More missions! More missions! A mermaid calling across the sea? What does that mean? I don't know, but we're taking flight. I love this dang mission mode. I really do. Oh, fuck me. This might be, oh, hang on. We're getting a boost. We're getting a boost. Come on! Come on! 3, 2, 1! Ah! Ah, that just feels good. That just feels so good. One more mission. The missions are so good. I gotta do one more mission. I just gotta. My feeling right now? Oh man, this might take Hades. This might take Hades, honestly. I love this so much. I really do. Just wandering around is fun. I don't even care about the various issues with the versus mode and all that. I just had so much fun wandering the world. I just had so much fun with Knockout Tour, which we haven't even got to yet. Like, Knockout Tour fucking rules. Let's bounce to a different part of the map. There seems to be nothing on the Ice Fortress here. I'm thinking Ice Fortress would be a good bet. Let's see about Ice Fortress. You'd think any of the levels I would have cleared out already, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. Or maybe it's maybe it's like not actually exactly where it appears to be on the map. You know, it's more closer to these P's that I've already gotten. One more. We see one more, and I will be satisfied. I will be happy. I only wish that there was Rainbow Road in the mission mode. That would be my only note. Rainbow Road in this game rules. They did a fantastic job with it. And, yeah. What can we do here? Where's somewhere we haven't been? That island is done. This area looks really suspicious. It has a road. It's right outside of DK Spaceport. Like, I would think something would be out that away. So let's go out this way a bit. Oh, I see one. I see one. There we go. There's our last one. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That's satisfying. You know, when I started doing missions, I thought I'd only do like 1 or 2, but then like, you know, that like the completionist in me started to get riled up, and also like the fact that it's now easier to figure out where you haven't you know, where it looks like there's holes. It's just better that way. This game rules. I love it. That's enough free roam. Free roam / missions, both of those things, goddamn rule. Let's do some online play. In particular, I'm just gonna do some knockout tours and some nice relaxed knockout tours. We'll go as Mariachi Luigi, and we'll race in, does it matter? I don't know what car I like other than like the Bitty Buggy. And I feel like I mostly like the Bitty Buggy because it's funny to be the Bitty Buggy riding the Bitty Buddy. Ugh. There's like a meta, isn't there? What's like the best? I don't know. I like this cloud. The cloud is cool. I don't know. I might have chosen a bad one. Let me know if I chose a bad one. I'm not sure it really terribly matters. We're doing some knockout tour. Let's do some knockout tour. I'll say I want to play knockout tour until I'm satisfied. I'll say like the night is, it's around 9 o'clock. That means we've been going around 7.5 hours. Around 7 hours, let's say. Geez, 7 hours? Wow. Time does fly. Have we knocked out all the ones that I super duper wanted to get to 100%? No. Definitely not. We can, you know, finish out this racing block with a little bit of Sonic. But I think we do have to start prioritizing now. I mean, I can go up to like 11 hours, so we could go like 4 hours longer if we really wanted to see everything under the sun. All the potential games in my list, but, you know, with those other games, we will be being a little more brief with it, a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more, like, in and out. Like, we're not going to play that much Pipistrello, truth be told. We're going to try for a level or so of most of these games. Or, you know, we've done a run of all the roguelikes. Very tense every time you come up to a checkpoint. And did you make it? Did you not? You just need to be past the threshold. Man, this mode's so good. This is You know, I got into Fortnite this year, and if I had to say, like, yeah, Fortnite, I'm digging that as like a idle game to play, you know, just multiplayer-wise. But other than that, this game is my multiplayer fix of the year, you know, for sure, for sure. Just doing these like fucking ass motherfucker, doing these big ass knockout tours, and also just like a couple of times, you know, here and there, being able to hang out with some folks online and like driving around and doing some versus stuff. It's as good as it ever was, and perhaps even better, because now when you're when you're in between tracks, you can do stuff like explore together, and that is actually cool. And you can pose as like a bunch of Waluigis, or like 20 cows, or like everyone pick a sea creature, crabs and crab sushi. Oh god, okay. I think we're coming up on the end here, so perfect timing to get some mushrooms. Everyone pick a sea creature. Be like a sushi, a blooper. I don't think Blooper's in the game. Is Blooper in the game? Be a crab, a sushi, or a dolphin. And just like 16 sea creatures all sprawled around. That's hilarious. That's so fun. That's so good. As I play this game, part of me is just going like, above Hades, above Hades, above Hades. And I don't know whether to listen to that voice. We made it through that, this is a quick route right here. Wow. And I also think that, like, you know, as far as growers go, you could not ask for a better grower than Mario Kart World. Like, my god, this is gonna get so much better as they add more content and, like, flesh out, you know, as they add, like, more to the periphery, let's say. Oh my god, I just got Mario Karted. I'm done. One more knockout tour. This is so good. We'll do another one. What, let me look at, the OBS real fast. How long is the VOD right now? Actually, as far as the VOD is concerned, it's only been about 6 hours. Okay, you know what? That's not bad. You still have plenty of time. That's like, I mean, I can't go higher than 12 hours just by the virtue of, I don't want to, I actually would have liked to change my card and my character again. Maybe we'll do one more, not as Waluigi. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe this will be a quick one. If this is a quick one, then we'll just, you know, we'll do another one. If we go the distance, we go the distance. You know. The audio has been great this whole time, right? I mean, in this case, I do think you'll like to hear the music and stuff. It all sounds nice and good. You'll let me know ever if it sounds bad, or if it's high compared to my voice if you're having trouble. I'm never sure about this stuff, honestly, about volume levels. At some point, I should just set it up so it just automatically adjusts it down. But I feel like if the volume level just like automatically starts ducking down, that might be weird. That's not my preference for that, but it might be realistically cleaner than, you know, constantly tweaking the audio and getting nervous about the audio and worrying about the audio. I don't know. We're doing pretty damn well this time. I said before taking a hit. Still, top half of the survivors. Can't ask for a better first leg. I'm very curious, you know, I hope that, like, early next year we start hearing about what they're gonna do more of for Mario Kart World, right? And I'm hoping for something like, I'm hoping for, like, whole new areas added to the map. You know, that's my, what I want. I want to see them go like, okay, here's Donkey Kong Island. It's a separate thing, you know, about the size of, like, 4 courses. And, you know, in-betweens. That's just like a little self-contained Donkey Kong area themed after everything you can think of DKC-wise. You know, a Brambles course, a Brambles course, a factory, some sort of jungle, some sort of mine, something like that. I think would make a whole lot of sense. You know, do like a Yoshi's Island, I reckon. Honestly, I think it'd be cool to do a lot of cameos. You know, Wario, do like Diamond City. What else? What else? As far as the characters who are already in, could he do more Rosalina? Like, oh, here's like a, not quite, I like all the variety, by the way, of all the stuff that's on the course in between the stuff. They are very creative with all the different stuff, from cows to enemies, etc. I think they do a good job of filling up the in-between. Personally, I like the in-betweens a bunch. This is going so well, I say before taking a hit. We're at 8th, we're at 10th. Oh my god. Nah, we're good, we're good. What else could they do? Like a Mario Galaxy? You know, they are doing Mario Galaxy movie. So, like, if they had, like, oh, here's a galaxy, here's a bunch of, like, additional space-themed tracks that are, like, off beyond either the spaceport or, like, Rosalina's fortress. You know, off the corner of the map that way, or otherwise accessible through, they could do a little more interlinking in that way, right? Like, if like, the spaceport let you get to Rainbow Road or something. Hell, if you could get to Rainbow Road in other ways, that'd be a lovely thing to change, especially as it becomes less of a secret. Ooh, we're suffering right now. We suddenly fell back a bunch. Yoshi, Wario, Donkey Kong, who else could you do? Do you think you could do like a big New Donk City, but with Pauline being the head of a thing? I don't know. Maybe you could do it with like all these characters. Like all these characters could use an additional home domain or something. I think they could do a bit in like adding additional variants of all the drones. Like if the drones could transform, you know, like a Hammer Bro into a Boomerang Bro, that sort of thing. That'd be really rad long term. I understand it's probably a hard thing to manage, hard thing to do. What would Toad get? Captain Toad Island? Nah, it's not very good. Princess Peach Showtime? The inside of, like, Peach's castle would be cool. If you could, like, go inside Peach's castle and have, like, a interior castle map. You know, they could probably add, like, areas inside or, like, you know, tunnels or whatnot connecting or just like additional like in the middle of nowhere, assuming it didn't mess up any of the challenges, existing challenges. We're coming right down to it. This is the run, folks. This is the last. We'll go out on this, and my gut is telling me one more. Rule of three. Okay, you win, my gut. I am sort of talking about this as if it's the number 3 game of the year, and maybe my favorites. That is what that's implying, by the way. If this is number 3, it's my favorite of the games we played tonight, and we will play tonight. So if this is actually the headliner, then you know, we should do another round, basically. I mean, maybe it would make sense to do the other modes and do like the, regular versus. That was never my jam. I'll only do that when playing with like actual people, which, like I said earlier, is a lot of fun. And I know it's great. And I kind of low-key wish that more people would be... I wish that more people would be doing it more often. You know, more people that I know. I feel like a lot of the folks that I played with initially haven't played it in months, and neither have I, honestly. You know, more recently I've been doing Fortnite as my... Since I got into Fortnite this year. But even before then, I wasn't like playing a bunch of like Mario Kart World whenever I had a minute, but maybe I should. I mean, like Fortnite, it does require, at least this mode, does require perfect attention. Like, this is like YouTube game, you know, play it while watching YouTube. The free roam mode, you can play it while watching anime, you know, subtitled and everything. Like, you can split your attention. I can split my attention that far and get through. Here we are on the finale, folks. I mean, I'll say if we win this, how better to go out than a knockout tour victory, right? And it's looking pretty good. We have a banana defense. We just have to clinch it on a track that I haven't raced on in I don't know how long, months. I'm going to keep my banana. Good move, me. That was the... No! Oh, okay, well, I'm still good. Come on! Yes! Ah! Yeah, that does feel as good as like a victory royale. Better, because like at my current MMR in Fortnite, victory royales seem to happen like more than they could, more than they should, MMR-wise. I'll say I've even on Switch 2 lost a couple more battle royales than I've won in the last couple days since I did that stream last week. Let me say, it's not like ungodly odds, but like I can probably win 1 out of 3 blitz royales and 1 out of like 5 regular royales, which is something ain't right there. Something's not quite measuring up. We can't do better than that, folks. That's a thing to go out on. Except, actually, you know what? We'll do a little bit of the basic race mode. Let's just be fair here. Let's just assess this as well. Penguin! I like the penguin. I like the dolphin bike. Ooh, dolphin bike's fun. Let's do a little bit of the of like the versus mode, just for like shits and giggles and to remember and see how it is currently. See how the versus mode is currently and how that all works. This was a big matter of controversy earlier in the year. Basically, the fact that people really hated the modes where it's we'll do Mario Circuit. We'll just pick that on pets based on what I know about people. Okay, it's sort of a mix. I'll say I am not the MMRs, I guess, where everyone just picks give me a real one every time, but I'll say if they've made it so that there's a real one every time, I feel like the concerns people had are more or less squashed. And like if you randomly get, if someone picks to do a transition, an intermediate course, what do you call those? I know that Nintendo calls them different from what everyone else calls them, but yeah, here we are on an intermediate course. I don't mind them. Though, then again, this is literally just the route we did, isn't it? This is literally just the last part of our knockout tour. How funny. What a coincidence. Ah, well. I'll say, like, these one-off races, I feel a lot more from the knockout tour stakes. You know, it's not quite the difference between a Blitz Royale and a regular Royale. I would say that, like, the knockout tour is more like a Blitz Royale. And this is just like, well, just a regular FPS match. First-person shooter match. FPS match. Enunciate. I should enunciate better. In general, as a streamer, I should do that. Still, like I said, I really enjoy driving around in this game. I really enjoy the in-betweens. Really, Knockout Tour is my mode, but I don't think you can go wrong with the in-betweens as well, especially because there's so many that you wouldn't see that you probably have never seen before. You know, there's so many different combinations. I'd be surprised if, like, you know, I mean, I saw tier lists of them going around, like, of all the different possibilities, but I'd be surprised if you can really, like, race them all and keep them all in memory such that you can really have a favorite or a least favorite or, like, any sort of really complicated opinion on them other than, like, yeah, they're, not quite as, curated as the actual tracks are. They're not quite as, real, but they're fun. And I like the cross-country aspect a lot. I'm without reserve into what Mario Kart World does. Jesus, am I saying that it would be Game of the Year if not for Bananza and Silksong? Fuck, maybe on my list. I mean, I'll say, like, sometimes getting to be number 1 is different from being to be number 3, right? Like, number 1 is like, okay, it's like a prestige thing. Number 3 is like, okay, you're right up there, you know? Like, it'd be different if those games weren't up above it to humble it a little bit, you know? I might keep it at number 2 if those two games didn't exist, and then put Hades as number 1 just for, like, the sheer impact and like, you know, the single player campaign addictiveness of it. But, like, since like, as on a single player front, Bananza and Silksong both have Hades beat, I think the multiplayer angle that this game has that's so, you know, its own, definitely puts it over for me. Yeah, I think this is number 3. I mean, I'll say all decisions are not final until such time as I finish the list and show it off at the start of January. The list will be finalized off stream by me thinking about what I played tonight and how I feel about all that. Ooh, I like Koopa Troopa Beach. I'll pick that one. Why not? Looks like they always give a non-transition as well. That's nice. I think they should give 2 of each. Like, there should be 2 of the transitions and 2 of the non-transitions, so that you don't have a circumstance like this where everyone picks one single track, presumably just because it's not a transition. That was the non-transition one, right? All right, that's a random one. Nice. You know, I think if there was like a choice of 2 per That would really help, just making sure that you're always getting something random. Or if you could toggle like transition not for each of the options for yourself personally, then you could have a mix of like, okay, here's the 3. These people have non-transition, these ones are doing transition, and then it's random which one you get. Got a non-transition here. I wonder if that's just going to be the norm, because people who are playing this mode still and not doing knockout tours and things of that nature are more sweaty. I'll say I'm not particularly sweaty about this. I like to play it, it's fun, and when I got that win back in the knockout tour, ooh, that felt good. But like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know, world record, top of the MMR. I don't care about that. I just want to drive around and have a good time, and like, my preference would be to have a good time with friends in this mode, and then knockout tour, maybe the equivalent of like a battle royale when I'm in that mood, and then the other world, the free roam for when I'm listening to a podcast, or more realistically, a video or anime. Like, the fact is, in this mode, it barely matters to me what position I end up in. And I do think that makes it a little bit more, you know, whatever. It makes it a little more nothing. I do then, on the other hand, really like it when you're doing it with friends, and there's like a 4-core structure, and then you're trying to get as high as you can overall. That feels really good. I really enjoy that, and the competition therein. That's how this mode becomes interesting to me. And also then you can select any course, and you can have the person say like, oh, everyone, let's do Rainbow Road. Everyone do Rainbow Road. And I say the person. You know, if what the fuck? That's rude. I was barely off the course there. Now I'm in basically last as a result. Excellent. Okay. Get some recovery items. Last second. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great! I lost my bullet bill. There's a daisy that's behind me, and that's it. Bullet bill is way better than all these items. Only Kamek items is interesting. Yeah, that'd be a really... That's fantastic, you know, and now that you can do that, you can unlock all the guys and make it a lot easier to finish unlocking stuff, you know. I'll say the way that things are unlocked in this game is definitely for sure a little bit random. I say a little bit random. It's all the way random, and kind of, you know, if you want to be a completionist about it, which I'll say like I am about the missions, but about the characters, I'm not really as much as of a completionist personally about those things. You know, I'm definitely more... It looked at me. It looked at me. Cheap Cheap Falls is cool. Salty Spalt. I'm gonna go random. Not really feeling like Acorn Heights. A lot of people going for Salty Speedway, even though it's a transition. So maybe, you know, people do value the variety somewhat. I'll say, like, I do think that there should probably be an equal amount of both. Or, like, you know, at no point should transitions be gone at all from the multiplayer experience, but I hear, like, the more sweaty the matchmaking gets, the more fancy people you get, the more everyone is going to pick, you know, no transitions. In the same way that, like, the higher MMR you have in Smash Brothers, the more likely everyone is to be like, no items, one-on-one, Final Destination, or otherwise a legal stage, or Battlefield, or you know, whatever. The more likely you are to get, like, a reasonable rule set. Which, you know, I'll say, I hope when they do... I hope that in the next Smash Brothers, I'll say this randomly, next Smash Brothers, you gotta just let people play no items period, if they don't want to deal with items. Keep the item people separate from the no item people, and the just have like a, you know, enhanced for glory, you know? I mean, I'll say I love the one-on-one tournament mode where it's in Smash Brothers. If that could be available at all times rather than every other day, I'd like that a lot. That would be that'd just be the mode I played, honestly. I don't need you to make the versus mode better, Sakurai. Assuming that's the next thing you're working on, Sakurai. By the way, speaking of racing games, no, I didn't get Kirby. I tried the demo. I didn't like it. Yeah, just didn't like it much at all. So there's that. There's my opinion there. Don't expect to see it. Also, speaking of games you shouldn't expect to see, you know, I mentioned before, I give Metroid Prime 4 a 2 out of 5. I hated the back half of that to the point where it lost all of its, like, bones it got for having the gameplay mostly feel right. Escort mission, backtracking, but, like, bad. It's like a parody of backtracking. It's just like, oh, drive across big empty desert, which, by the way, is a lot less fun than driving across the desert in this game, let me tell you. Metroid Prime 3 is Metroid Prime 3, Metroid Prime 4 has been catching strays all month, let me tell you, so, you shouldn't be surprised that it's catching something right now. I do not like that game at all. It is not one of the best games of the year. I saw Dan Reichert's Game of the Year list for the year. I can't believe, you know, Dan Reichert, he actually kind of liked it. He gave it a 5 out of 5, and he put it in his top 10 list over Bananza. I can't believe that. That's insane. That's fucking nuts. What the fuck? That's just trouble. Honestly, I wouldn't put it over this. You know, I don't think anyone should put it over this. If you consider the nights, the fun time nights that, you know, I'll say, like, I mentioned playing it with groups of dudes. Some of the groups I played it with was Dan Reichert and his stream channel, or otherwise Dan Reichert and his chat. And, like, some of those multiplayer sessions were so fun on their own, like, you'd think that would get it onto the list. I mean, I say that, I guess, like, dude does, you know, he's a streamer, like I am, but on a much bigger scale. He's done things like Peak. I don't know that Peak made his list. You know, I guess not every game, multiplayer-wise, even if you really like it at a certain point, can make your list if you played too many of them. You know, you just gotta start making the decision. But, man, I disagree with that pick. You know, obviously, everyone's list is going to be different, and I'm sure many people will disagree with my placement of games on this list, but I do think I got it mostly right. I do think I got it mostly right here. I do think Mario Kart is definitely up there, and Bananza and Silksong, ooh, they're hard to beat. Those are, you know, tough customers. I think we did, like, as badly as we could do there. One more. We'll do one more. I like that you freeze in midair when taking a picture. That's pretty cool. Ah! So, does the... Woo! Hello. Do another position there. Yeah. Pose for the thumbnail. Pose for the thumbnail, little guy. That'll have to do. Oh, that's good. That's good. Hang on. Let me get a good... Let me zoom in a bit. Yeah, just get a nice that. Get rid of the background. And that's one part of a thumbnail. I've been thinking about what could be on the thumbnail. I am thinking about putting Zeus on there. like from the moment he throws the thunder. Thinking about putting like a bunch of characters like here and there from the top contenders, and then I don't know about the background from my favorite games of the year. We'll see. We'll think about it. We'll figure it out. One last Moo Moo Meadows here, and then we'll be off to let's check out Sonic real fast, because I do think there's a thing or two to say about Sonic. It's a cool thing. It would have been cool. Actually, fuck this. Fuck that. I know this is gonna be less real, obviously, because you know, I'm just gonna go into the single player here and do a quick versus one race. But let's end with Rainbow Road. That's what we should do. That's like that's the good shit. I'll stick with this 3 races, but really just one, and I will choose. Oh, we can do the custom. Yeah, let's try this out. Shit. Yeah, we'll go all Kamek here. Sure. That's fun. And we'll do. So you pick a start and then you pick. Yeah, that's right. We'll do Peach's Castle to Rainbow Road, the original route, and we'll see if we can win. I don't know. Did I set like difficulty here? It doesn't matter. I might do better than against the real people, honestly. But let's see a Rainbow Road. Let's also, you know, it is also nice that there are no catch-up mechanics, so everyone is all fucked here. Transform me, guys. Transform me. Unlock something that I haven't gotten before. I bet there's a few left. Are these guys just not using their... Oh, there we go, there we go. I became a coin purse, now on Nabbits. Now I'm back to being a penguin. I think penguin's really good. I think the Nibbit and the Nibbits, the Biggie Buddy and the Biggie Buggy, that's my favorites. Oh, also Dolphin on the Dolphin. That's up there as well. But Penguin, I just think is delightful. Add more characters. Add like Diddy Kong. Add like There's so much they can do here with this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing all of what this game becomes over the years, over the... Hey, I'm a bitty buggy. I'm a bitty bitty. Parabitty. Shit. I think I'll be able to catch up, though. No. Using skill. Let's use skill. This track is so good. Would everyone agree? Why the hell is everything exploding ahead of us? Would everyone agree that this is the best, Rainbow Road has ever been? I wish you could explore Rainbow Road. That's like my one note, is that this whole area, like add a whole space chunk of the game and make it open for business. What the hell is going on with these bombs? Is this what happens when there are too many Kameks? They just get bored and start dropping bombs? Yeah, it looks like they are doing that. The Kameks are adding enemies. I didn't know Kameks did that. Did you know the Kameks did that? They're putting fishies all over the water portion. And bombs all over the rest of it. Holy Lord. This is a good video game. And now it's even better because you can do this. Fill the road with bitty buggies. Bitty barabitties. Ah, Baba Bobs! More spikes! It's good! It's good! Very cool. Very cool. Oh, jeez. Oh, Christ. Ah, Jeff! Oh, this is very fun. I thought it would do nothing. I honestly thought that with this many, it would just be it's just transformations, but I didn't know about the other aspect of it. That's amazing. This is amazing. I recommend doing this. I recommend this. I recommend this. What a fantastic game. And I'll say, like, I was probably, you know, if I was just looking at my original list, I was probably on track to put Hades 2 and Deltarune over this if I had just not revisited any of them. Now that I have revisited them, like, I am feeling so strong about Mario Kart, and that relativistic feeling makes my game of the year easier to figure out and helps guide me to the correct answer to what will be the correct choice for my list, and I'm pretty fucking glad for it. Let's get first. Let's do this. This is amazing. Also, I suppose it only maybe affects the front runner. Like, it maybe only affects the front runner, mostly. Does it only affect the front runner? It might only affect the front runner. That might be a factor in this. To this. God. I like these are cooler than blue shells, I think. This is a better catch-up mechanic than a blue shell, and definitely a lot more fun. Recommended, recommended, recommended. Oh god. Oh god. Come on. First place, let's go. As long as they are still on the track, yeah. That's, that ruled. That... Best game tonight! Mario Kart World, lock it in! I'm feeling pretty confident about that. You know, if we go and look at my list again of, if we go look at my list of games... Well, I've kind of ruined it by marking some of them off, but Blueprints, Mario Kart World, Deltarune, and Hades 2. That's like the category of the middle of the pack. And like, yeah, no, of the four of them that we played tonight, Mario Kart is top dog. Is top dog. For sure, for sure. Oh, I'm not, hang on. Oh, you know what? It's minimized. I got it. I minimized it while doing Megabonk, the capture window for that. Or it disappeared. Actually, it disappeared. There it is. I kind of messed it up by marking them off as we played them. But Deltarune was up here, and so too was Hades 2. But actually, yeah, let's mark them off and get them down. We've done Megabonk. We've done Ball X Pit, which honestly has risen in my rankings. We've done, yeah, that's it. There's like 9 games left on my list. We've been going around 7 hours. Ooh, that's a lot to squeeze into however much time remains. 9 games other than the top 2, which are getting their own stream. Let's just, yeah, that's enough Mario Kart. Decision made. Woo! That ruled. That's great. Let's check out, like, Sonic Racing for, like, a minute. We'll do, like, an online match of that and sort of just look at it and just see what it does. Because I do think it's interesting, at least. Sonic... What is this game called? Multi-Worlds? Sonic, Racing CrossWorlds. Okay, first result when you put in, Sonic. Yeah, that last stretch had a lot of, Kameks, it's true. This is, Sonic Racing, Multi-Worlds, which is a Sonic racing game. There's been several of them. I'll say I really did love Transformed, and that was the last time I really was into it to the point where I bought it, I guess. Let me take it down a scotch, audio-wise. This is good, right? Yeah, it's fine. Could be a bit higher. Right here. Sure. I will say there is some amount of, like, cameo stuff here where you can play as Joker or whatever. So I don't know, like, exactly... I don't know, like, what exactly the right build is. I've only played, like, a couple of matches, but let's just play an online thing real fast and, see how we feel going from Mario Kart to this. There's a bunch of, like, customization here, which I'll say I haven't really, like, thought that heavily about. Mostly it's just, oh yeah, what type of kart do you want? And then these perks that you can put on there. And, I think I have the best perks that... One that allows for a double boost to happen, another that gives me an extra boost. Those are the 2 I would like. Minecraft World? I'm picking that. What the hell? We'll do 1 or 2 races here. This will be a relatively quick, segment. I just want to talk about, like, the thing that it does, because I honestly think it does a pretty cool thing, insofar as, like, how it structures its like, 3-lap nonsense, you know? Insofar as, like, how it does lap 1, lap 2, lap 3, and we will, see as we play this first one. Come on, Minecraft. Sand Road. Dang, that's too bad. I didn't know there were crossover courses, honestly. So that's fun and good. I'm happy about that. I hope there's more of them, and I don't know about yet. I've only started playing. So, cool thing about this game, it's a kart racer. And, I'll say, like, it does play a fair bit different to Mario Kart so far as, like, how it handles and how you have to, like, do the flips in midair. You, like, hit the stick to do them rather than, It feels a fair bit different to Mario Kart, but it feels alright. I think the courses are pretty cool and nifty. Let me take that down 2 scotches. Feel like the vehicle effects are louder than I was, anticipating. There's a twist coming, don't y'all worry. So it's a pretty standard, real good kart racer with the power-ups and all that. You gotta use your imagination to be like, okay, so this is your boost, this is your green shell, this is your red shell, etc. Well, that's pretty straightforward. Here's the twist. At the 1 lap mark, there's like a deciding thing, and then you go into another track. You warp to a different place. I'm not sure if these are, like, different tracks or if, like, they're just, like, dedicated. You know, I'm not sure, like, oh. I don't know that I've seen one that has been an option otherwise to pick. You know, I'm not sure if, like, you you race on these elsewise, or if you can do 3 laps of one rather than switching it up in between. But I think it's pretty neat to like get in a mid-lap I think it's pretty cool to get in like a lap of another course in the middle of the thing. You know, it kind of reminds me of Mario Kart, actually. It kind of reminds me of Mario Kart, how, you know, Knockout Tour is always mixing it up, always giving you something different, and making it so that you don't just go around the same course 3 times. This is like that, but you do go around the course twice, so the course does matter, but it has more variety to it, regardless, you know? I feel like there are some who might say that this is better than Mario Kart, and might say that, you know, and maybe I would feel... I'll say, like, I don't know that I love the handling, and it's a little bit late in the year for me to really get used to it, and really play too much of it. Though I'll definitely, like, I'll probably play some more online matches and all that over the next few days, and think about, like, whether it's, like, a number 10 or something. I do feel like there are some people probably who will say that this is better than Mario Kart, considering that it does still prioritize the track that you choose, right? That is still... That is 2/3 of what you get. But also, it has a mandatory variety lap, which is fun and good. Also, in the Grand Tour, it makes you go through the previous 3... It's like three races, and then it makes you go through... Each lap is one of the 3 previous laps, which I'll say would be better if it was a separate mode, I think. Would be better if it was a separate mode, because, like, after I go through 3 tracks... I'm not looking to really play those 3 tracks again. Even if I did get to, you know, only did 2 laps of each. I'm not looking for a 3rd lap on each one that much. That said, as a knockout tour type mode where it's like, okay, you know, every lap is different. You don't, you know, that would be a cool thing to have in like this mode on the online. I'm not sure if that's there. It'd be cool if it was. I think this game has some stuff going for it. Let's do one more. We'll do one more real fast, and then we'll move on. Do have to keep in mind that it is getting late and crap. It is now 9:40. What is the what's the recording say? Recording says we've been going around 7 hours. Okay, so we can go like 3 or 4 more. Try to hit out as many of these games as possible. There's no more racing games on my list. Let me say, no more racing games after this, so... Well, there is one that's sort of racing adjacent, but it's not really. We can pop into that, but I do think we should prioritize some of the top dogs here. Some of the, like, ones... There's some I want to prioritize as well, and it's not really tangentially related. Radical Highway! I love Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, the other one's sort of a Christmas track, isn't it? Is that sort of a Christmas track? Maybe the Christmas track would be more topical, more seasonal. I like that you can play as Joker and the guy from Yakuza. I probably wouldn't pay money for any of the other DLC characters, but it's cool that they have not just Sonic characters in this. I kind of wish there were more of them, honestly. I mean, I bet there are. You know, maybe you have to unlock them or something. You know, this is the thing where I buy a game 2 days before the Game of the Year stream. I just don't know that much about it yet. I've only played a little bit. And I don't really have the knack for it either. But, yeah. You know, I am realizing now we didn't... What happened to Avowed? Do I have Avowed installed? I thought we looked through the list on the 360 and I didn't see any games. Did I did I at some point uninstall Avowed? Oops. I need to go back and fix that real fast. If so, because I shouldn't have done. Avowed is definitely one of my top games of the year, and we need to look at it. We need to consider, like, how good was it really? I'll say, as far as like other, you know, Avowed is also by the same guys that made Outer Worlds 2, which I really loved. Outer Worlds 1 didn't so much like Outer Worlds 2 as much, unfortunately. I didn't get into it. I barely played any. I want to go this way. I want to go towards... Well, this is cool, actually. This is like the cyberspace world level from Sonic or Shadow the Hedgehog, I think. I don't know, maybe there's a more modern level that it's referencing, and a more popular level. This game's really good. I'll say, like, as I adjust to the handling model, I do think it is an excellent kart racer, and I would recommend it more than, like, I think there's a lot to recommend here. For sure, for sure. It's definitely the second best of the year. But is it in my top 10? I gotta say, I don't think so. I don't think I've said I don't think so yet this stream, but I don't think this one makes the cut. I don't know if it's really close, just because I didn't have time to really, it didn't really have time to click with me, to be fair, to really, like, get in deep. Maybe if I had started playing it earlier, I would feel stronger. But I do think it's really cool and good. And if you're looking for a kart racer, and you don't have a Switch 2, I guess, this is the second best one this year. I would recommend this over Kirby, based on what I've played of Kirby. Is it as good as Transformed? I think Transformed, I feel like the track design was better in Transformed, you know, pulling from a wider variety of sources. But, this could be up there. Let me throw to a break, and, I just want to check to see if I have Avowed. You know what, let's... We don't have to throw to a break for that. This will be quick. Let me turn on my Xbox. Nice. This guy's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. A solid 4 out of 5 at least. Maybe even a 5 out of 5. But I still don't know if that's good enough to make the list, because there are so many other games. Let me switch back over to Xbox real fast and have a look here. Is Avowed downloaded, or is it not? Did I delete it? Oh, good, it's here. Okay. We'll do Avowed. Okay. Good, good. Let me change the game. Avowed. All right, Avowed. Install. This is, okay, never mind. How long do you want to install Avowed, Xbox? It's about 1% done already. That's pretty fast. It's around a gig already. So maybe like 10-20 minutes. Okay. Okay, like 50 minutes. Whatever. We'll get to that later on then. Okay. I should have checked to make sure that all the games planned were installed, but I thought I didn't delete any of them. I thought I was pretty specific and in making sure not to delete any, but apparently I wasn't so much. It'll be done pretty quick. It's already at 2%. We were only there a minute. It'll be done like in a half hour or so. Let's go to the next game, which, oh, wait, also, Doom the Dark Ages. Doom the Dark Ages. What about Doom the Dark Ages? Is that downloaded? Gotta... Doom the Dark Ages. That also needs to be downloaded. 2 Xbox games need to be downloaded. Let me check that real fast, because also I didn't see Doom, did I? Did I uninstall that? Shit. I think I might have done. That's in the recent history. What about my games and apps? Doom, Doom, Doom. I'm not seeing Doom. Shit. I guess I uninstalled it. I needed to make sure not to uninstall that. I'll say, like, I wasn't subscribed to Game Pass for a while, so it would make sense to delete it. But I resubscribed for 1 month so that I could do this stream. Where the hell is Doom? Still on here, right? It's a first-party game. It should be. Doom. The new Doom. Doom the Dark Ages. Installable. Please. Shit. Fuck. Ass. I fucked up there. You don't need the skin. But sure, whatever, if there's time. Cool. It'll be a bit. We'll do Switch 2 games. We'll do some Switch 2 games then. Obvious on my list. In the obvious column, I have 2 other games. Baby Steps and one more that I think we'll start with because I don't have to turn on the PlayStation to do that one. Give it a second. Okay. Next up, and I think we're going to do online for this as well, just a random online thing. Next up is Lego Party, which is a really good Mario Party type game. I'll say, I don't know that we have time to do like a full... It does have a board game that seems pretty good. Like, I could just pull up one real fast and just show you. We don't have to go into it and do it whole 9 or nothing. But I can just show...
It's Tuesday, so celebrate the 6th best day of the week by stamping your feet, clapping your hands, and welcoming your host.
It is a pretty mid game of the mid day of the week. It's a Mario Party. You can play as a bunch of different characters, randomized. Not that. Too close to me. Too close to me. Sure, you can be sexy dude. That's fine. So we'll just open up a the Golden Bricks mode, the board game mode, which I'll say seems pretty neat. Like I played I tried out one of the maps, this one was pretty neat, where basically each of the 3 areas around the perimeter, the first one who gets there gets to choose which area goes into that slot. So whether you're doing slides or like a haunted house or like Cupcake Land or like Action Park or something else entirely, depends on like what you choose and like the specifics of how you get a golden brick in that area, you know, the equivalent of a star. Depends on like how that you can see that the estimated time here for all these things are large, so let's not get into it. I just wanted to show y'all that this is totally a thing. It is definitely a Mario Party, and I'll say as far as the board game stuff goes, I think this is as good as Mario Party has been since like the GameCube era of Mario Party. Do people like Super and stuff? Super's alright. It's about as good as Super. Maybe even a little more traditional. It's like slightly more traditional than Super, and just as solid, just as damn solid. And I'll say, like, I don't know about what the gimmicks are of these other courses. Teleport through. Maybe in this case you have more choice of like where you go, which area you go to next. I'm not sure like what the gimmick is on each of these areas and what the thing is. Jamboree is good. I didn't get Jamboree, but I think today we'll just focus on doing a minigame rush, and specifically, let's do a minigame rush online. I played this locally with my sister and brother-in-law and brother-in-law's brother and brother-in-law's brother's wife. One of them switched off controllers and you know, let the rest of us play. So I played. Oh, do you have to like host a game? Is there no like matchmaking? Okay, I was thinking there would be matchmaking. I'll say the pacing is slow and the economy is a bit inflated. Okay, I feel like you might not be able to just get into a match. I'll say I haven't tried the online, so I didn't know if there was like matchmaking or whatever. I guess there's not. Local play, a private game, or join a private game. So there's no public game. Okay, so I guess the only choice here, other than to wait and see if anyone joins, is just to do some CPU business. I'll say I really wish I had more opportunities to play this game. We'll mix up the difficulty levels of these guys and make 2 of them hard, and the banana can be easy. I like that bear. That's fun. I wish I had more opportunities to play this. You know, tomorrow is Xmas Eve, and I know a bunch of us are going to be over at my parents' house and doing the Christmas stuff. Just 3 of us in the age range would play a game like this. You know, me, my sister, and my brother-in-law. The extended family, they're doing a separate Christmas on Christmas. That's why we're doing ours on Christmas Eve, you see. So, we did a joint Thanksgiving, though, between the multiple parts of my sister's family, and we did just a minigame rush, which was pretty good. Let's do 5 minigames. Let's just do 5. Let's make this a nice quick one, and we'll head off from there. I'll say this game has some really good minigame design. And when we were playing in person on Thanksgiving, me and my sister and, you know, my sister's extended family, we were having a lot of fun and laughing and, you know, jostling back and forth and stuff. It's a very quality... How does this work? Where am I? I'm red? I'm red. So it's sort of like icy, floaty controls with, sort of like ice physics. It's not tank controls or nothing. And you shoot up, and you shoot with B. Okay, I got it. It's just some really solid minigame junk. There's like commentary that you can hear the whole time, which is kind of cute. I think the kids will like that. I think it's definitely the best Mario Party since Mario Party. You know, the best... I would hazard a guess and say, like, it's the best unofficial Mario Party there's ever been. Like, I don't know if anything else would really compare. Obviously, that one that's Xbox exclusive kind of sucked. Is the audio good, by the way? Is the audio good? Yeah, audio sounds fine. Based on my hitting it. Bit quiet? Okay, I can pump it up a bit. I'll pump it up. I'll crank it. If you want it cranked, I will crank. You say the word, I'll crank. I feel like this is the best non-Mario Party that there's been, and I feel like this would be a fantastic choice for number 10. You know, if I was able to play it in a online or otherwise, you know... Oh wait, what's the deal here? I didn't paint the most bricks. Okay, it's running. It's Splatoon. It's Splatoon.
Remember the prototype versions of this bonus, which only worked on random body parts?
I do.
And also, it looks like there's power-ups you can get, and if you get them, they ink up a whole big giant portion.
It's very easy to waste. 10 seconds and counting.
I feel like there's some nuance I'm not quite getting. Oh, it's probably just items. Probably just items I'm missing out on.
Let's call it a day. Hang this
I think blue won.
on the wall and go take a look at the results.
I think our players showed real restraint in that round by not drawing anything questionable.
Oh, I won.
Putting that in their heads.
I won. Oh shit. I thought I didn't have it there. I'll say this is best online or with real people. It's best with real people. Kind of a shame that you know, I can't just like show it off that way. I'll say as far as other multiplayer games go, I did see that
slide around our icy rink.
Set launch power.
And avoid the lows, because you've only 3 chances to make the most of your slide
What's the deal here?
hustle.
Team and then okay, I'm not quite getting it yet. So it's sort of like curling. You want to like not overshoot and end up in a zone that's pretty good. Honestly, just sticking put, not going for the center, but going for the oh shit, it's like a oh, I see, it's a meter. I see now. It's a meter that goes back and forth. You hit B once and that's it. Okay, I got it. Oh, and it's really sensitive, so don't go instantly. I'll say this is best with people. I'll also say best with people is Ultimate Sheep Horse Sheep Raccoon. I didn't get that game. I would like to get that game eventually because I really liked the last one. But I'll say like I have no one to play it with right now. What the fuck? QR code. Holy shit.
Come on, folks. Time's almost up.
Do you only score on like the?
That round didn't shift the dial much on our players.
Oh, it's all 4. Okay, the QR code, the middle is all one big scoring area. Okay.
Once again, I would like to remind our players that no matter how tempted you are, you
this
should
isn't
not
gonna be
try
right.
licking the ice.
Especially when you're sliding
But like,
at full speed.
Well, there's a mental image.
at least I will get 4. 4, please 4. No, I'll get 1, and I'll like it.
Well, player 2 won't be happy about that.
But they were so close to a much better score. Surely that must be worth something.
I guess we could validate their parking?
That's I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Am I gonna end up in 1? Of all the zones to hit. Wow.
And that's our final slide.
That was probably the worst performance I've done so far. Yeah, no, dead last.
I am glad to be out of the cold.
Worse than the easy com. Whatever. This game's good. I think it's great. I'd like to play more of it, and I wish that I had more opportunities for it. You know, if I knew, you know, I do think this is a thing where if there's a problem with this, it's the fact that it does require people to have bought it. Mostly, I've done this one before, so I know what the deal is. It does require people to have done it and bought it to play online. So like, I can't just say like, okay, you know, 06i, come and join me. You know, I can't just do that unless it works over game share. If it works over game share, well then, you know, we're in business here. We could definitely be business here if we wanted to. Game chat. Game chat. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Still haven't used game chats. All the after like a whole year of Switch 2. Just never had the opportunity to, unfortunately. And I haven't used the damn camera I got for that either, coincidentally. Hopefully it's like more people get it. Maybe like it'd be fun to do with like family members or something. I don't know.
And who stomped it in the results area?
I would love to play this online. Wish it had matchmaking and enough people playing it so that you could do that. And also just like if more of the people I know were playing it, so I could just like, you know, say like, oh, come play some Lego Party with me. You know, come, let's go. We're gonna do Lego Party, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. It all comes down to this one. Oh, this is a 2-player one. Jesus Christ.
Okay, it's Team 1 in purple.
And I'm with the easy com.
It's time to pair up and drive some tanks as 2 teams battle.
This is like I played this one before. This one's difficult to coordinate in person. Hopefully, when you're playing with a com. Oh crap, we need to get to the circle, that's right. I forgot about the goal, it's King of the Hill.
It's a chance for individual players to put their rivalries aside and work together. Of course, it's even more fun when they don't, though.
Oof, Team 2 is
You know what, this is working pretty
moment.
well. Dude, CPU is basically figuring it out. But we are losing pretty tremendously badly, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's not working out. That first, losing the first one was bad.
Look at that! They flipped their tank!
That was a bad one to miss out on. It's close! Damn! That was close. But we just barely lost, and that's gonna put us under.
Nor me.
Oh well, that's fun. It's a good game. Great mini games. Solid board game type action. I'd love to play like a full board game with some folks sometime, if enough people fucking bought it. You know, I think like every family occasion that I have with family, you know, where it's like a Thanksgiving or a Christmas, you can get people sat down for like one round of that. You know, probably not a whole 60-minute video game though, not a whole 60-minute board game. So like, it's just down to online for like when I can do it personally. Let's check how the Xbox games are coming, because that's enough Lego Party. Okay, they're coming. It's about 10 minutes away, Avowed is, and then Doom will be a bit later. I think now it is time for a completely different platform. And I guess I will say, like, as far as now that I'm on PlayStation, low-key, shout out to the Banjo-Kazooie fan game in Dreams that came out last month, the Mumbo Mania. Shit, man, if fan games could count for Game of the Year, I guess I would have to consider randomizers one. There's been a couple cool randomizers I think came out this year, like TTYD randomizer came out this year. Shout out to TTYD randomizer. And I would also shout out Mumbo Mania. If Mumbo Mania could be on the list, I would put Mumbo Mania on the list. Yes, I think that would be my number 10 slot. That would definitely be on my list. I really loved Mumbo Mania, the fan game created within Dreams that came out this year. But I do not count that as a video game, so I don't think that counts. I don't think that's eligible. So, you know, yeah. Worth noting. If you have Dreams, check it out. Google the trailer at least, and just, or the stream where I played it. Took about 2 hours, and I think it was well worth getting Dreams to play that Banjo-Kazooie fan game that was extremely well put together. Ooh. If like there was, if you did a full game like that Mumbo Mania, like a full remake of Banjo-Kazooie and not one world that takes 2 hours to do, like that would be like contesting Game of the Year for me. Maybe not this year with Silksong and Bananza up there, but I would probably, if it was a full game, I would put it above Mario Kart World for sure. You saw Super Mario Galaxy 3 on Dreams that was pretty good too. That's very neat. Maybe we should do more Dreams streams at some point and check out more Dreams 3D platformers. That's an interesting vector for the future. Baby steps. Let's check out some baby steps. I really enjoyed the stream. I did. Baby steps. Let me say, I played a whole bunch of baby steps on like a 5-6 hour stream and made some incredible progress. and then off stream, I bumbled it all away, and in the Bennett Foddy way, sort of fell down every mountain I climbed up, and ended up at the bottom again. This is a game where you raise feet with one trigger, and raise the other foot with the other one, and you sort of go back and forth, and I think it is the best Bennett Foddy game I could imagine, because it is, like, atmospheric, it is chill. We can get a lot more volume here. It's a quiet-ass game, after all. Just has the yelps and fall and footsteps of the dude. And some weird, like, bloopy noises in the background. Not a great soundtrack. I'll say that is a concern with it that I have. I thought my stream with it was extremely good, and then it really just burns my ass to have lost all that progress randomly, just like falling off the wrong cliff and, you know, being unable to get back where I spent like a good chunk of that stream trying to get to. Also, it is just very hard to walk. It's a Bennett Foddy that's like a QWOP, but like 3D, and also with a great story of like this dude just randomly got warped into this world, and now he's trying to find a bathroom because he's got to take a leak. And he's pee shy. He doesn't want to just go wherever. I like Baby Steps a lot. I'll say the fact that I am totally lost and confused and probably will never, ever find my way back where I was, or even to the actual objective to the game, that does burn my ass a little. You know, I think it's cute that it's like, you know, oh, you don't have a map. You don't have a map. There's a scene where some characters are like, oh, hey, you don't have a map. Look at my map for a second. And he's like, oh, well, a map. And the other guy's just like, oh, well, you should go get one. And then you never can, actually. I thought that was a cute bit, but, like, now I'm lost and confused and I don't know where to go. I don't know, like, how to get to a tower. And, all I can do is explore and climb. I'll tell you what we'll do right now. And we'll have this be it for Baby Steps. Because I don't know how to make progress. And also, like, getting progress probably does require, like, going back where we went through during the stream that I did. Also, there are layered visual artifacts appearing on screen. That is not your television. That is the game, or maybe the PlayStation. I don't know. You know, it's not on my list, but we can also just check out, like, sort of the thing. There's, like, another PlayStation game we could check out real fast. Here's what I think we're gonna do for this Baby Steps thing. There was this tower, right? And a dude came down it and said, like, oh, there's nothing up there, so you really don't need to bother. And main dude was just like, oh, well, I think I will. I think I will anyway. I think I'll just climb it and, you know, see what happens. And it's a hard-ass tower. I probably spent, like, several hours trying to climb it off-stream, and eventually gave up, fell down, and then realized I was way back in the past and climbed my way back up to here. And now that I'm here again, and also, by the way, I realized that this tower is way behind where we were at the end of the stream that I did the first time. So, like, you know, if you want to see a man breaker, I don't know what to tell you. That's, like, miles away. These visual bugs are not great. Do you think that's the game, or do you think that's my... Is there a chance that my PlayStation is dying? My PlayStation 5. I've never heard of such a thing. I do not like this, this foothold that dude has. But yeah, you know, at the start of this game, you can barely put two steps together. You know, you can barely climb... My screen turned black for a second. I wonder if it's because I think I have HDR turned off. So that this should not be in HDR. Maybe it's confused because, like, maybe most of the time it's been tested in HDR. I don't know. Maybe I should try doing HDR again. I know that, like, my capture card should be able to, like, convert it. I've heard. Like, that's a mode that it has. but when I tried it with Mario Kart, it did look like ass. But I did hear that, like, the HDR on the Switch 2 was weird and not set up right. So, like, maybe they fixed it now. So basically, you know, at the start, just like putting one step up in front of the other is hard. Like, the first several steps I made, you know, at the start of the stream I did of this way back, I was just like falling, just on my first few steps, you know. It's called baby steps for a reason, because, you know, one step at a time, right? Whereas, like, within a couple hours, I've gotten the knack of, like, Jesus, of, like, carefully, I don't like this. This looks bad. Ah! No. Carefully putting one step in front of the other and climbing up massive towers, which I think is just super fun and cool. It's super fun to climb up these towers and like and these like otherwise set piece things. The only thing is that there's no map and it's hard to sometimes find the way forward or like the best way forward. You know, you'll be looking at a cliff and going like, oh, what the fuck? How do I even start here? You know? And it's almost a puzzle just to find the first place to go. Find like what the intended is, if there is such a thing as the intended. I think it's really cool. Considering like my issues and like the fact that I'm sort of like locked out from the progress that I made, I'm kind of frustrated by it, but I suppose that's like in the nature of the Bennett Foddy, you know? Like saying that like, oh, I'm kind of frustrated that I lost progress and I don't know where to go is like, the first part is like, well, it's a Bennett Foddy game, you know? That's sort of the whole point. You gotta lose progress if you fall off a cliff. Like, okay, that's fair, but now I don't even know how to get back where I was, and I have to do, like, hours of hiking. I do think this is the best hiking game there's been, and probably, like, a better climbing game than even something like Jusant, or, like, something that more accurately models, like, climbing as, like, boulderers do. Like, this is a climbing game. I feel like this is very much just like an abstractation of climbing insofar as like, yeah, you know, you put your feet in the right places, you balance and take the steps that you can. And it's sort of like bouldering as depicted by that bouldering anime where it's all about like getting a good foothold, getting a good handhold, balancing, making the moves that you can, and figuring it out, you know? Like, this is a big climbing puzzle. And I think, in a lot of ways, it has more merits and more... You know, it's not just a joke game, like I think like a lot of Bennett Foddy's games are. I say, never having played most of them. Would people describe... what the fuck? What the hell? Okay. Would people describe Bennett Foddy's games as joke games? Because I probably would. I probably would describe them as joke games where it's like, you know, it's streamer bait, right? It's like, you know, as a streamer, it's hilarious to watch them play and maybe lose progress. But as a regular person, it's like, you don't need that. Honestly. Thank you for the follow. All for the buns. This dude is stacked buns-wise. Speaking of buns, like, look at his ass cheeks. They are padded, man. He's dummy thick, as they say. It's ridiculous. He should be proud, I'm pretty sure. People like that, I'm pretty sure. It's a positive. This platform's all screwed up. How the hell? I think I gotta... Maybe I come in from this angle? Yes, I come in from this angle. Come in with a little bit of a top-down viewpoint. This is about as far as I've gotten on this particular tower. I've got about to here. God, I don't know about this position. Okay, small loss. Yeah, I don't know, like... you know, it's all a big puzzle. And I really like that about it. I think this game is really cool. And I would recommend people check it out. Check it out. I think it would be a great bottom of the list inclusion. The only thing that would hold me back is that I have no idea where to go, no idea where to get to the rest of the game, and I think I'm kind of like soft locked. Well, not really, but I don't think I'm going to go the distance. I don't think I'm going to spend the time, and that's a bummer, you know, considering that I did have so much fun first stream of it, etc. First couple hours. And, you know, while I was just making mostly progress and mostly only losing, like, drips and drabs. I don't like this. 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 But it's working. But it's working. My screen turned black. Maybe my PlayStation is all fucked up. Or otherwise doesn't like the Elgato. I don't know. I'm not a big PlayStation fan, I'll say that. Are we doing this? This is as far as I've gotten. We don't have to do that much more, baby. Steps. I need to, like, secure. Dude. Ah! I really don't like my perch here. For good reason. It was a terrible, terrible foothold. Terrible foothold. Stay there. Stay down. Stay down. That's enough baby steps. I like this game a lot. I'm probably never gonna go the distance with it. And, like, getting halfway up that tower is as good as as far as I'm getting. And I'll probably never, like, you know, return to wherever I was before, which I don't even know which way it was, honestly, or how to get there. I don't think I'll ever, like, see the end of the game. Don't think I'll ever get there. I think that's kind of a shame because I do think this game is great. While we're on the PlayStation, why don't I just drop by Sword of the Sea, the other PlayStation game that I played this year that is interesting. We'll just stop in here for like a minute or two. I didn't end up playing that much of it, but it's kind of alright. There, Sword of the Sea. Let me adjust the volume. We'll just stop in with Sword of the Sea real fast. I didn't go the distance with it, and it wasn't really on my list. But maybe part of that is just because I barely like to turn on my PlayStation ever. You know, I'll say if Baby Steps was on the Switch, I'll say, final thoughts on Baby Steps. Honestly, if Baby Steps had been on Nintendo Switch or Nintendo Switch 2, I would have finished the game by then. Because portable style, if I could play that portable style, I would have definitely done so. This is Sword of the Sea. Sword of the Sea? I think that's what it's called. It is sort of a skateboarding game where you sort of wander around. It's sort of like a journey type thing. It's alright. It's a little, we'll just play a little bit of it here. It feels good. It looks really nice. It's a little bit of like a, you know, a chill vibes game. And it's relatively short. But again, I didn't finish it. And, found to be just kind of not a lot, you know? You just sort of skate around, you know? If there's one skating game I would recommend, I don't think it would be this one, honestly. And I don't really understand what the deal is with the story here. I you know, obviously it's been like 6 months since the last time I played, so maybe that's a factor. But I remember it being kind of weird and ethereal and, stuff. So you sort of skate around, interact with stuff. There's some lore, I guess. I don't know. Pretty nice looking game. I'll say as far as like art style, as far as graphics go. I feel like, did I just see another screen hiccup? My PlayStation must be dying or something. That must be the PlayStation. That must not be the game. Maybe I need to like jangle the cables or something. I don't know. I'm probably not going to play my PlayStation until I move, like in the summer next year. So it's not a high priority getting that working. I don't really care for the PlayStation, you know? I definitely plan on playing the Switch 2 as much as humanly possible, you know? If I can do it on Switch 2, I'll do it on Switch 2. If I can do it on Xbox, I'll do it on Xbox. And then PlayStation. Really, perhaps maybe I should be prioritizing PC more, especially if I want to get into like if like SteamOS comes to AYN Thor and other such devices, or if I get a retro handheld or a Steam box or something, I should probably be like fleshing out my my Steam library. I think maybe this is like a follow the sword situation. Oh, there's like a guiding light. Okay. This is very trippy and cool. You know, if we're talking games to play while high, like, yeah, no, this is a fantastic one. It's beautiful. It's atmospheric. There's not much in the way of gameplay to really get caught up on. You know, it's pretty mellow and chill and abstract. I think this could be someone's top 5 out there. I thought I was following the way there. The dude was pointing this way, right? Okay, I'm getting the fade out here. What do you want? What's the deal? Do I need to like climb up on him and like interact or something? I can do that. This feels wrong. The guy was... Oh, hang on. I see a sword. I see a sword. We gotta go towards the sword. I guess there's like some... whatever the PlayStation equivalent of HD Rumble is going on. During this whole thing, my controller is like rattling something fierce. That's cool, I guess. Never been a big fan of the PlayStation controller, honestly. Or like the DualSense controller. I put it under like there was a thing like Sony did like a year of the end of year catch-up type thing. And they said that this controller was my favorite controller. False. My favorite controller is the Nintendo Switch 2 controller. Followed by the N64, 8-bit DOE N64 controller that they did. That one's real nice. GameCube controller, that's like top 3. I put that as number 3. I wish I had more opportunities to use it. But like, since I've been playing more retro games on like my retro handhelds, I've been playing them less on like the actual... I say the actual hardware, unlike the actual Switch 2. And you know, I can just play all of my GameCube games legally backed up on my AYN Thor rather than waiting for Nintendo to release them, and it's pretty nice. This game's all right. You know, I feel like if this had been on Switch, this is Sword of the Sea. It's a PlayStation game. If this had been on Switch, I probably would have found the time. I probably would have idly just like gone through it. It's pretty alright. It's pretty cool. I don't think it makes my list. If there's one skateboarding game that can make the list, though, let's get off the PlayStation here. You can turn off PlayStation, and that's all the PlayStation for tonight. That was Sword of the Sea. Sword of the Sea. There's another skateboarding game, though. There's another skateboarding game. Also, let's check in on the Xbox here. Check in on the Xbox real fast. How you doing, Xbox? You got at least Doom downloaded? Okay, so the one of them is downloaded. Doom is coming. So we got Avowed. We can check out Avowed, but I think there is a good like next game to check out after Sword of the Sea, the skateboarding atmospheric game. And that would be a similar game about skating. It's Skate Story. Let's look at Skate Story because Skate Story is cool. I could see this being a bottom list contender. Skate Story. So Skate Story is set in a you might have seen the trailer, and it's about as cool as in the trailer, basically, where this is set in a world where be careful about your health and all that. You are a devil made of glass and pain, and yet you must skateboard to swallow the moon and gain your freedom from hell. You are skateboarding out of hell. It's pretty cool, just conceptually. I'm just gonna hit continue from where I was. I thought that Snow was Skate Story before. What do you mean Snow? Like a snowboarding game? Yeah, this is it. I just finished, last I played, I finished some level. And now I'm at a bagel shop, I guess. That about catches you up. There's apparently like 7 levels. When I finished the second level, I was very much like, the first level, I was very much like, oh, that was really fun, but I don't know I have enough time in December to really, like, put the time in. I'll say, this might be a game where if I had gotten to it earlier in the year... If I had gotten to it earlier in the year, and, like, actually had the time to go through it... You know, this came out after Metroid Prime 4, for instance. I'll say this much. What else came out this month? I think this is my favorite game of December. I'll say that much. I'll say that much. It's pretty trippy. It's pretty cool. How's the audio? Take it down just a scotch. Just a little bit. Test, test, test. That's fine. So we're trying to eat the red moon. There's like 7 moons or something, and then therefore like 7 worlds. There's like some poetry. Like if we eject the skater's dream, I think we can see some of it. I did take a screenshot of some of it as well that we can see. Let me see if I can find it. It was a while ago. It was earlier this month. Skate. You should be able to recognize it by its distinct nature. It was after Hades, so it should be after Hades, after Fortnite, after I got into Fortnite. So it should be, yes. Here's some images from Skate Story. You're not supposed to do that. Without the moon, a soul can escape. It has come to my attention that you have been skateboarding. A sin beyond sin. No skateboarding. It's a good game. It's got some good writing in it. Very effective, evocative, and goofy, dumb in a fun way, while also being a little bit poetic. You could read that poem. It mentions the thing about me being a demon, made of glass and pain. I skated towards the moon to devour it. I'm on a pact with the devil, contract wrapped around its neck, a soul on lease for this quest. The rest of it also describes things that have happened in the first chapter of the game. This is like the pub world thing. This is inside our soul, apparently. Someone left an ominous present for us. This is a game where I'm not quite sure, you know, like I said, I could see this being like the number 8 or the number 9, number 10, which, you know, I'll say like we've definitely had a bunch where it could be it. I feel like this is a game where I wish I had played more of it. I wish there was more time in the year and that I wasn't pretty busy this whole month doing all sorts of stuff, prioritizing other games and all that. Skater's mark? Light a mark on the ground. Is that like a respawn point? Yes, okay, it's a respawn point. Gotcha. Got it. Let's just do a level. We'll do a level and then we'll bounce out of here. I think we'll try to do the Xbox games next. Or we can just check by some smaller ones real fast if I want to give Doom more time to download. But Avowed is already downloaded. The question is, will Doom download when playing Avowed? This has a weird sort of like skate style of thing. I'm trying to remember how you do. You hold down the triggers to like modify what kind of thing you're doing. Like if you hold down right trigger and then do a jump. Hold down the trigger, do a jump, it's a kickflip. Hold down the other trigger, it's a heel flip. Hold down a bumper, it's a pop shove it. Hold down the other bumper, it's a front side pop shove it. Hold down a combination, and wait, what? Varial heel flip, there we go. Varial flip. It'll bust out different moves, and there's like a combo system, and the combo system sort of is like a combat thing. Like when you're fighting various gods, demons, things of that nature, you'll work up a combo and then like use it to attack their health bars, sort of. It kind of makes sense. Also, I am wondering now if, what are we doing? Is there a clear, like, objective right now? Am I trying to catch, like, that, thing right there, whatever that is? The levels are the fun part, I'll say. And they're sort of like little bite-sized challenges. I'm not exactly sure, like, where exactly the next fucking challenge is, honestly. Which is a problem, considering that, like, otherwise we just wander around aimlessly. Are you the next level, Mr. Giant Skull Man? What's up with this giant skull? Vibes are what I feast. Ride for me, you beast. Ride for my soul piece. Okay, yeah, this is an objective. Or I guess it's like a mini quest or like a side thing. It's in the hub. It's not a dedicated level or nothing. But I do think I need soul pieces. This game is very cool. Very cool. It's pretty reasonably fun to play. I don't know, like, if I have it in me to go the distance. Like I said, you know, it's the end of the year. We're about to, I've almost missed the chance to, like, finish this game and to have an opinion on it this year. Like, honestly, if I play more, I might come away going like, oh, it's very confusing where to find the next thing, and that's a problem for me. I'd rather, like, know where I'm going. Your vibe is as strong as your speed is long. What? Your soul is expelled. To a further death I descend. I wonder if now a way is open. That would be what I would want to do. Is there like a button for like a show me the way? Subway station. Ah, okay. I'm thinking that might be the way. Okay. I don't know that menu. I don't know that menu. Never seen that menu before in my life, but it looked like it was giving me a hint. And, you know, I'll take it. I'll take the hint. Let's do it. Let's do a level, and that'll be enough for now. Blood Heights. The gate was locked. You're gonna need a melee card. Maybe we can find one outside. Okay, let's see if we can find a melee card. Also, let's see if this hints... if the game is gonna hint. Oh. Do you have a thing for me? Oh, okay. Perfect. Get rid of the obelisks. Okay, what obelisks? You know, between this and like the one on PlayStation that we showed off, I think this one is a much more interesting vibe. Like, as far as visuals go, I would probably give the edge to the PlayStation one. And to be fair, it is on a not on a handheld, you know? This is on the Switch 2, a handheld platform. So it's maybe not going to be the most have the most fidelity, you know? Are these the obelisks? It's not going to have the most fidelity or nothing. Oh, okay, you can get a hint there as far as like where they are. Very good. Okay, that's nice. I appreciate that a lot. How the hell do you do a revert? I guess this is literally going to teach us how to do a revert. So we get these moves and then we can talk to the trash can. All right. Left YY. Right YY. Reverts can only be done on the ground. Great way to extend a combo. That's cool. I like reverts in the Tony Hawk games. Good. Oh, I think I need to smash the flowers or something. Maybe. That's my theory. Yes. Yes. This game's really cool. This one would be, you know, there's some games where you play them and it's like, okay, it makes sense, like, quality-wise for this one to be on the list. Some games you play them and it's like, this game is so cool. It would make my list cooler if Skate Story was on the list. You know? Like, that's my feeling on this game and how it would stand on, like, a Game of the Year type context, right? Like, I don't know that this is really one of the top games, but, like, man, it's cool. And of the, like, games that are cool this year, like, you know, another example I could think of would be, like, there's that other one that's very popular, with the soccer. I think this is a lot cooler than that and a lot more fun to play, though that one probably has, like, legitimately a better story. I tried that one. I couldn't get into it. I found it to be a little bit dull to play. A good autobiography, I guess, but also, like, if your life is that boring, you know, I feel sorry for you that you had to be outside all the time and hang out outside. I was inside all the time, and it was great. I played all sorts of video games, and it was fantastic. Do like a... Do I have to, like, end the combo, basically? Okay, good. I have to end the combo for it to score that one. You know. I also did try Dispatch. Didn't like it. Not for me. There was also the twin stick shooter. I thought that was okay. I couldn't really get very far into it, unfortunately, and I found like the upgrade system to be confusing. So it falls below my threshold of like being considered for the list, you know. And already I think we're like, I wouldn't be surprised at the end of this we look back and realize like, oh, we played like 16 games, and like that these are just competing for the top 8 slots, right? Like half of these not making the list. What time is the VOD at? Let me see what the VOD is at. I know what time it is in real life, but the VOD is at the 8-hour mark. Okay, shit. We can maybe go 3 hours more tops. We have to do Doom. We have to do Avowed. Those are not optional. Those I insist on fitting in here. If those take an hour each, I mean, I'll say I'm not sure, like, what even in Avowed I can do. But, yeah. Did I just go around a loop? Oh, I think this is a level. We'll do this level, and we'll have that be it. Not so much like score-based or anything, you know, you're not like looking for a high score. If you are just looking to like survive and make it through, jump where you need to jump, avoid ground you need to avoid. And also, I don't believe you can walk in this part of the game. Audio. Is there an option for, there's not like stream safe audio or anything. I don't see a setting for that, so I assume this must be original? I hope it's original. I'll be very annoyed if I look back at this and I find a copyright claim. I mean, it's probably gonna be like trivial. It's probably not gonna be a big deal. Take it down, Scotch. Probably not gonna be a huge problem, but I think with these, if we, I think we have to just jump them. Even inside the trash bag, the moons felt the skater's path. Oh, we do have to, like, destroy the eyes. That's important. So, like, jumping over... We missed an eye there, so we have to start over. So there's not, like, score requirements, but there is just, like, some amount of... a stunt or two, right? Like, oh, you gotta jump over these spikes where the eyes are, or else you won't be able to get in the door. This game's pretty cool. I think that if this were on the list, it would be a cooler list. I am not sure there's quite space considering I didn't finish it and didn't even get very far into it. And also there is a bit of like downtime in between. There's maybe a little bit too much downtime in between. I don't care for the parts where it opens up and you're just like, oh, free, just skate around wherever. But I suppose also, like, that is the only time where you are free to just, like, do whatever you want and, like, get some devil points or whatever. Not a problem. It's just, like, also the way that when you fight enemies, you sort of have to, like, combo them. Kind of weird. Let's see if this is one of those cases. You sort of have to, like, do a bunch of combos, try to avoid staling it. Okay, stop your combo. Oops. losing my combo here? It looks like I am. Alright, there we go. You sort of have to, like, just, like, in place, get some tricks done. It's not quite Tony Hawk, I'll say that much. And I bet that, like, Skates is a little bit more intricate and a little bit more... I don't think this is a Skates either. I don't think this is quite up to the level of Skates either. But I do think it is absurdly cool. And every time there's, like, text on the screen... The flavor is incredible and goofy and weird. And, just go in the subway station and just have a look at what happens next. And, not actually do it because we are long in the stream. We need to be thinking about how many games left there are. Okay, if you swipe the Millie card, the gate opens. I guess you just, like, have... It's either a fast travel system or it leads to the next world, and that's it. What the fuck? The moon glared at the subway. The red moonlight heated the train's metal carapace. Playing as like a millipede subway train. Okay. This is the fastest way around the underworld. This, like, cat bus ass, subway car. Except, you know, no face or nothing. It's just a millipede type thing. What even are those legs? I don't know what the hell those legs are, but they look goofy. What the hell? We can go back up to regular height now. Regular zoom now. The subway would not dare to pass a red light. So so it's like a fast travel system then. I wonder if it's like per area. Okay, there we got a good view of the subway. There, and its weirdo legs. Well, that was interesting. Let me look. Let me pull up my phone. And we'll look at the docket here. Games we still haven't done yet. The games that we've done Baby Steps, we've done Lego Party, we've done Skate Story. There's 5 left on my docket here. And we also did, we squeezed in the other one as well. I think we can knock out Shinobi and I think we can knock out Shinobi and Pipistrello real fast. Let's do that. Give Doom and the other one more time to download. And I think these will be quicker visits as well. Especially because, like, with Pipistrello, I'll say, I'm not even sure, like, what the hell I'm going to do in there. Because I finished the game, and I don't think there's, like, that much in the way of, like, side stuff. You can explore and stuff, and I'll just show you, like, what kind of game it is. And, like, where I would place it. And I do think Pipistrello, by the way, I do think Pipistrello is a 5 out of 5 game. I do think it is great. I do think it is really fun and cool. It is a kind of a top-down Zelda type game, sort of equivalent to like it's Pipistrello and the Cursed Yoyo. What the hell is? Please fill the screen. Okay. I remember it filling the whole screen. What the hell is going on here? I guess I never played it on, this didn't get a Switch 2 version. This isn't right. Stop. Launch it again, please. Look, it's filling the whole screen. What the hell's going on here? I've never seen this happen before. This is a cool thing. You can hit the buttons and stuff. Please fill the whole damn screen. What the fuck? Screen filter. I want to fill the whole damn stream. Okay, the whole damn screen. Okay, there we go. Okay. I remember filling the whole damn screen before. I don't know why they... I guess they changed the setting there to make it more fucking cute. But, I just want to fill the goddamn screen. Let me say. Whatever. So, Pipistrello. It's like a top-down, Zelda-type game, where the gimmick is that you have a, yo-yo, and your yo-yo is your basic attack. You can, do a charge attack. You can, do, like, a special attack. And, like, you can change up all your actions and abilities so as to, like, make them different. And also, you get several that add additional traversal options, like... This one lets you make a thing over a pit, so you could be, like, grapple to it, and then, you know, bounce off it. You can ride on walls. This is endgame stuff, to be clear. This is, like, at the end of the game. At this point, I have everything. I am as dexterous, as mobile as I can be. How's the audio, by the way? It's all good, right? All good. All good. That's fine. That's fine. Let's do it. So you can, like, roll around. You can, like, fire your yo-yo. And, there's... I would say, like, the coolest thing about it, as far as the basics go, is that the yo-yo has some really cool properties when you bounce it into walls, right? There's some decent, like, running around fighting dudes, and, areas with which to platform through, or, like, you know, traverse through, and, you know, collect stuff. There's an upgrade system, which I think is honestly a little clunky. And abilities like that, which you unlock, like, that allow you to go to new places, like, I feel like this one's really cool, where you can, like, bounce off any wall, like, push yourself off any wall. There's some really great traversal in this game. I'm good at parries here. Check me out, I'm parrying. Remember in Clair Obscur, like, 8 hours ago when I couldn't do that at all? I didn't even try? Because I was failing the dodges? If it's 2D, I'm okay with that. A lot of these rooms here were clearly originally like survival gauntlet type situations. I'm sure there's like collectibles and stuff to find. I'll say my feeling right now, going back to it, is that, like, yeah, I'm kind of was happy with my time with this game. I really enjoyed it. I expect it to be, like, you know, if we're thinking about, like, you know, there's the guys, I think this game is basically comparable to, like, what we can expect of Mina the Hollower, right? Like, this is basically a Mina the Hollower type game, and if I had to say, like, where I expect Mina the Hollower to be relative to this, I would say, like, Mina the Hollower, I expect to be a little bit better than this. Like, if this is a 5-star game, I expect Mina to be a 5-star all-timer game. And, you know, here's the thing that's cool about the yo-yo. When you're going into corners, when you're yo-yoing into corners, it'll, like, zoom out like that. The same thing will be said if you, like, do, like a firing thing. If you, like, fire your yo-yo like that. There's a good amount of, like, puzzles solved by, like, puzzles solved by, like, good yo-yo usage and, like, angling your stuff in cool ways. And combat encounters also sometimes can be similarly well put together. It's a great game, and if you like if you're in the mood for something like Zelda, like a top-down Zelda, I think this is better than last year's what's that game called with the Zelda and the being Zelda? Echoes of Wisdom. Echoes of Wisdom. I would say this is better than Echoes of Wisdom. I will say that. And to that extent, you know, I could definitely see it making the list, given that, like, you know, Echoes of Wisdom... I think Echoes of Wisdom was borderline last year. Like, I was really close to putting Echoes of Wisdom on. I'll say, like, right here, right now, yeah, I've kind of beaten this game, and there's not that much left. Some areas that are cool to traverse through. You can see, like, oh, you know, you have to combine your abilities, whether it's, like, walking the dog. We could see if we could get this guy. For this part of the game, there was a whole, like, oh, rescue a bunch of these guys who with the fans, but you only had to get, like, half of them, so I guess, like, half of them are still out there in the world waiting to be saved. We could absolutely, like, do this, and it might be relatively new to me. Is this room something, or I think this room might be already done. There's these checkpoints where you're allowed to go in and, like, upgrade your stuff. There's, like, a whole big skill tree, which I'll say, when you're at the end, there's not really time enough to do another one. But basically, they go up in terms of, like, they do bigger things, and also there is, like, a debt system where, like, when you get one, you have to, like, pay it back over time by getting more money. And also there's, like, a cost to it as well. Like, while you're deaded, you have less life and less attack power. And as you go forward, as you get more of them, it becomes a bigger ask. And I'll say, like, as you're getting into late game, and it's like, okay, I'm in the hardest levels of the game. I don't know if I have enough money to, like, complete this thing. I'm going up against a fucking boss. I need to cancel this because I can't beat this boss right now with this fucking handicap in place. Like, it just, doesn't work. There's also this bad system, which I'll say I have, like, set up so that I have insight into health. I reflect projectiles once per room. I nullify damage from holes. I got an extra life there. There's also a cheater's teleportation badge that, I think I tried out a bit. It's kind of a thing you can use. It's not intended to be used, but, you know, it's a fun gimmick. There's a bunch of these. I don't know. You know, pick and choose your loadout. Actually, I think I will pick and choose something. I don't care so much for the... I don't care for... I like the parry. The other options are Around the World, which is pretty good, and Coin Flip, which allows you to, like, get a crit, basically, if you match the timing. I think parry is the most useful there. But for this one, there's either a chain attack or a hold it in place. I think the sleeper is my favorite, though the chain attack is pretty good too. I don't know why I went with the other one. You know what? Probably just because the final boss or something. Like, this was probably... the chain attack isn't very good against the final boss. You know? And, like, you know, just one target, you know? So here, we can bounce off these walls. There's the one key. What about another key? Can we go get another? Okay, let's get this key and then return it. We'll just free this dude, and we'll have that be it for as, like, you know, a good sampling of what Pipistrello has to offer. It's a great one of these. You know, better than the Zelda from last year. Ideally, I don't think it's going to be better. I think that the like Mina the Hollower is going to be a lot better than this, for what it's worth. But it's like a 5-star. I had a great time with it. Maybe I used the key that was like you were intended to use it with that guy nearby. Yeah, basically all the main bosses are doing something evil. Hello. Oh, this is like a mini game. This isn't like a get you a key situation. I like how you do a little jump. You know, more 2D Zeldas and 2D Zelda type games could use an isometric jump. You know, it's not bad. I like being able to jump in games in general. You know, when I played, when I was a kid, right? And, like, I played Majora's Mask for the first time. I got Majora's Mask for Christmas. Didn't ask for it, you know? I got it for the first time. That was like... I'm sort of rambling here, but that's fine. It was like the first time I had ever played a game where you couldn't jump. You know, where you couldn't, like, jump normal style. You had to, like, run off a thing. Or whatever it is you do in that game. And I was just kind of taken aback by that. I didn't really get it. I didn't really get, like, why exactly it would work like that. It was just a bizarre thing for my, like, you know, like, 2000, around that. For my 10-year-old mind to go, like, what? It was Christmas, so, yeah, I was, like, 10, probably. Probably the Christmas after I got Banjo-Tooie. It was a bizarre thing, just like the idea of a game where you didn't jump. And, you know, I'm glad I got it because I goddamn love that game. And, like, once I managed to, like, penetrate its stuff, you know, really get into it and all that. Whew, this is a nice little platforming traversal challenge. Game is full of stuff like this. This is a good example of the kind of stuff that you do in Pipistrello. There we go. Did it. Didn't we? Yes. Good. Yes, yes, yes. Beautiful. There we go. We freed the guy. Jumping is good. This game's really good. Playing it again, and just playing a little bit of it, I feel happy. I feel like, you know, if Mina the Hollower is at least as good as this, I think we're all in for a good time. I get the feeling Mina the Hollower might be an order of magnitude. You know, if this is a 5, I'll say, like, I have a 5-point scale. I use a 5-point scale, but I also use a like. You know, use, like, the hearts. Like a letterbox style like or whatever. I feel like Mina might be the, might get the heart. You know, I hope so. Jesus, I kind of have a lot of hopes for it. I backed it and all that. I think to a normal amount, so it's not like I'm in the can for, like, hundreds of dollars or nothing. I wasn't, like, going all ham in it, but, you know, I bought it already, so hope it's really good. Hope it's really good. That's Pipistrello. We can also knock out, let me see, what's the other one I want to knock out? Shinobi. Shinobi. Yeah, let's knock out Shinobi real fast. We can just hit up Shinobi and, let's see. I think we still have time to do the last 3 games on my list, which is excellent. We threw in a few more even. I don't know how many games we hit today. How many games we checked in on. Fast Fusion is not good enough. That's like that's okay, but it's not making the list. Where is we will. It has to finish downloading first. Let me just get Shinobi out of the way, and then we'll switch over to Xbox. And I think we're ending on If There's Time. If there's time, we're ending on Welcome Tour, which I think is very funny to do. If there's time. If there's not time, yeah, it's probably not making the list. Let's be real. With as many games that we played tonight, I would have to be a madman to put Welcome Tour on the list just to spite people. Just to spite people who don't like it. But am I that big of a madman? We'll see. We'll see. Shinobi, Art of Vengeance. Let's do it. I'll say I pretty much, very nearly, maybe entirely actually, 100%ed this game. I very nearly 100%ed this game, though I do have the lab key now. I wasn't sure like what to do in this game. Where do you use the lab key? Hang on one second. Lab key, Shinobi. Like, I think I got that for beating the game last time I played. Oh, it's used to unlock a secret boss fight. That's fine. Let's just play a level. What's a really good one? I mean, I think these all are pretty cool levels, honestly, is part of it. The Mad Train is a little linear. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff going on here. How are you liking the audio? I think the Lantern Fest or Festival was really beautiful. I'll give it a little more audio. I don't know what arcade mode is. Let's do that. Hey, something new to try and help us get back into it and give it honest opinion. So, Shinobi is a beat 'em up style game with, I think, a really fantastic combo system. Been a minute since I played. Excuse me if I forget how to do the hover. It's LZ. Okay. I think this game has some really good beat 'em up style action to the point where I might say that this is maybe my favorite combo system in any game like it. Honestly, when I first played it, my thought was like, oh my god, this is so good. How can this not be on the list? But it had a very hard... It sort of like, it was both the warm-up for and also an act to follow. This was right before Silksong. And like when I got into Silksong and came back to this afterwards, it was just like, oh my god, never mind. Silksong is just so good, it kind of made this look less cool by comparison, you know? And things I don't like about this game started becoming more obvious in retrospect, like after I played Silksong. Like, you do basically just have to not get hit and just do good, you know? It's not like in Silksong where if you're taking on damage, so long as you stay in the fight and keep fighting, you will recover. You will get some big heals, you'll get some binds in, etc. No, that's not quite what this game is. It is, you know, you fight dudes and you do it right, and you don't take you take as little damage as you can, but like that's the game. And like, you know, now without so much the context of Silksong, you know, and maybe like giving it some room to breathe, I am enjoying this, you know? Like, coming back to this after Silksong was rough, honestly. It was kind of rough. But, like, I really like the way all the combat, all the combo system really strings together. How, like, the heavies and lights sort of have, like, strategic uses. Especially against, like, tougher enemies versus less tough enemies. And the traversal, you know, obviously it's no Silksong. And, like, as far as a Metroidvania goes, I would say this is about as much a Metroidvania as, like, Metroid Prime 4, insofar as, like, yeah, there's some, like, optional areas that you can go do, but it's a pretty linear experience, and, like, you know, for this game, that's fine. You know, I'm not out here saying, like, oh, this should have been a Metroidvania. Like, nah, this is its own thing. it can be like a semi-Vania, whereas like Metroid probably should be full Vania, honestly. Metroid and Castlevania both, I think, at this point, should be always a full Vania, and not like a compromise. I'll say I don't really use the super moves that much, and probably should use them more, considering they're powerful and stuff. But I can kind of get the job done just like punching dudes and crap. I think this is a really cool level, and a really great one to do as our one level of Shinobi. Playing this again, you know, I feel like I said a lot this stream as I played these games. I've said, like, I think this could be in the lower half. I think this could be, like, around 10, 9, or 8. I'll say, I think this one could be number 7. I think this one maybe is the top of the ones that I wasn't 100% sure about. Windswept. Oh yeah, Windswept. I'd probably put Windswept over it. But otherwise, yeah, no, I think this is like top of the, you know, the ones I'm less sure about. It's also great, like, how much art it has. Every area is, like, beautifully done, and each level has, like, so many different parts. This game's great. You know what? I really kind of soured on the game a little bit after Silksong. Just, like, coming back to it after Silksong and realizing, like, oh, I still have to do a little bit more of it to get to 100% and finish the game. If I had just done a little bit more before Silksong, I could have got it through 100% and would have been feeling great about it, but playing it again, I do think I was right the first time. This game is great. You just have to you know, a lot of games don't compare well to Silksong. How do you do this? You do like a, okay, yeah, both bumpers. You'll just kill anyone marked with the thing. This is just a really fun brawler, basically, with a really cool amount of beautiful art. Oh, and by the way, there was another 2D one of these that came out this year. That one was mid. That one was mid. The, you know, this is Shinobi. What was the other one? That was Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. That one's mid. That one, we don't have to check in on. That's no way. That's like a 3 out of 5, maybe a 4 out of 5. For me, probably a 3 out of 5. Whereas this one, yeah, this one really just, you know, as far as like comparisons go, it kind of got a rough comparison. This game did coming out of like Silksong, you know, compared to Silksong, which I played after. This game is not nearly as high echelon-wise, but compared to Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, like, ooh, it really makes it look good. It really does. It's a much better game. The platforming and the wall jumping can feel a little weird, I'll say. It's a little stiff, but like not exactly in a bad way. Just a little stiff. It's fine. It's, you know, like I said at the top, I'm glad I you know, this whole process, you might wonder, just like outside looking in, whether it's necessary to really do this, have a stream like this. But as much as it is just like recap for the year at large and a celebration of all the best games, it's also just like really helpful because, as you can see, I was kind of like low-key under-ranking this game, I think, because I played Silksong after it, and you know what? I think it deserves better than that. I think it is absolutely making the list. I'll say this, I think this is on the list. I think this is a lock. I think Windswept is a lock. Everything else, undecided. Undecided. I mean, everything else other than the main 4 that I already said pretty much from the start were locked in. like Mario Kart's blueprints, a handful of other ones. There's a couple that have been locked in from the start, I'll say, as far as obviously the two top runners, front runners, top runners, what the hell is that? The two front runners, obviously, Silksong and Bananza, those are locked in, but not so many, other than this, are locked in right now, I'll say. And, you know, I think it's important to consider as many games as possible. It's important to revisit as many games as possible. Even if, like, I play them and go like, yeah, this is not top 10. This is like top 20, maybe not top 10. Do like a charge attack to break through these walls. I think this might be the way to the... I will say the map system is a little junk. I don't care for the map system in this. It's a little too abstract, and also, like, if you touch the controller, it just shifts back to a fast travel point rather than focusing on where you are. I feel like it should be a little less sensitive to that. You know, every time I pull it up and I got a little bit of tilt on the controller. This is a great part of this level, by the way. Check this out. Rooftops, but also a lot more floats. Or I guess it's actually just rooftops. In my mind, in my memory, we're going to be seeing a lot of really cool floats in like a minute. And I think we will. Like after a second here. I guess because it's arcade mode, we know how long this is taking us. Like 10 minutes. Alright, we're leaving plenty of time for those two Xbox games. We're making good time. I'm feeling pretty good about schedule and stuff.
Your piercing eyes make the perfect targets.
With these streams, you know, I don't want them... you know, there's a certain amount of time I don't want to go over. So, like, you know, there's like a hard out. Which just comes down to just, you know, like I said earlier, YouTube VODs can only be so long without splitting it into two. I hate splitting VODs into two. I did that, like, when I first started archiving because I wasn't, like, holding myself to 12 hours as a hard and fast limit. There were like some 17-hour streams first year. I would not do that again unless I was going for like 24 hours. And then, yeah, okay, we can have a part 1 and a part 2. That's fine. That would be absolutely fine. Would y'all... I can't remember the last time I was up for 24 hours, honestly. Would y'all... Maybe next Extra Life we should do 24 hours. I mean, it will be my 5th year of streaming, but only my 4th Extra Life. I mean, I'm having an idea that would support a 24-hour Extra Life stream. The first year of Extra Life that I did the randomizer roulette, which was 4 randomizers that were sort of timed out to be like 3 hours apiece, pretty much. Took literally exactly 12 hours to finish. Kind of like uncannily on time. What if we did like a 24-hour version of that? Where, there's not just 4, but like 5 or 6. Add in an extra 2. Or so, I don't know. I don't know which games it would be. I mean, certainly they'd have to be ones where I could do them in like a fraction of the time. You know, if we added games that were longer, I would just finish the first 4 quickly and then be like, oh, I guess the rest of the stream is just Ocarina of Time then. I'm sure I can configure it such that we can get a good 3-hour preset for a bunch more. Maybe get like 3 more. let's assume that some of them might go long, you know. That's a good idea. I mean, we'll see how I'm feeling. Alright, that guy's a healer. I gotta kill him first. You can always just, like, put those guys off the stage, and that's death to them. This might be the part that's more float than that might be the part that's more float than rooftop escapades. Yeah, this gotta be... Oh no, this is just like, Oh yeah, this is the festival. Okay, so this is... floats and stuff. These levels are long, I'll say. But I think they're good long. And I'll also say I do think this is the best brawler I've ever played. You know, grab by the ghoulies, heat your heart out. Is grab by the ghoulies my second favorite brawler? Probably. I don't know. I'm not a big brawler man.
Let's see who comes out on
Never been a big fan of the arcade beat 'em up style games, but this is fun, and it has a great combo system that just feels very intuitive and, you know, sort of grows over the whole course of the game, too. I appreciate this a lot. And I'm enjoying playing it again, and consider it reassessed, you know? This is a 5-star game. This is not just a 5-star game. This is an all-timer, and, that's, gonna put it pretty high on the list. Is Windswept an all-timer? Yes! I think Windswept is an all-timer too. Which means that it has to be like, just above this. Just above this. Everything else that's already been on higher, all-timer status. This is a pretty fucking good year, I'll say, for games. Yeah, there's like the unblockable stuff. I don't really care for that. Color coding like unblockable or undodgeable or whatever. I just like to dodge things. And, or like, if I want to block something... Wait. Right, you have to, like, physically dodge it. You can't, like, roll through it. That's what that means. That's what purple means in this case, I guess. It can be a little doofy when you're overlapping with them a ton. Damn good level. Yeah, this game's great. It's gotta be on there. I mean, you know, for one of the games that gotta be on there, you might wonder, like, oh, should we play another thing? Okay, sure, we'll play, like, one of the stupid, dumbass, what the fuck was Riptide? We'll play a bonus stage. The bonus stages weren't anything special, anything to write home about. I mean, they're cool. This whole game is very cool. This whole game, super, super cool. Am I in a corner where there's UI stuff? I should pay more attention to that. I'm riding a missile. No, I'm not. I'm good. I'm good. But it is just sort of a crap auto-scroller. Like, when you get right down to it, to be clear. Like this level in particular, you know, this bonus stage. It's just like a crap auto-scroller with some really cool stuff, you know? I mean, this is very brawler, right? Having some really cool bonus stage where it's like, it's not like the best playing thing in the world, but like aesthetically, it is so cool. You know, this is definitely one of those games where where like it does, I think, make your list cooler having it on there. That's enough. That's enough. I think it's time for Xbox. Are we good? Are we good on the Xbox front? Is everything downloaded? Yeah, everything's good. Everything's nice. Give it a second to have a little bit of a instant game response fart. I wish these... They gotta fix these handshakes eventually. make it so that it just works and the screen doesn't have to like fart when you're switching inputs or whatever. Let's go. Doom the Dark Ages. We're gonna do some Doom the Dark Ages, and I think, speaking of games that are really cool and low-key have the juice, I really enjoyed Doom the Dark Ages. I didn't finish it, didn't go the distance, and I do think that, like, you know, it does get a little bit samey as the game goes on, I admit that much. But as far as, like, peak coolness goes, like, just running around this game and, like, shield blasting dudes and shooting them with your various guns is just pretty damn rad, you know? And I think, like, it would be a real good bottom of the list. I'm saying this a lot. A real good bottom of the list filler. Is this, like, the best bottom of the list filler, though? It might be, honestly. Because I remember the first time. What the fuck is Ripitorium? You can build custom encounters? I don't need that. I never did finish the campaign. I got up to level 17, I guess. So let's just continue from where I left off. Also, by the way, quick, how long have we been going? The VOD is nearly at the 9-hour mark. Okay, we don't have that much time. We should maybe do an hour of this tops. Let's say that much. And these levels can be long, so we'll see what we can do. How's the audio? This seems fine. If it starts doing some rock and roll music, we will reassess. Right now it's sort of moody and stuff. I found this game very, very, very mechanically satisfying. To parry, to shield bash. I'll say this much. I would like to buy this again when I can do on Nintendo Switch 2. You know, it's one of those games that I lost access to when I canceled Game Pass. So, I would like to get another copy of it, but on Nintendo Switch. How's the volume? Really? Seems fine. Okay. I love how you could just kill whole groups of guys like lickety-split. I love the running around. It feels real good. The shooting is nice. The shield bashing is fun. The fact that you, like, you don't have fall damage in this game. Instead, you do fall damage. You fall from a large distance. Everyone below you just dies. You know? I love how empowering this game feels to play. I have forgotten what you're supposed to do with this. This seems pretty linear as far as how these levels go. So I must be missing something. Do I have to, like, crossbow something? I've never played this level, by the way, let me say. So I don't know, like, how you're supposed to do. And it's been a damn while, so I have indeed forgotten, like, oh, path right here, okay. I was gonna say, if there's, like, an air dash or something, I guess I've forgotten how to do it. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just, we just do that, okay. How other many of my games this year, how many other shooters have there been this stream? Have there been any? Oh, well, there'll be Avowed in a second. And when we're done with this. I think this might be my favorite, just like, dumb brainless shooter of the year, for sure. Definitely my favorite shooting of the year. Yeah. My feeling is, despite not having finished this, I think I would like this. This is a great end of list finish filler. You know, I think, you know, we're about to go into Avowed. I think Avowed might be higher, honestly. Might be a touch higher. But man, as far as like brainless nonsense goes, this is speaking to me. This is saying sweet nothings. This is making me happy. This is making my brain go, man, yeah. When this comes out on it also helps that the shooting is fun and there's a lot of good weapons. You know, this is making my I feel more assured than ever that, like, yeah, you know, when it comes out on Nintendo Switch, assuming it comes out on Nintendo Switch, I will buy it again. I mean, I will buy it for the first time. I want to own this, but I don't want to own it on a console that's, like, locked in place. You know, I want to own it on a handheld. I mean, maybe I'll get it on, like, if I get a Stream Deck. Failing, if there's never a Nintendo Switch 2 version, maybe I'll get a Steam version and, like, you know, play it on the go, portably, on, like, a Steam Deck 2, when I get a Steam Deck. Or whatever Steam OS handheld is cool and good. I definitely want to get a Steam OS handheld at some point. You know, a big one that can run more games than my AYN Thor can. You know, that said, I just kind of hope, low-key, that eventually the AYN Thor can run pretty much anything. You know, and like, you know, fuck, hopefully it one day can. Or like, you know, at least up to like Xbox 360, but I feel like a Steam OS device of sufficient power, I hope that it will be able to run like I hope that it'll be able to run like thinking. Give me a second to think. I hope it'll be able to run like up to PS4, Xbox Series 1, Xbox One, let's say. I hope it'll be able to handle all that stuff and like emulate, you know, more than what I think even your best chance at a retro handheld. You know, I think that 360 is in sight, and like maybe with Steam OS coming to AYN Thor and other ARM devices with a Valve-made translation layer between Windows and PC. I'll say this game is pretty one note. It's a fantastic note though. With I say it's one note. Each level is one note. There are like different levels with different gimmicks. There's like a Panzer Dragoon gimmick, and of course the mech gimmick, which I'll say like there's a good YouTube short of me going into the first mech level and going like, oh my god, I didn't know this was here. I didn't hear about this. What? You get to play as the what? And I had a hell of a time, just like one of my favorite like reveals of the year, one of my favorite like surprises of the year perhaps, was like going into that and going like, oh god, it's so hefty, and like it's hefty as shit, you know. I'll say I probably won't ever do 100% of this game. You know, I won't go back and I won't get everything. At best case, and I think I'll need like a linear version. Hey, Drucken! I'll need like a linear version to I'll say a linear version. I need like a Switch version. There we go. To like really find the time properly. You know, I need to be able to play this while watching TV, watching YouTube, things of that nature. You know, this, I will say, it does have a little bit too much detail. I tried doing this on my previous retro handheld. Didn't quite work. Didn't quite, was a little bit small, the detail was. Yes, it is nearly Christmas Eve right now, I will say. I gotta, let me say, it is late. It is getting late. I am not sure if I will have the VOD up tonight. I got Christmas Eve stuff with family tomorrow, so maybe I should, instead focus on, like, you know, going to sleep and stuff. You know, I'll probably have time to do a thumbnail. I have some ideas. I think I'll put in, like, characters and stuff from, like, the ones that I really resonated with the most tonight. Stuff like Mario Kart, Hades. Really, the top contenders of the top contenders. You know, I think I've had interesting thoughts about all the other ones, for sure. And, like, it's within the... It's worth doing process-wise to do all of them. But, you know, we'll mostly do just like an ensemble of, ensemble? Ensemble is weird. That's not how you say that. I like how you deflect, green bullets in this. Really cool. Good. This game's so good. This game's so... I don't know if it's so good, but what I do know is it's so cool. And, that's... You know, I can't imagine why anyone would put Metroid Prime 4 over this game. Let's say that much. You know, like someone who likes dumb action. I feel like this is exactly the sort of game that would outrank Metroid Prime 4 on any list. And, you know, obviously it's not on a lot of lists, I'm sure, because, like, it's forgettable. That's why you gotta revisit. That's why you gotta go back and play it again. And play these games again. And give them another go because, you know, you might be feeling like, okay, well, I liked that game at the time, but it's kind of, you know, in retrospect, I haven't thought about it in, like, months and months and months. And you play it again, it's just like, oh, I'm back. Hello. This is so good. This is, I low-key love this, actually. I need to get, they need to put this on Switch so I can play it again. Or I need to get a Steam Deck so I can play it there. One or the other. I need a portable solution for this. And also, like, again, I only renewed Game Pass just so I could do this stream and revisit these Game Pass games. I'm not going to have it for the rest of my life, so, like, you know. I'll say also, Blueprints. I will buy that again, and, God, I'll replay it pretty much in full and crap. I'll do that again when it's out on Switch. And that'll be another fantastic Switch game. Like, oh my God, it already doesn't have much in the way of, like, narrative or music or whatever. Imagine if you can just watch TV on your TV and do it handheld mode, Blueprints. They gotta be working on that. Please tell me they're working on that. I don't think it's announced or nothing. But, what are we doing? What are we doing there? Activate the gates. How do I activate the gates? Weird that the, how about, how do I do this? I'll say it's been a minute since the last time I played this, so if it's obvious to you, it's been a minute. I just don't remember. I think I might have to, like, charge up the thing. Hitting every button I can think of. D-pad. D-pad does like a scan. How do I activate the gates? How to activate the gates. Doom. I gotta Google because I don't know. Finding a hidden Slayer key? That's what the... What mission is this? Thera. Rescue Thera, activate the gate, Doom the Dark Ages, YouTube game guides. Okay, well, there's a... Hang on a second. Does this work if I do this? Yes, okay, let's have a look. What exactly is the thing? Looks like you maybe have to, like, platform through a side area. Okay, here we are. How do I activate the gate, though? Oh, looks like I just get some key. I go get some key, and then it, works itself out. Okay. Could be a little more intuitive there. Could have that on the whatever the key is on the mini-map or whatever, but, yeah. This is the Switch controller. Okay, let's figure out... Okay, yeah, through here, I think it was. Yeah, the... Or not. Maybe on the other side? There was some platforming or something inside, and this looks like inside to me. I could do without some of the traversal puzzles, you know. I just want, personally, I think as far as what I want is just like the brain dead running and gunning, you know. It's just slowed down for a minute, and already like I am starting to feel like a little bit of a like, oh, okay. You know, I was having a great time when I was just running and gunning and getting all silly with it. Oh, okay, it's like a viewpoint thing. You have to look at the... You have to look at the eye through a slit. Through an eye hole. And... Jeez, long level, long level. I'm ready for this to end. But also, we just have this and one more game to look at. Well, this and Avowed, and then if there's time, Welcome Tour. And, like... Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, no, there's probably not room for Welcome Tour. It would be a madman move to put it on the list. I'll say, earlier in the year, I did say, like, oh, I'm going to have it on my list and no one can stop me. And I think that's going to be very funny. You know, otherwise, the list is going to be like a... I think, other than maybe Windswept, which is more obscure than, you know, most people haven't heard about it. I think my list is pretty damn good. I think it's gonna be pretty damn, like, agreeable. I mean, I will say I probably have Mario Kart higher than most people. But, like, shit, everyone agrees Mario Kart's great. No, some people think it's a abomination. They're weird, it's great, it's fun. Knockout Tour's great, the exploration is fun. I'll say what I said earlier. By the way, I think Mario Kart World, sorry, is my favorite of the games we're playing tonight. You know, with the top two, you know, I'll say like Silksong and Bananza are being saved for next time. But like, I'm pretty sure it's my number 3 game this year. I think it beats Hades. I think it beats Blueprints. I think it beats, what was the other game in the contention for that general echelon? Do some sort of recap here at the end. I should be ready to do a recap and if there's time, but, you know, I'll say, like, the final list, the final opinion, that is all stuff I will need to figure out off stream. I will need to, like, confirm my thoughts. I will need to, like, sleep on it. But, like, this is giving us a great basis for, giving me a great basis for, a great starting point. God, this level's long. This game might be a bit long, I'll say. That might be the one thing I'll say about it negative, which is just, like, you know, like, these levels could be, like, half of the length, and I think that would be snappy fun. You know, that'd be kooky good. That's like what Borat said one time. I probably shouldn't. I don't know where the fuck he got kooky good from. The man what plays Borat. It's just a funny thing that you could believe would be like of like you know, foreign origin. It's not. It's just something Borat said once, which is funny. It's definitely funny. Tell me this is the end of the level. Jesus, how long does this level go? Your list is gonna be so niche. Hades 2 is your safe pick for Game of the Year, but otherwise it's gonna be full of weirdo picks. Yeah, I feel like my list, you know, we've looked at some weirdo games and some more obscure ones just to really like do a temperature check and really think about it and really consider like, do they make the list? And you know, in many years they could have done, depending on like how competitive it was, how many things also are in play, but I do think that this year is so competitive, I can't even put my weirdo pick of choice. I can't even afford to put the biggest weirdo pick, which would be Welcome Tour, on the list. It's too competitive, too competitive, too competitive. Tell me this is over. You know, as I play more of it and the level just continues to not end, I am getting tired. I am getting like a feeling of like, well, this is the reason why, you know, this is, I don't know how long we've been going on this game, but this level is so fucking long. I'm just getting tired. I'm feeling fatigue. I'm sure we are gonna be well below time in the end, well before like whatever cutoff I hold myself to. And I'll say we've done some really long streams this year. Like the first time I did Bananza, the whole full Bananza playthrough, that was like 11 hours and 57 minutes long. Like, my god, we were just under the wire there. If I died on the final boss of that game one more time, I would have went over 12 hours. And I don't think we're going that far. We will be sitting pretty. We'll have enough time to recap at the end and maybe even remember, like, what the hell did we do tonight? What the hell games, all of them? Ah? What was the order of things? How did I feel? Which ones do I think will and won't? Right now, like, after revisiting so many games and just keeping in mind that, like, I didn't get that far into Clair Obscur and have difficulty playing it, and just, like, I struggle with, like, every single boss and like, just really any basic enemy in that game. I struggle with them. You know, I think, thinking about it, I'll say right now, I think Clair Obscur, I hate to say it because I think it's so damn cool, and, you know, I do agree with its Game of the Year status, you know, it's like top of the year disposition. I think it misses my list. I think I have to cut Clair Obscur to make room for Doom the Dark Ages and other games that I personally liked and that make me feel good when I play them. You know? Does that make sense? Of course it makes sense. You've been watching me play. You've seen, like, how I've clicked or not clicked with games. Spicy, but makes sense. Thank you. Is it on your list? I imagine it's on, like, most people's list, but man, this is such a competitive year. I feel like any other year it would have made the list. And just this year is so competitive. You know, this year might have, between Silksong and Bananza, two games that I genuinely think could be on my top 10 of all time. It might just be one of the most stacked years of all time. And, like, maybe for everyone, which exact games are the stacked ones will vary, you know? I mean, I'll say, like, fucking Mario Kart is my number 3, so like, I think that's part of the stack. So that's fun. You didn't play Clair Obscur, but you did watch the ending. I mean, I'll say, like, I don't know. I don't know I have the time to, like, ever go through the whole thing on, even if when it comes out on Switch too, or, like, the skill. So, like, I am kind of curious about the ending. I kind of want to know, like, where it goes plot-wise. Maybe I should just give up the ghost and just go, like, okay, tell me. And I bet, like, if I listen to, like, a Game of the Year podcast, which I don't know that I will this year. I've not been listening to podcasts that much in general this year. Oh, hey, there's Cthulhu. How you doing, Cthulhu? Nice to see you. Hi, Cthulhu. That's a chapter. Excellent. Good. Okay. I'm feeling pretty fatigued by the end of that. I assume that, like, the Belly of the Beast is another on-foot level. I do feel like with levels like that, you know, it makes sense that, like, oh, I could not have another one after that. I'm, like, full up. And, like, that's maybe the one thing about Doom that, in retrospect, I will say, that playing it again, I will say, is just like, yeah, you know, once you play a single level, it's like, oh my god, I couldn't have another one. That said, do we have, like, a nice, do we have a nice mech level that we can pull up? I think this is a flying level. We can at least see a little bit. Let's see a little bit of the flying, a little bit of the mech. I'm not sure which level. We did the 3rd level on stream. Worth noting that it has cutscenes. They are all 100% skippable. Yeah, so here's the Panzer Dragoon stuff. You sort of fly around and you shoot stuff. It's not, fantastic, I think. There's some cool set-piece moments built around it, I'll say. And it does break up the on-the-ground shooting. I'll say this much. I think it does break up the shooting. Break up the business. And, I think it is generally better that it has this and the mech stuff. You know, it's great as a change of pace. This stuff mostly comes in the form of just like, oh, you know, you fly around for a bit and then you land, and then you do something inside, and then you fly to somewhere else. It's pretty cool, but I do think that of the 3 modes, the dragon is maybe my least favorite. Also, the gimmick here is that you need to, like, dodge the laser blast. It's pretty funky, I think. This whole, like, dodge. Oh, wow, okay, that was a big guy. I thought that was just a little weedy turd or something, but it was actually a very large man. You have to do, like, some really good dodges under, and then once you do that, you can break through their shield magically. Kind of doofy. I think it's a little bit doofy, the whole like, lock-on system and all that, but it's alright. Good change of pace. I'll say that again. And considering, like, how much I needed a change of pace after that last level, it's a good thing. The next level wouldn't be like a bounce out of here. That's enough dragon stuff. Like I said, there's some really good set pieces where you're like flying around a whole battlefield and then landing on a ship and going inside and doing some shooting. That, I feel like, is some of the best, like, balanced stuff. Let me see if this is a mech level. I just want to see, like, what's up inside the big boy. I guess it would be a stretch if this was a mech level. This seems like there's no room in here for anything other than just regular ass sized dudes. This is cool though. I like this inside the belly of the beast situation. That's pretty rad. This might be pretty like getting down to it, you know. In Clair Obscur, if I could reliably get through an area every time I played it, and, like, make forward progress, rather than, like, getting partway or, you know, taking multiple attempts and, you know, just basically struggling with every single encounter. If I could do that, I would. God, this isn't a mech level. Let's get out of here. Exit the main menu. Exit the main menu. Find a mech level. Find one that wasn't the first one. Shame that these aren't, like, labeled. Let me Google Doom mech levels. It is midnight now, so that's interesting. Let's see. How many other mech levels are there? Is it just Barrier? Is it just the main one? Or are there, like, more after that? Looking, where can I find? Let me put it on the screen. All the missions and how long to beat has 22 chapters. We're on, like, chapter 18. Guess we got, like, I got, like, 4 left. I'll say I probably won't play any more of it before my Game Pass expires. And then, like, if I get it again, it'll be on Switch, and I'll just start over. What's another mech level? Just tell me. There's 22 levels. There's not 22 mech levels, Google. Jesus. How many? 2 levels. Okay, 2 levels. Let's see now. What do we got? Trivia. What levels are they in? I need to know what levels they're in. Design. They're in hell. I don't know. And there might be only 2 levels of this with the mech. Okay, that's kind of a shame. Feel like there should be more of them then. Maybe it's like at the end of the game, the second one. I don't even know if I've seen the other one. All Atlan mech levels. Okay. Let's look over here. How am I supposed to know what level is which? How am I supposed to know? Okay, I think maybe this is the second of them. What is this? Description. No, it's just them. It's just don't know which one it is. Seriously, which level has the mechs? Which levels? The primary mech levels are Barrier Core. We can listen to the AI. Okay, AI, tell us what you got. Apparently, I can't find anything else fucking else. It's saying the Siege has it. I don't fucking know. About the Atlan levels. Here we go. Here's what we're looking for. There's 3 Atlan levels. Maybe the Siege is it? Maybe the Siege. It's, Barrier Core is the first one, but I don't want to do that one again. I already did it on stream once. Where's, the Siege Part 1? I reckon this one might be a, mech one. We should at least see a middle of the mech, because it's cool and worth seeing. Not a mech. And do I get into the mech? There might be ones where it's like, oh, you find a mech mid-mission. I remember this level, it takes a bit to get to the battlefield. I don't think this one's a mech one. If we see a mech, maybe we can get into it, but I don't think. We could just look at the tutorial one, I guess. but kind of a shame that these aren't labeled. A knock against it, for sure. This is definitely a knock. Just the fact that I can't find a fucking mech level when I want a fucking mech level that's not the tutorial one. There's only 3 of them. Maybe I haven't gotten to all 3 of them. Level just starts with a walk. Yeah, this one ain't it. We gotta go to the next game in a minute, so let's just... I don't know, I'll check the Siege Part 2. I think maybe this is like, you start the Siege on foot, and then the Siege Part 2, you go into mech.
Is taking heavy damage. Clair, there's a turret in the courtyard you can use to hold them off.
Turret, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I mean, it's alright, I'm sure, that turret sequence, but I'm looking for the part where I play as the mech, and a different part from the part that I already played. Forsaken Plains, Ancestral Forge. You know what? Might be a good indication. 98%. You know what that might mean? I got it. Atlan Assault! Okay, we found it. Okay. The clear rate is much higher on the Atlan levels because there's not that much to do. But it is kind of cool. March around as a big giant dude. You punch. Ow. You punch other big giant dudes. It's more about shielding and blocking and stuff. You have to, like, get them to glow to get their armor off. I think this is more about, like, dodging here than it is about shielding. This is a good gimmick. Not really used that much throughout the game. Kind of a shame, really, because it is just cool as hell to be a big dude, to like stride around and like knock down bridges. Was that demon's head shaking as you punched him? These guys jib to pieces. Look, their meat comes out. They basically become like skeletons by the end of the fight. It's pretty metal. This game is pretty metal. Look at this. Look at this bridge. This is a human-sized bridge. Fuck your human-sized bridge. Fuck your human-sized building. I am huge. What is this? A center for ants? See that? I walked across a bridge. I don't think there were any people on it, though, sadly. I want to, like, crush some people underfoot. This is like Gorn, the one VR game where gladiators get ripped to pieces. What, do you play as, like, a giant monster in that? That's pretty cool. I'll say, like, I might get a VR headset next year. So if there are cool VR games, you know, maybe I'll do, like, a stream of just, like, oh, let's grab bag. Like, I don't know, see if I can find... some cool VR games to show off and get use of my thing. And also I'll do Half-Life Alyx. I'll get one of those headsets if it's a good price. You know, the Steam ones. I think it's finally time to get into VR. After like 10 years after that became clear it wasn't ever going to be that much of a thing. Like, frankly, right now it's not clear that gaming's going to be much of a thing. What with how, like, you know, supplies are limited right now. What with, like, how, you know, graphics cards and things of that nature are not available anymore. What happened to them? Oh, they're being used for AI. That's enough. We're good. That's a taste. I like that game a lot. I would like it. The bottom part of my list, somewhere. Playing that game makes me feel good, makes me feel happy. I feel like a lot of the other games we played tonight probably also are in the getting cut category. Last big and proper game of the night that I absolutely know that we have to get to, because I think I might like Avowed more than Doom, which if like I would like Doom on the list, then I would extra like Avowed on the list. This is the last one. I played for over a day. Jesus, I played for like 40 hours, I guess. It was like 16 hours over a day, so that's like 40 hours. Damn. I played this to pieces. I really went deep. I really went hard. I think that this game kind of rules. Shit, as I say that, I feel like this was in the gotta see it category, right? This was in the gotta see it category, not the if we have time category. But because I had to download it, we are just getting here at the end of the stream. Why are you doing this game? I have a file. I've played the game. Do not tell me you've lost my save. Weird. Load game. I've played for 2 days and 5 hours, apparently. That's higher than what the Xbox says. Point of no return. Can we just... I guess let's go back to the, autosave, I guess? Siege of Paradise. Yeah, this is spoilers, by the way, for the game. I think this is my last autosave, my last manual save. Question mark? I'm not sure. Maybe some of these manual saves are within the realm. I'll say, just like heads up, if I recall, this game doesn't like respawn dudes. Also, like, are we able to get out from here? Is this past the point of no return? Point of no return 28. 26. Okay, I'm just gonna load up this one. And maybe, like, not go into point of no return. And just, like, turn around and see what else we can do. Or maybe we'll load up an older save, like, before everything was done. I'll say... Spoilers. This might just be the end.
Silence falls over Paradise.
Yeah.
Holding.
I didn't mean to... This is not so much point of no return. This is basically the ending, actually. How far do we have to go back to... Oh, it does say point of no return, level 24. So, like, yeah, the whole last, such and such hours of the game is past point of no return. Okay. So this is like before point of no return. Okay, we can load this up. I'll say a negative thing I would say about this game is that once you do something, it's pretty much done. Like once you kill an enemy, once you do whatever, it's pretty much done and dusted. You cannot, as far as I'm aware, go back and do more side quests. And I pretty much emptied this out. You know, I'm seeing that there might be... Why did I not do this? I guess maybe I left some, but only like a couple. And some things where it's like, okay, go look all over, and it seems difficult to do. This is like a, you know, one of those. This is like a good old-fashioned... Oh, I see there's a lot of ground I have not covered in Galwain's tusks. So, like, I guess we could probably run around and find some enemies and whatever to shoot and kick the asses of. This game is sort of like an Elder Scrolls type game, but with really cool and snappy combat that I think is way better than Outer Worlds, let's say for sake of example. It's fun and snappy. It has a really well put together lore and world building where, like, you know, it all comes from like the what is the other games in the series? Oh, let me move also. The right-hand corner is empty. Let's go over here. Yes, good, okay. The Pillars of Eternity, it has this whole bunch of like really deep lore and world building already just coming in just from those previous games. And as a result, like, the world is really well thought through. There's like complicated politics and like relations between like all the different factions, all the different peoples, and I find that to be really cool. I'll also say, like, the gunplay is excellent. The biomes are really all neat and cool and like fucked up in their own way, you know, and full of tough enemies. I'll say for when I was playing this game, my main loadout here was the wand and gun. The gun is sort of a slow melee attack. I'll say, when I first discovered the wand and gun, I was just like, oh, this is it. And I knew that I had it. And it is just rad, you know? The gun has a slow cooldown, so you can only fire it off like every few seconds. But while you're waiting for it to recharge, you can just pepper them with wand shots. And it just feels really damn good to just continually lay down steady damage and then blast them with the gun. Bang! I also have like a side gun that's even slower to reload, and I have a perk where, like, after a certain amount of time, it like automatically reloads, so I could switch back to it and get like an even bigger big shot up. What's up? I'm looking for a side quest if you have one.
Should you need help? Are you Bananza?
Yes, let's see. I wasn't... I'm not with the Steel Garrote, those are the bad guys.
I just thought you were here on a trade mission.
I'm the envoy. Oh, what makes you think that?
Don't know? We let an Adiran caravan through a few days ago.
By the way, is the audio good?
Never let through from anywhere, actually. I've never known anything.
Does it sound good?
They had so many wonderful things.
I can maybe give it a little bit more.
They had a letter from your ambassador.
Good voice acting and like storytelling, and like I was genuinely interested in pretty much everything the whole way. You know? And you can go in here and get like, you know, a transcript, 1, and 2, just like a rundown of like, okay, you're the envoy, here's what the Empire is, the Tufts are that. Nandru is a really old guy who was the previous godlike in this area of this, I'm like the godlike of a specific god that lives here. It's a whole thing. You should play the game. A letter from the ambassador?
Just damage control. He knows his colonizers are unpopular, and he's trying to ingratiate himself with the locals.
Anyway.
Probably a good idea. He's a savvy operator, that dude. Would you like souls to start trading?
Make the tasks better. Rare ore, incredible metal.
Where's the caravan now?
I'm worried about the... I don't blame. They left along the main. In the convoy, there was a dwarf.
You like her?
Yes. But what I'd like most is to just...
Aw. That's nice. Yeah, you like her!
That's not the point. The point is...
these are good dialogue options. They're very flavorful. A little bit cheeky sometimes. And I love my dude. Look at my dude over there. Isn't my dude's design great? I named him Mario and designed him while looking at Luigi Mangione. I made a little bit of a Luigi Mangione type dude, and I thought that was fun to do. I love his design. Really made me want to push through. This guy's great. Playing it again, I've managed to find a little bit of something to do, which I do think is great because I do think like with the original Outer Worlds, like you can basically tear through all of this in 40 hours and be left with basically nothing left to do, as far as you know. And I basically did that. Good night, Trebucket. I can't say no to love.
Thank you.
I don't know how much more we need to see. Just you know, let's do this mission, I guess. It is getting late. We have been going around 10 hours now. How long is the VOD? Like, breaks and starting soon notwithstanding. We're at like the 9.5 hour point as far as the VOD goes. We could go like I wouldn't mind going like a half hour more, but I don't know how much more of this I need to see. Fact is, it's fun to play. It brings you into the world and makes you care about it. It has the juice as far as the combat goes. Honestly, like, this is just one of the more fun shooters of the year. You know, maybe not as fun like basic gameplay wise as Doom is, but like as far as like the whole package goes and like going the distance, etc., etc., I would put this above Doom. Yes, I think this is on the list for sure. Yeah, yeah. A lot of the other games, you know, that we played are basically sort of vying for that number 10 slot. I feel like, now that I played, like, Doom and this and a couple others that definitely have to make the list. A lot of these games are just vying for the number 10 slots, and I'll admit, I don't think I have a clear idea which one I want to be the number 10. And also, like, I have not counted. Like, do I have more than 10 already vying for that? Have I already said that I want more than... I mean, I think I've said that, like, I would want, or, like, all of them, or a bunch of them to be in here. You can see there that the, don't care for the stamina system so much. I feel like I'm constantly running out of stamina, and that's kind of a bummer mid-fight. What I wouldn't do for just, like, give me some infinite stamina, or some sort of stamina solution. I don't know, maybe that's, like, available on other classes. It is a little awkward, like, when you're done, but, like, the basic gameplay is strong enough that it would... It would, like, you know... It would, make my list, I think, just as terms of it, like, its basic gameplay, even if it wasn't also, like, a phenomenally good, extremely well-written, extremely flavorful, very deep RPG. I'll say, I think that, Deltarune exists. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, I was about to say that this is my RPG of the year over Expedition 33. Certainly, I'd rather have this on my list than Expedition 33, and if we're talking about making room for a game, I would most rather make room for this. Find Gillian. Okay, we need to run that way. Let's continue following our waypoint and go from there. Wait, is that a sentient... Oh, no, I think my companions just said you asked for it. Not those snake lizard people. I'll say, like, going from Doom to this, the aiming definitely feels a little more clunky. You know, like, as I aim in first person, I am definitely thinking, like, oh, this isn't quite as good as, like, Fortnite. You know, I've definitely got the way that you have, like, all sorts of magic to combo in with that, and, like, different abilities, moves, etc. Charge attacks. This feels really good. Yeah, this has to be on there. This has to be on there. Even without, like, having that much in the way of, like... Oh, that's my friend. I shot my friend. It's fine. There's no friendly fire. The traversal is kind of nice, too. The way that you mantle around and can basically just, like, sprint around the world freely. I like that about it a lot. There's some really nice little, like, traversal challenges out there in the world that are pretty good. This is one of the top contenders. for me. I gotta admit, this one, the inventory and you know, I do think you have to worry about encumbrance and all that. That can be a little clunky. There are definitely systems here that I didn't engage with, and you know, like I said, I pretty much exclusively went with gun and wand. This has been my build the whole game. You know, maybe one day, like enough time passes, maybe I'll try another build. Maybe I'll give Sword and Shield a try, and like actually see if that's cool. Go potion right here. You know, right now, obviously, for this character, it's way too expensive to, like, respec and to, you know, if I wanted to play a different character, I would have to play a different character. Which I'll say, like, I did enjoy this game well enough where I wouldn't mind doing that. You know? This is all good, right? You can hear me over the well, I'll just take it down a note. Just for, to be safe. Gunfire and stuff is a little loud in this game. For sure. Yeah, this is on my list. That I know. I think I know basically where it is, too. I'll say, going through the stream, I feel like I've basically put a lot of things more or less where they need to go. You know, higher or lower. I don't know if Doom is like number 10 or number 9, but it's, I think it just barely makes the list. So, like, it's around that sort of, placement, you know? I should use my godlike powers and use, like, my everyone gets healed ability. There we go. Now everyone's up again. And, this game could use some DLC. And I'll say, you know, I guess I should say, like, with the other games I played tonight, I would replay it again if it came out on Switch too. This is another game where I got it through Game Pass and I don't have that anymore. So, like, it comes out on Switch too. I mean, I think I'll wait for a sale, but, you know, I'll get it eventually and probably replay it again and do it as a different type of character, and I think that'll be fun. I don't know that I'll make, like, dramatically different moral choices or nothing, but the writing is so good, it's kind of worth seeing again, and the world building, and there are, like, different routes of stuff you could do, decisions to make, etc. I don't know, it's quite, like, as sophisticated as, you know, and I know Outer Worlds 2 also this year. I feel like if that has anything that it can hold high, it's like, well, the first game had, like, some really good moral choice malarkey. I have to imagine that this still, like, is one of its stronger traits. I'll say I didn't really care for the world much of Outer Worlds 2. I didn't get that far into it. The gameplay just wasn't clicking. I don't know if just, like, I'm in a different place when I played Outer Worlds 2 versus this one, versus 1. Or if just, like, Avowed really blew it out the water and now, you know, it has a higher standard to live up to. Oh, through here, in this little cave.
Traveler, what business have you here with
I don't remember...
I wonder if that's the merchant Lorraine sent us to find.
Were there orcs in the game?
Well...
I don't remember the species being a thing. What manner of being is this guy? He looks like an orc. Do we have a party member of this type? I guess it's been a while since I played this game. Tell me why you're keeping her captive.
Because they attacked me. Because now you and I.
Oh, maybe these guys are sentient, but they're not friendly. Maybe they're not the Nern. Or whatever. I can just kill this guy right now, but... Yeah, talk. I want to talk this through.
I'm dying.
I'll give you a potion, man.
Not beyond hope.
if I can get a cure for my molder lung in time.
I'll help you.
You will.
Yeah, you seem like a chill dude. Just tell me what you need.
My breath
I don't remember guys like this having like dialogue and stuff. I honestly don't remember guys like this.
Bring me the cure.
I will look for the recipe.
Traveler.
Yeah, let me see. This is really interesting, too. This is a really interesting quest. This game has some really interesting quests that make you go like, oh, huh. It's good. It's a great game. It's a great, well-written thing. It's way better than the other one of these this year. Is there like a lore? No, these are just like, they're like a codex or something. Not sure where you see, like... Yeah, ogres. I think ogres are typically a race of dudes you just fight. So that's pretty cool that one of them is, like, a quest giver. I don't remember seeing another ogre in the rest of this game. That's pretty neat. Honestly. That's pretty damn cool. I wonder if these dudes were killed by the ogre. But he couldn't get into the locked box or something. And as such, struggled to find the cure. Is that like the moral situation that is before us? Or what? You don't have to fight. I'm cool with that. I mean, I think it's kind of cool, even. I don't remember seeing any other friendly orcs. I say friendly. You can't just kill him. I don't remember seeing any friendly orcs, around this game. Okay, 3 ingredients. You gotta find them. Where are they? Show me quests. A cure for rage. It's a narcotic. This has like three skulls, so this is gonna be difficult. Where exactly would we find any of this stuff?
Marius probably knows his way around.
Finally. She's gone.
Who's gone? Wherever these are, I think my compass is telling me, like, near vicinity. Near vicinity. Like, I guess check the map. Oh, well, it's just telling me, okay, there we go. It's telling me basically it's in the steps area, like, overall. Like, the whole thing. Okay. Maybe we can Google and get a firm answer on like where all this stuff is. I don't know necessarily we have the time tonight to track them down by other means. I was mostly just, as far as like figuring out where to go quest-wise, just mostly following my compass, to be clear. And I kind of like that. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, you know, I want it to be difficult. I want it to be like a whole to do. Like, no, I'm happy just... That just said something about where the gunpowder was. Excellent. Okay, so there are totally clues to be found to, like, hunt them down. Now you can go into the quest. Can't you do something like... I thought you could do something like pick a specific objective and have that be the focus. Okay, it's telling me Oh, that's the final one. That's the endgame one. Okay, there's where gunpowder is. There's where... Wait, gunpowder there? Gunpowder there? There's the battle scars. You know, when I was playing this first time, it was very much a process of like, okay, well, look at the map, figure out where all the side quests were, and like line them up so you can hit one after the other, after the other, after the other, as you explore and like take care of business. And this is, you know, we could do that. I think we're just gonna focus on this one, but you know, it's very nice that they make it pretty easy to efficiently take care of all that stuff. That's damn good. Let's go get some gunpowder snuff. Looks like it's in the
I might have something for you.
lay of the land. Looks lifelike in the tower. That's all for now. Do I like buy it here? Do I just like find it here? I like how you can just take anything you want without worrying about like ownership. It's not a complicated thing. It's not like, oh, you know, you'll be a thief if you grab this exceptional sword. Like, no, if it's sitting around, it's there for you to grab. Don't worry about it. I like that about this game. It's plain and simple.
Another hunt, another meal for us.
Chest, it's for me.
I wonder if it'll taste any better this time.
No one cares, no one minds. Let's, let me look up. I mean, maybe, I'm not sure, like, if this whole range... Map could be a little less finicky. I'm just trying to zoom out to see more of it. I like this open world style of RPG. I think that's great. Let me search for a cure for rage. A cure for rage. And just give me yeah, give me the IGN. Where are the places we need to go here to get it? Resolve peacefully. Oh, you could talk with Gillen, and then she'll tell you where to find the ingredients. Gotcha. Shit, where the fuck were they? They were like over there. There we go. Grokor's cave. I think I'm heading in the right direction right now.
Against stains is blessed in land. We have to go where we can.
This is the last proper game of the night that I think stands a fairly good chance of absolutely, definitely, almost for sure making it into the list. Making it onto the list. I think we might be at 10. Honestly, just ones where I'm pretty sure they made it on. Actually, now that I'm sure about Shinobi, now that I'm sure about Doom, now that I'm sure about this, now that I'm sure about Windswept. Yeah, that's 4. I had 4 that I was pretty sure about. Wait, no, wasn't this already in the pretty sure about camp? No, there was 4 that was like in the mid-range, like Deltarune, Blueprints, and then 4 where I needed 4 more slots. Yeah, this is shit. I'm realizing now, yeah, no, we're at 10. And anything that wasn't in there has been ruled out as a matter of course. I just counted, yeah, we're done. We can check out, you know, we can stop by Welcome Tour as like a farewell game. That is fine. But really, I think I basically have the list, and I think I kind of have the order as well. This goes above Doom. Windswept goes above Shinobi. Does this go above Shinobi or below Shinobi? That's the question right now. I think I never had any sort of a negative reaction to this. You know what I mean? At no point when I was playing this did I go like, you know, oh, I'm kind of like losing it. Whereas with Shinobi, I did, after coming back from Silksong, find like I wasn't feeling it as much. Then again, that's more Silksong's fault than anything else. If I had been able to get through Silksong without,
then
if I had been able to get through Shinobi before Silksong came out, then I probably wouldn't have had any sort of mixed opinion on it. There are things that are clunky about this game. There are things that are clunky about Shinobi. I think my gut right now, again, no, not locked in stone or nothing. Tell me where the ingredients are. I'm not gonna.
I'll do anything I can.
I'm not gonna upset him.
It grows on trees with red leaves, right?
Okay, beetle nests.
We avoid.
I gotcha. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now I have some markers on the map that I can go for to get A and B. And then we can go get A and B. Excellent. Very good, very good. My gut is telling me this over Shinobi. Shinobi below this. But Shinobi is like maybe the best brawler I've ever played. Is this the best in its genre? No, definitely not. I would probably still, well, maybe. I'd probably, for nostalgia purposes, put like the older games of this sort over it. You know, like your Skyrim, like your Skyrim really ranks that high on the list. I really did love The Outer Worlds 1, but I don't know like if it really would stand up, especially after I did Outer Worlds 2 and just bounced off it. I feel like this is the last remaining question as far as like this part of the list. You know, everything from 3 to 10 is pretty much worked out, except which is first, Avowed or Shinobi? Yeah. That's I can sleep on that, I think. This game does also have excellent action. You know what this game does have over the other one? It has longevity. It has, like... I mean, I'll say, I did find Shinobi good enough to do 100% as well. Basically, these are two games where I did everything I could fucking find. Everything I could manage to do. And had a blast while doing so. Replay value. Is that a decider? I would do this game again, but with a different moveset. There is no such thing. There is no such option for that for Shinobi. Shinobi, I'm done. I can't. Like, what is there to do? Yahtzee, go ahead and do your business. With Shinobi, I'm pretty much done. There's pretty much nothing more I can really get out of that game. There we go, there's the thing. I think this takes it by a nose for the reason that I just expressed. The replay value question. I would replay this again. And get something new out of it. Get something pretty different out of it. I would not do the same with Shinobi. It goes above Shinobi. That's a list. That's everything from 3 to 10. Pretty much figured out. I'll sleep on it and see if I want to replace Doom with one of the other 6 or whatever games we played tonight, but I think Doom is a pretty cool number 10. And, you know, the thing is, Doom does get pretty tiring, but...
Have you brought what I require?
Just like the pure adrenaline, the pure, like, happy feeling. I feel like there's a strong argument for Doom at number 10.
Yes, I can work with all of this.
Pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude.
1,000 times thank you. And you, dwarf, you may go. I free you of this place.
Thank you.
I have a top.
I'm going back to the Warden Tower. Maybe I'll.
Probably not. I'm going to stop playing now and go to bed, pretty much. But hey, I'll look forward to it. I'll just tell her that, even though I don't think I'm going to play more of this game. Probably ever. My Game Pass is going to expire, and then you know, I'll play it when it comes out on Switch too. If it comes out on Switch too. Maybe this is too graphically intensive to come on Switch too. I hope it's not. I mean, it's on Xbox Series X, which means it's also on Xbox Series S. And that's got to be around, like, Switch 2 levels, right? It can be 1080p. It can run in 1080p. That's fine. I did just save. I do a save, like, that's on the other side of, like, you know, we did the whole point of no return and spent hours going through that whole rigmarole off stream, like, years and years, like, earlier in the year. Again, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to have this version ever again. Never going to have Game Pass again, so, yeah. That is Avowed. That was a good revisit. I'll say I didn't know, like, what I would do for that revisit, so that was nice. That was real good. What time is the VOD at? What time is the VOD at? Is it like at the 10 hour? It's at 10 hours exactly. Great! Time enough for one last game. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I already have the list, so this last game is like not going to make the list, but I like it and I want to do it. It's Welcome Tour. We're ending on Welcome Tour, which currently has 0 viewers on Twitch. I wonder why. Let's just pop into Welcome Tour real fast and like maybe visit like some of the best minigames it has. I'll say, I found Welcome Tour to be quite interesting. There's a update? What? It's probably a small update and probably will be done in seconds. Okay, yes, perfect. Okay, good. Hey, if there's new content, I'll see it. I'll look at it. I found Welcome to Tour to be quite nice, quite interesting, and it really taught me a lot of interesting things about, like, the console that I had. I streamed it on, like, launch night, and it, taught me a lot of interesting things about the Switch 2 and its hardware. I do feel like, in retrospect, some of its, like, omissions, like it doesn't really talk that much about the sticks, is, in retrospect, interesting. You know, like, oh, well, they maybe didn't do that much to the sticks. I mean, so far, my sticks are just fine, and I think I've heard of some people say they've gotten... Haven't there been, like, some reports of stick drifts? But not anything, like, super, like, at the same level as before. I mean, I'll say, like, the Xbox has the same stick. Xbox 360 used the same sticks, and I had the same Xbox 360 controller for, like, the whole generation. I mean, my Xbox 360 controller is, like, run ragged. It's, like, out of control. I thought this was a neat thing. I really enjoyed running around and, like, learning about all the crap. Let me see, is there any sort of minigame we can do? I would like to do a minigame. Apparently there are minigames I never unlocked because I didn't get enough points in the other ones. We can unlock some, even. Like, LCD Pixel Hunt. Yeah, give me the second level of LCD Pixel Hunt. Sure! Oh, never mind. I did, on the stream where I originally, streamed it. What's Scrape Off 2? I did set it up so that I could, I might need to grab the Joy-Cons, hang on. I did set it up so I could, like, do... Yeah, I need the mouse. 1 second. Joy-Cons, very nice. I did set this up so originally so that I could like put it under a camera and do all these like LCD like you know I think there's some real fucking neat stuff in here, and I think that does low-key remain the best mouse game on the Switch 2 so far. Like low-key, unfortunately, yes, there is no better mouse game than this one. Motion controls are best for Metroid Prime 4, and also it's not a good game, and I don't like it very much. I have so many issues that I really need to put out like a short form clip of like me running through them. The rant that I did last time, I need to make that into a short form complainer video. It's nice to have a mini game or two to do with all this this stuff. I do think it should have been free, yes. And I think if it had been free, I'll say this. If this had been free, I think it would have been definitely my number 10 game. I would put it up above Doom, and I think that everyone would be like, I mean, some people seem like they just don't like the basic idea. They just don't like, you know, silly fucking mini games, and do the HD Rumble 2. Find the HD Rumble 2. I was struggling with find the HD Rumble 1, honestly. Let's do quick click. There we go. Let's do some mini games and we'll have fun. I did find all this to be really interesting, really insightful. I'm gonna move over here, by the way. And damn it. I'm better with a mouse keyboard than this keyboard. Jesus, that's not good enough? I don't really have the real estate right now. So really... Shit, really? What the hell? I don't really have the couch real estate to... Now, let me move this aside a bit. Let me clear some space on my, let me clear some space real fast so that I can mouse properly. So far, the mouse really hasn't proven itself. I think that, you know, even with a first-person shooter game like Metroid, still... You know, maybe because Metroid is like you're going back and forth between like morph ball and map, and you know, and in some cases you're being asked to pick your controller up after like rather than just mousing all the time. Jesus Christ. So close. Yes. Okay, let's get out of here. Get out of this one. I could not find the HD Rumble even in the first one, so let's not do that one. Do the camera. Where's the camera minigames? Mouse minigames in Mario Party? I think WarioWare. You know, if I had to bet, I would say WarioWare, but with mouse. That's gonna be a thing. You're gonna have like a smooth moves, except now you can put it on the thing and do some mouse stuff. There's gonna be mouse micro games in WarioWare, and I think that's the place where the mouse is really going to shine. I think. It's gotta be tighter than this. Like, I think that if the mouse felt like it felt here, like something has to be done about the sensitivity or like the general feel. It's not quite matching what I like in This shit is impossible. Alphabet? Oh jeez. So this is not. This is oh my god. This is an alphabet thing? Guess the shape by how it feels. Let me tell you. In my experience, This is fucking impossible. Vibrating, vibrating, vibrating. Not vibrating. Vibrating. It's either a... I have no fucking clue. It's a B. It could have been an A, though. This is all vibrating all the way up and down. I don't feel like it's a K. Doesn't feel like a... I think it's vibrating if I go left and right. I think it's an H. You know what? These shapes are a little more distinct. I feel like I can use some sort of like trial and error and go like, okay, it has a line up the side. Nothing up top. If there's nothing up top, it's an H. I might already have lost this, just like record-wise. This feels like an A to me. Come on. A? C. I had it for a second there. But, this does not work. Does it feel the alphabet? No. I can't feel anything. Let's do the you know what? This is one of the few I've had this camera. Oh, 1 second. Let me plug it in. That should do it. B to cancel? Oh, right, Joy-Cons. Where the fuck the... I plugged it in, but... it doesn't seem to be working. Do I need to plug it into the top? 1 second. Hang on, it's plugged in, but it's not doing anything. That's weird. I have not used this camera, I guess, to the point where I didn't realize it wasn't plugged in. Let me try with the USB-C to USB-C. I'm trying to go through the dock, and it's not doing anything. That's really weird. Maybe that cable is busted or something. And that could be a possibility. Okay, let's see. Is this good? Do I really need to get that close, game? You're not going to be able to see me for a second, except through the face camera, so, Ooh! The switch fell onto the floor. 1 second. That was a bad idea. Oops. Well, I'm glad I put a screen protector on it the other day, but I'm afraid I did so too late. It has like a weird scratch on the front of it. Now, I'm trying to figure out if I can fix that somehow. I'll be honest. I am trying to find out if I can fix it somehow, but I'm not sure if I can. Oh, I have to hit A. Fuck me. I'm holding the camera here. Come on. Where'd the... Oh, they're on my... There they are. Okay. Should I put it down, perhaps? The switch fell over again. 1 second. Okay. Whoa, hey, what's up with that? That's weird. It's looking right at me. Let me unplug and replug it. And then hit A. Try it out. The camera's plugged in. And, 1 second. Let me go throw to a break and get a chair or something to put on it. One second. Alright, I think we're good. I have it on a chair now. I'm gonna pitch it up so it's looking at my face and not my, you know. It's pitched up a little bit. Start the camera. I'm gonna look down at it. Oh god, I can't see the TV now. I need, like, books or something to, like, prop this up on. I got a DK bongo. Ah, shit! Well, this is fun. Definitely a very good and proper... Come on back. Come on up, back game. You're plugged in. You're plugged in. Good and proper way to go out on. Still on the right signal, right? There we go. Okay, I got the DK bongo, and I can put that on top. There we go. All right, I'm pretty close now. All right. I probably am a little loud here. I'm real close to the mic. Okay. Is that good? Did I do good? I did pretty damn good. Look at that. I'm amazing. Apparently. So says the game. Center the camera, please. That's close enough. This was a lot of work to get set up. And you can't even see the damn camera. I bet I could have left it on the fucking table where it's supposed to go. Apparently I did fantastically again. It really likes my work. Yeah, okay. This is the only use I've gotten out of my camera in the last 6 months of having a Switch 2. I did this once at the time, and I'm doing it again now. That's as close as I'm getting. $69! That is nice! I'm pretty happy about that, actually. And I got a medal, too. This is the perfect way to end the Game of the Year stream. We gotta end the Game of the Year stream with, like, the one of these minigames that's, like, actually fantastic. Actually really good. And actually, like, very, very cool. And that is... Let's see. Let me look at the later ones, because... Oh. Let me look at the later ones real fast, because those ones would be good to, breaststroke, slot in the shapes. Nah. Open the RGL locks. What does that mean? We've done scrape off. We've done like some of these. Yeah. I think we're good. 4K pixel hunt. Yeah, I think we end on the one of these that's like actually really damn good, which is, I guess, a tech demo. Yeah, Super Mario Brothers 4K. This one is the best one here. And a really neat idea. Really cute idea. Obviously, it's not like the best or nothing. It's not like a great idea. But here, it's Mario Brothers in 4K, where it tells you how long it is, and renders it properly. Now, I probably wouldn't be enjoying this more if I was like closer to the TV, but I'm gonna stay in camera. Alright, we did figure out something last time we played, which is that you can use the zoom function to cheese it. Lock that into place, and then yeah, now you could... Now you can die and be left in darkness until you unzoom it. You do have to like continually like you know, move it around. This is probably the game's best tech demo, and you know, I enjoyed my time with the game plenty. Let me say, I enjoyed with it plenty. I learned a bit. Like, I thought its insights into like how the magnets work and how they involve a little bit of like tension, or like they have a little bit of give to them. All that stuff was really interesting to learn about, and like the fact that you know, later when like certain YouTubers would start like trying to... Yeah, I remember when Jerry Riggett was trying to snap off the Joy-Cons and just finding like, oh, they just come off. Nothing breaks. If you apply too much force, it just automatically detaches. I cannot do damage to this thing. This thing is built. This thing is tough. The touchscreen could be a little bit less scratch prone. It is definitely very scratch prone. They probably should have thought fucking twice about that. Maybe if like it needs a protection to be protected, you know, maybe just like fucking pack that in then. Maybe that should be packed in if it's a necessity. I'll say. You put on a glass protector day one. I raw dog all my devices. You know, I don't have any sort of protection on my iPhone, on my this, on my that. It's never been a problem. Well, you get some scratches and stuff, but they're usually minor, and it's usually like 3 years later, you know? It's usually like years later you get something bad. But in this case, like, It's been like 6 months and there's like a really annoying scratch. I got some like screen cover stuff, you know. I feel like the only real solution is to get the screen replaced. I don't want to do that so I got some like white, some like rub-on screen protector that's supposed to be like for the Apple Watch, and I wonder, can I just like rub that into the cracks? That might be a really bad idea. I've seen someone say it worked for the OLED on the internet, and I've seen no one recommend it for the Switch 2, which means that it might be a really bad idea that I should not do, but I got the dang thing. You know, I'm thinking about it. Switch's plastic screens, yeah. True. I probably should pay whatever it costs to get the screen replaced. Fucking, that's annoying. How much is that? That like $100, $200? That's really fucking annoying. And then just put on a D-brand screen protector thing on there and never have to worry about that again. I know this. I kind of expected it to be better than this. You know, why would you make it shit? And I haven't really done that much to it. I take it in and out of the case, in and out of the dock sometimes. That's it. Like, I have not been unduly thing. Risky is to remove the built-in plastic film and then replace it with a screen protector. I wonder if that's where the scratch is. I wonder if that's where it lies. If so, like, yeah, maybe just I could do something there, like... Are there people that do that? Are there people? Yes, there are people. Can you pay someone to do that? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I should look into that. I wonder if that would solve my scratch problem, you know. Probably it would be better to do it like locally rather than have Nintendo do it. That's enough of that. Final thoughts on Welcome Tour. I really like it. I found it very interesting, and I found a lot of its minigames to be, and like interactive experiences to be quite interesting and good and fun and neat. And I even found the informative nature of it to be really cool. You know, I'm someone who went to the Nintendo Museum and had a great time. You know, I feel like some people shit-talking, going like, this is just facts and information. I feel like you would not like a museum of any sort. Even one that's, like, related to your particular niche. You know, Nintendo, in other words. I think this is a great thing. It should have been free, and if it was free, I think it'd be like an S tier, one of the best pack-ins imaginable. But, it's not. What are you gonna do? I still really like it, and, I wish that, everyone in, you know, people should be less greedy when they are pricing their games. That's true. But, what are you gonna do? It's rumbling real good, by the way. The rumble is pretty good. I just gotta, like, carefully cup my beads here to, like, gently roll them. Yay. That's it. That's all. That's my thoughts on Welcome Tour. I like it. I know that others don't, but whatever. Okay. Final thoughts. I think I pretty much have a list. We revisited a bunch tonight. We went from Clair Obscur to Windswept to... trying to remember the specific order. To Deltarune, to Hades 2. We should go game by game, I guess, and like talk about specifics. Clair Obscur, I really like it, but I struggle with the combat and with the dodging, and as such, it just this falls short on my list, unfortunately. Windswept is a lovely DKC-like platformer that has the juice and is just a bit too hard. But because of my personal preferences and just like how much I like DKC and Celeste and how much I poured over this, this is a game that I pretty much completed outside of the last few levels that are really, really hard. It's making the list and pretty high at that. I think we already have established it's like number 7. Deltarune will be on there. I think it's at like, number 6? I think it's like number 6 or 5 or 6, I forget. But it is a lovely, the 3 and 4 are both lovely chapters with some, I think the gameplay, the more basic gameplay is better than like in 4 than 3. But the fact that you had both 4 and 3 meant that, you can mix it up for 3 and then be pretty good for 4. And, it's still one of the most impeccable, lovable, most well-written games of all time. And like when it is fully complete, I feel like everyone needs to go check it out and give it their game of the year, like number 1 with a bullet. But for 3+4, it's pretty high on the list. It's going to be pretty high. Then I believe we went to Hades 2 and did a bunch of roguelike in a row after this. We did Hades 2, we did Blueprints, we did Hades 2, Blueprints. Both of those are going to be pretty high on the list. Hades 2 above Hades 2 below Mario Kart, so like at number 4. Blueprints below that at number 5, I think. And then Deltarune. Switch them. Maybe Deltarune above Blueprints. Ooh, I don't actually know which way that goes, honestly. I have to think about that. That's a toughie. Then we went and did Ball Pits or we did Megabonk, which was fun, but like I feel like it unfolds in not exactly the best way. Then we did Ball Pit, which really started opening up to us. Like honestly, I went farther into Ball Pit than I ever did, and really started digging it. Ball Pit is probably the closest to unseating Doom, I think. That might be the closest to getting on the list right now if I were to think about it, really think about it. I think after that we did Mario Kart World, which just filled me with such joy. It immediately shot to number 3. I loved the exploration and the switches. I loved that they made it easier in a recent patch to know what you have and haven't done. And then, I really enjoy a lot of the other parts of it. We kept on the racing kick and just popped in on Sonic Racing, which I believe some people might put above Mario Kart World. I think it does handle the switching tracks from one track to the next mid-track pretty gracefully. Basically, whenever you do a track, your first and final laps are that track, and then it sort of warps you multi-world style to a separate track for the second lap. That's pretty cool. That's like the really good compromise between the intermissions of Mario Kart World and a 3-lap experience that people seem to prefer. I think that's great, but I also think it doesn't make my list. Lego Party is lovely, though we couldn't really enjoy it properly without multiplayer. Baby Steps, I believe, was next. We did that on the PlayStation, over on the PlayStation side, and that was real damn, that was something. I like Baby Steps a lot, but the fact that I sort of got railroaded and got, lost and unable to proceed any farther, I think it is the best game Bennett Foddy has ever made. Wait a minute. No, he made Ape Out, didn't he? Ape Out is better than that. I put Ape Out above. It is the best Bennett Foddy style game that Bennett Foddy has ever made, based on not having played those games and just like watching them online occasionally. What I've seen and absorbed, I think Baby Steps is fantastic, but I got lost and I don't know how to proceed. I can't. That's a dead end for me. We also did Sword of the Sea, which was a fun vibes-based skating game, which is a sort of a journey, sort of a very beautiful game, but a little insubstantial. We also checked out Skate Story, which is a more substantial moody, trippy, vibey skating game that I think would have been very cool to fit onto the list, but I think Doom edges it out as far as like Doom cool factor goes. Pipistrello is a fantastic top-down Zelda-type game, which I think is very cool and good, but just barely misses the list. It's probably like number 12 or so, I guess. I don't know. All these games are number 11 or 12, let me say. Well, unless I said bad things about them, in which case, sort them accordingly. But Pipistrello is really good. If Mina the Hollower is as good as Pipistrello, I think that'll be great. I'm betting it'll be an order of magnitude beyond Pipistrello, which I'm really looking forward to. Shinobi really won me over. We did that next. I forgot how much I liked that game and overvalued how much I felt after doing Silksong. And, when I came back to this game from Silksong, I struggled to get back into it, but playing it again, I do think it's the best brawler I've ever played, the best combo system with like lights and heavies and all that I can think of. It's a really good piece of work, and I put it just below Avowed on the list, which was like, what, 9th, 8th, 9th? Somewhere around there. I've lost track. Finally, we did 2 last Xbox games. We did Doom the Dark Ages, which is just really fun from a base mechanical level, though I do think the levels all overstay their welcome by like 50%. I risked the levels were like half as long, and also that, maybe there was twice as many of them, let's say, or even half as many. I wouldn't mind if it was a shorter game. Then I could have finished it already and would have a very glowing opinion of it. I think that's like my number 10. Avowed is a couple spaces above that. A lovely, lovely RPG, Bethesda-style RPG from Obsidian with amazing lore, amazing writing, a world that sucks you in, combat that is snappy and fun. Not quite on the level of like a proper shooter, definitely going from Doom to that. I feel like the aiming is a little bit stiff, but it's fun for what it is. It has like satisfying like combat loops to it, and enough flexibility where you could totally go and play that game again with another build. That's definitely why it is above Shinobi. It is going to be above Shinobi, I think, on my final list. And then we popped into Welcome Tour, even though it's clear that there's no room for it on the list. That's fine. What are you going to do? It's, I just did some mouse stuff, I think, with my, if I hold it downwards, I can do mouse stuff by stroking the camera. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? If I hold it downwards, that is. I guess you can't, like, mouse... Can you mouse like this? Not really. Not really. A little bit. Little bit. It's very confused. The mouse is. We topped into Welcome Tour, which I like better than most. I found informative, fun, neat, etc. And, I enjoyed ending on it tonight. It is 1:22. We've been going around 11 hours total. The VOD is at the about the 11-hour mark as well. It is time to end, to sign off, to say goodnight. We're like 20 minutes short of 11-hour mark as far as the VOD goes. I will say one final comment here, worth noting that we have revisited all the best games of 2025, and I think solidized, pretty much figured out my list from number 3 to number 10. But I'll say, there are 2 games on top of all of these that have not gotten played to this point. Those 2 being Silksong and Donkey Kong Bonanza. Why have they not been revisited? Well, because we need to do them justice. Those are my top 2. And next Tuesday, I'll be playing 5 hours of both of them, 5 hours of each. I'll be doing low percent in Donkey Kong Bonanza, no golden bananas until the end of the game. I'll see if I can do that in 5 hours. Let's see. I'm very curious if that's enough time for me and my dumb ass to manage that. It took me 12 hours the first time to beat the game. on stream and all that. So 5 hours, kind of a taller order, but we'll see what happens. Maybe if you're mainlining, avoiding bonus games, etc., avoiding all the good stuff that you like in that game, maybe it'll be easier. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go into Act 3 of Silksong. I'm undecided whether I'm going to revert a save on the Xbox or on the Switch, because my Switch version is sort of low percent. Act 3, I don't have that much going in. I haven't really been collecting all that. I don't have that much in the way of items, etc. It's pretty sparse. But I would like to finish that game on Switch at some point, because that's the version I'm going to have into the future. That on the PC version, I guess, which I'll do the randomizer on whenever they figure out and put out the Silksong randomizer. But those two things will be next week. I'm undecided whether I'm going to do it on Xbox or on Switch. I'm thinking maybe we'll do it on Xbox just to make it a little bit easier on me. Like, I don't fancy doing it with low stats. I'm probably gonna want to do some more completion on the Switch version before I actually bring it to a close, before I take out some of the Act 3 toughies, etc., etc. Yeah. That's last thoughts. Last thoughts are over. It's time now to sign off. It's time now to say goodnight. Folks, thank y'all for joining me and watching along and hanging out as I revisit some of my favorite games of the year. Even if you don't agree with my favorite games of the year, even if there's some you don't like at all, even if there's some I've said are poo-poo, like Metroid Prime 4, which maybe my most disappointing game of the year. I'll say that much. Probably my least favorite of the year. I don't know. Yooka Replayly also came out this year. It was much improved. It's like a 3 out of 5 now. I'll note that randomly. Shout out to that. That actually improved a good deal from the original version. From a 2 to a 3. Very nice. You'll see me on Friday after Xmas Eve and Xmas Day, Boxing Day as it's called, for viewer levels at 6 p.m. Central. And you'll also see me next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central for the top 2 Game of the Year 2025 refresher stream, wherein I revisit my top 2 favorite games, DK Bonanza Low Percent and Silksong Act 3. I will say I am totally undecided. Those two are neck and neck. I think they're both top 10 overall all-timers. And which one takes the cake? And which one has a shot at #1 favorite game of all time? I don't know, man. Also, after all that and an additional viewer level stream, there'll be Link to the Past randomizer the Sunday before I go back to work. I don't think I have anything planned for the rest of the week. By the way, I fixed the calendars. So here's the calendar for this week. Look at that, a pictorial version of what you just heard. Then here's next month. You can see there the randomizer, as well as Metroid Prime 3, Half-Life 2, some Cuban. Here's randomizer month in February. Holy Lord, that's going to be a big one. Skyward Sword, Ori, Tunic, and Zelda plus Super Metroid on Sundays. And then I'll do my 4 that I started with that I think I can bang out in 3 to 6 hours each of them, that I know I'm pretty consistent on. Those are the Friday ones. And then even I fixed March as well, which we'll see. Maybe March will fill up over time. It might do. Or I might be busy shopping for houses. That's a look into the future. Wow! Next year is going to be a whole thing, huh? I wonder what games are going to come out next year that we will be excited about. I'm going to send y'all to Team Kayla, who is hanging out with Dan Reichert, her brother, who is a co-owner of Giant Bomb and a streamer who I really like. Probably my favorite streamer personally. My personal favorite streamer. I'm going to send you over there. Folks, it's been a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. I will see y'all. I will see y'all on, they're doing They're doing like Mario Galaxy, looks like. That's cool. I will see y'all on Friday for viewer levels, on Tuesday for like next Tuesday for more DK, Bananza, Silksong, etc. And Sunday after that for Link to the Past and lots of other streams in the near to far future and into the indefinite future as well. Take it easy. I'll see you on Friday. Give your love to the VOD. Short form content is also cool sometimes, you know. Friday. Good night, folks. Where the fuck's my mouse? How am I going to send the raid? Here it is. All right, folks. I'll see you on Friday, Tuesday, Sunday. Actually, Friday first, then another Friday, then Sunday. Good night. See you then. Give your love to the VOD, etc., etc. Good night. Bye. Good night. Again. Woo, that was a stream.